Right, guys, appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. Do retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Lots of news today, major news, especially coming out of South Lebanon. Obviously, we have the normal news in relation to the ceasefire, but the news related to South Lebanon is both horrifying, horrific, and a point for concern. So we're going to speak about all of that. We're going to go through all those things. So do me a favor, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. And as per usual, anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet the quote tweets as well. We're also live on video, so if you can retweet the video, the tweet in the nest, that would be awesome too. Lots to speak about and quite a lot to get through. I want to go through the news and then we'll get into the space. We've got CIA agent Larry Johnson coming on. Remember, he's the person who revealed that basically Trump was trying to get the nuclear codes on the weekend and was refused those nuclear codes on the weekend. We also have Matthew Hoh, the Marine, with a large amount of experience and knowledge, and he's been covering geopolitics for a very long time. So we've got Matthew Hoh coming on as well. And I'm speaking to a couple of journalists in relation to Lebanon, because things have escalated quite a lot there. Let me go through the news and then we'll get into the space. But the news is quite problematic, let's just put it that way. Okay, we had a report about 13 hours ago which said the IRGC vessel approached a container vessel 15 nautical miles northeast of Oman and fired at it, causing heavy damage. We also had the IRGC said that they have seized 2 vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and transferred them to Iranian waters. The first one was the MSC Francesca, and the second one was the Epaminondas. So that was that. The Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar said the following: "We made a historic decision to negotiate directly with Lebanon after more than 40 years. Unfortunately, Lebanon is a failed state, a state that is de facto under Iranian occupation through Hezbollah." Obviously, that's propaganda. It's under Israeli occupation. Hezbollah is the only people fighting back against them. The US military has deployed Ukrainian counter-drone technology at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Ukrainians continuing to be in bed with the Gulf states and Israel. China denied the US claim that they seized a ship containing a gift for Iran. Iran issues warning that they will cut internet cables and cloud infrastructure in the Persian Gulf if there is a major escalation. Also, a retired US Army colonel explains how Iran is now using different radar systems than and due to this, even F-35s are in danger from, and the quote, "Iran uses infrared systems instead of traditional radar. American fighters like the F-35 and F-15 are not designed to face these systems. Iranian airspace is no longer safe for US fighter jets." Also, Trump said that there was going to be negotiations in Iran on Friday. Well, the Iranians said quite clearly that there is no negotiations going on. There will be no negotiations on Friday. Trump said he's extending the deadline for this ceasefire from now to either Friday or Sunday. He says 3 to 5 days. What's interesting about that is that obviously Iran hasn't agreed to it. Now, we know that the USS George Bush is only 3 to 5 days away. So that coincides with that. I still think that they're going to attack. Likely on the weekend, actually, when I'm looking at how long it's taken for the USS George Bush to arrive. I think they're going to attack on the weekend. I've just seen a report now says Trump has informed Israel that Sunday is the deadline for Iran to agree a deal. So they've told them Sunday. There's not going to be a deal by Sunday. Iran even said that there's no negotiations on Friday. And so the weekend seems like it's going to be the time where he restarts. If you know, his way is make it look like there's peace on the weekdays in order to manipulate the financial market, and then on the weekends he tends to be a lot more aggressive, calling for war, even taking military action. And so if I had to guess, I would say the weekend is likely the situation where he is going to be going to war on the weekend. Possibly on Sunday would be maybe an interesting time for the war to restart. I would not be surprised if that happened. Yeah, Sunday, highly likely. Or even Saturday. I think he's saying Sunday, but it may even be Saturday. So that's kind of that in terms of that news. And guys, make sure you retweet. I'm going to retweet everyone's quote tweet as soon as I've given everyone an update on what's happening. I'm just checking my phone as well because I'm in contact with a few journalists, and I do want a couple of them to jump on today, separate to the ones we've already got coming on. Iran issues warning suggesting it could I mentioned this already. Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi said we have no plans to negotiate. Iran met North Korea, and why that's interesting is obviously South Korea right now is capitulating. South Korea is in pain. It's suffering. This is what happens when you make a deal with the United States of America. You make a deal with the United States of America and you will not have a very bright situation. And so Japan and South Korea are feeling the pain that the US has created a blockade on a blockade. They were doing some private deals with Iran. They may have got some vessels out. They may have got some oil out. But it's not going to happen anymore. None of those things are going to happen. And what's happening? North Korea, which was economically in a much worse situation, financially in a much worse situation due to sanctions, now is having conversations with Iran. And look, they may become a lot more flourishing compared to even South Korea if things continue the way they are continuing. Trump made this following statement, just fake news. He said, very good news. I've been informed that the 8 women protesters who are going to be executed tonight in Iran will no longer be killed. 4 will be released immediately and 4 will be sentenced to 1 month in prison. I very much appreciate that Iran and its leaders respected my request as President of the United States of America and terminated the planned execution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Complete fake news. This only exists in the bizarro world of Donald J. Trump, where truth is fiction. None of those things were going to happen. Iran's Ghalibaf, who is the chief negotiator, had to say this, quote, a complete ceasefire only makes sense if it's not violated by the maritime blockade and the hostage taking of the world's economy. And if the Zionist warmongering across all fronts is halted, reopening the Strait of Hormuz is impossible with such flagrant breach of the ceasefire. They did not achieve their goals through military aggression. Now, nor will they through bullying. The only way forward is to recognize the rights of the Iranian people. True. Completely agree with that. And this is the kind of big news of the day. And has he replied to me yet? Okay, no. Is the big news of the day. So Israel continues to occupy South Lebanon. Israel's created basically a buffer zone in South Lebanon. They've taken control over, I'd say, about 3 to 5 miles of South Lebanon. They've done this during the ceasefire. Hezbollah has agreed to the ceasefire. They've conformed to the ceasefire. The Israelis never do so. You cannot do ceasefire deals with these people. I keep saying it. Iran, and this is Ghalibaf's statement. I really replied straight away under Ghalibaf's statement and told him you can't deal with these people. You can't negotiate with these people. And this is an example of it. You cannot negotiate with these people. And so the problem there is you've created in Lebanon a situation where it's once again a one-way ceasefire. A ceasefire for the resistance, but not a ceasefire for Israel. And so they're creating the buffer zone and increasing on it slowly and slowly and slowly. At the same time, directly right now, they're attacking journalists in South Lebanon, claiming the Hezbollah. One of the journalists they've threatened is Jeremy Lafredo. He's been on this show before, as you guys know. But I'm going to explain to you what happened. So first of all, Iran bombed civilians in Al-Tiri, South Lebanon. They killed 2 people and have cornered 2 female journalists, Amal Khalil and Zainab Faraj. They're throwing stun grenades at ambulances that are trying to save these journalists. So you've got these 2 journalists stuck in South Lebanon. They are throwing grenades at any ambulance that comes and tries to save them. And they're trying to hurt them, harm them, and basically take them out. You basically had reports by Steve Sweeney, another great person. He's part of the Hope for Gaza or something. I forgot what the foundation is, but he basically takes these injured Palestinians to the United States of America for treatment. Great person. Remember the Zionists attacked him about a year ago or something, or maybe a few months ago. He said Amal Khalil is still under the rubble and needs urgent help. So Amal Khalil is under the rubble. They're trying to get support for her. And then they're bombing any ambulance that goes and tries to save her. Then German journalist Jeremy Lafredo was sent a message by Israel confirming they are targeting journalists in South Lebanon. Let me show you the message. So Jeremy sends a message, says, "Hi, my name is Jeremy. I'm a journalist for the American publication, and I'm wondering if you have any comment on the threat you sent to Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil." This IDF Israeli soldier, as a representative of the IDF, said the following: "These are not innocent people. The journalists affiliated with Hezbollah that Israel eliminated were also spies for Hezbollah, approaching our soldiers and then informed the terrorist organization where our soldiers were in real time. Similarly, on October 7th, journalists affiliated with Hamas were eliminated because they were intelligence officers. Send greetings to all journalists affiliated with Hezbollah. For anyone who works for the organization should know that they are destined for death." They're basically telling you that they're going to be targeting journalists intentionally and on person. And then this person, this individual, replied, "I think about the possibility." This is what this IDF journalist to this journalist, American journalist, Jeremy Lafredo, they said, "I think about the possibility that you are one of them too. I'm offering you to find another partner in Lebanon. There are a lot of good people over there, Maronites, Sunnis, Druze, and others trying to cover their narrative. You are naive, very naive." So a threat sent to Jeremy Lafredo too. Okay. So if you could do me a favor, guys, if you can retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. I'm going to retweet your quote tweets. And let's get into the space and get into the conversation. I'm going to put the space on in the X. And if everyone can quote tweet, that would be awesome. Let me just set this up. The space, I will retweet the quote tweets. Also the video in the nest, anyone who quote tweets that, I will retweet your quote tweet as well, but I'll do that in a few seconds. But let me just get this one up. Okay, and then I'll just put the chat up. If the chat can let me know if this is working. Okay, excellent. Guys, yeah, just let me know if it's working. That would be awesome. Okay, I am just retweeting your core tweets now. But look, this is my view. I know people will get upset. I get it, but I don't really care, really. I have to speak the truth no matter what. I think Iran needs to end this ceasefire. This ceasefire is very problematic. It's a one-sided ceasefire. And Lebanon is being occupied. Lebanon is being occupied. People are being hit in Lebanon. People are being targeted in Lebanon. Lebanon is being basically colonized inch by inch by inch. And this is the problem that we're seeing right now. So that's my view on it, but I just want to hear other people's thoughts because maybe I'm being overly reactive in a very tense situation where I'm seeing people I know being targeted in South Lebanon. So obviously I just heard the news now, so I do want to hear everybody else's thoughts because sometimes we can maybe, have thoughts that are not completely thought out. So I do want to hear your thoughts on that. Because I just read it now before I came and just posted it, and then. But yeah, I think that if there's any situation where there's a ceasefire and the Israelis are not abiding by the ceasefire and they're killing people, then you know what? Like Hezbollah joined this war in order to create another front against the Israelis, believing that this would be the end of Israel, the end of Zionism. Everyone was working together, and now we have a ceasefire. But even though on paper they're included, but in reality they're not included. And so it's very simple. Don't negotiate with extremists. Don't do a deal which gives away which creates a scenario where it's a one-way ceasefire. It's a one-way ceasefire in Gaza, and these guys continue to bomb Gaza. And now you're seeing in Lebanon, it's not only a one-way ceasefire. It's not only that they bomb Lebanon and cause casualties, but worse than that, they are occupying Lebanon, South Lebanon, and increasing the amount of land they occupying inch by inch by inch. So anyway, retweet the space, guys. Reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Like I said, a lot of people are not finding out that the space is live. So if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. Okay, let's see. Public, hope you're doing well. How are you? How's things?
Hey, what's going on, Cinnamon? Everything's going well. Yeah, so the guy I think you were talking about was Steve Sotheby,
That's right.
the one with the yeah. He was formerly was it what was it called? Yeah, he had a foundation before, nevertheless, where they brought injured Palestinians. PCRF, that's what it was called. And now he started a new foundation. It's called Care for Palestine or something like that. And then the journalist Jeremy Lafredo, he had recently this is where you know Israel's not a real democracy. He was reporting in Israel at the time of the 12-day war, and they had arrested him too. They detained him for how long? A week, maybe 10 days, in Israeli prisons, and they were basically trying to say that he was a national security threat or whatever. And yeah, and then as far as like the whole Lebanon fiasco, I'm just kind of catching up on it. It's kind of joined in a little bit, so. But the Israelis and the Americans, man, I hate to say this. I hate to talk about the Americans because I am American. So every time, like, I feel us taking an L, like, every time I hear you talking about it, sometimes I want to jump in and be like, shut up, man. But it's like, when the truth hurts, it hurts. It's like, all right, well, how to fix a problem first. First step is admitting that you have a problem. And I guess that's where we're at, man. And Americans and the Israelis are not to be trusted. They've broken every single ceasefire. And I'm with you on this, man. It's like the resistance has come so far, like, and has sacrificed so much. And you guys know I'm Palestinian, so this really hurts, honestly, when I know that like my people are the ones that paid the price for it, and you have to sort of kind of carry yourself with I guess a moral stance and not stoop to their level and not think evil like them, and just knowing the sacrifices that are made for them to just take or just oblige by this ceasefire, knowing that the Israelis and Americans are plotting. It just kind of feels it feels it feels like something's coming, to be honest, and I just don't want that. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, unfortunately so. Unfortunately so. Just want to welcome Jay on the stage. Jay, how you doing? Give us your thoughts.
Hey, Salaman. Salam. Hello, everyone. Yeah, thanks. So a bit of context, I grew up in Lebanon for 24 years and I moved to the UK, been here for a while.
Jay, I don't know if it's me, but I've got you on full blast. I think your mic's a little bit low. Are you able to sort it out? Just increase the volume. It's
Is this
clear.
better?
Oh my god, that's much more better. Continue.
Okay, so I was saying I'm going to Lebanon next week to see what's happening on the ground and do some reporting as part of my business as well. So the point that you were saying earlier about Hezbollah entering this
The
battle.
volume's gone low again. It was fine first, and then whenever you started down, then it went down again.
I don't know. I never had issues. Okay, give me a sec. Let me get my earphones.
And let me just ask. Maybe it's me. Public, is he clear? Because I've got it on full blast, and it's still a bit low.
It doesn't sound as loud as yours is, but it's not like fully. Yeah, it doesn't sound as clear
really
as you
low.
are.
Like I'm just about to put my headset on because people are complaining that mine's too low.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I know I'm
Yeah, yours
outside
is
in the
like
park.
super loud, bro. Yours is like my ears about to burst blood.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me get my
Those
earphones.
Obama
I
phones.
moved
Those
up.
Obama
It's not
phones working
Obama.
good for
No,
you?
this is the Trump. It's Trump now, baby.
It's the
Trump's in
Obama phones.
office.
The Obama phones are working good for you.
All right, one sec.
Is anybody talking?
Jay's unmuted, but he's not saying anything.
Okay, cool. I just put my
I'm just
headset on. That's
setting my
fine.
earphones. Hold on.
Cool. Okay, we'll come back to you, Jay, once you sort your thing out. Let's go to Tom. Tom, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Absolutely. Well, like you guys, man, I'm definitely disgusted and tired of watching the Israeli forces brutalize civilians and first responders in Lebanon. And the report you were just talking about, describing this young lady or this individual, I didn't catch if it was a lady or not, who's stuck in the rubble in need of first responders desperately, and that they're targeting the first responders, man. The only thing that can come to mind in that scenario is that they don't want any of these people to be the hero that survived. That after the war can talk about, oh, rightfully so. I went through all of this and I survived it, because that's a symbol of hope. Those are the type of symbols that they generate themselves to create the victimhood narrative that's in many ways facilitated the status quo with respect to the state that we're talking about. So I think they're keenly aware of the optics that can generate. And they're unfortunately killing these people probably just to avoid having a heroic story emerge from somebody that survives one of these brutal attacks. So just occurred to me that what they're doing is probably that, trying to avoid someone surviving so that then they have the story to tell. It's disgusting, brother. But that's all I've got to say for now. It looks like Jay's back with his microphone, not sure. But yeah, brother, not happy about what I'm seeing. The way that they brutalize the people in Lebanon is absolutely insane. And the fact that the international community doesn't say anything about it. I don't hear any European country really doing much. Have you? I mean, France said some things a few months ago, but it's been pretty silent recently, so not good. But yep. And with respect to the war, what I anticipate is the same thing I mentioned yesterday. I think this thing is going to ramp back up again. I think we're going to see exchanges very similar to what we saw during the 12-day war, what we saw during this recent exchange. And I believe that it's going to be more of the same, more incompetence from the Trump administration leading our armed forces into loss after loss, and the Iranians continuing to exert their dominance in the region because of their weapon systems and the advantages that they have based upon being the indigenous fighting force that has home court advantage. So, not looking good for the United States if they continue to wage this war. Thanks.
Yeah, let's see. Jay, you back? I just want to welcome Andrew onto the stage as well, and Gary. But let's go to Jay first. Go ahead, Jay. You back?
Yep. Is this better? Can you hear me better now?
miles better, brother. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. So yeah, one thing you mentioned before, that Hezbollah entered this, and there was hopes that Israel would cease to exist. I think this kind of narrative on this side is very dangerous. Look, I'm all for the liberation of the Lebanese people and the liberation of the Palestinian people, but also we need to be realistic about our expectations. I don't think Israel is going anywhere anytime soon, right? And I always try to make sure I'm not living in an echo chamber where I'm just listening to people who see things from my own perspective. I really like Simon Dixon's view on this in terms of the changing of the dynamics and the power structures. But also, another person that Simon had actually interviewed with was Professor Jiang. And also, I like his perspective because he keeps it somewhat objective, even though he was like accused of being a Chinese agent
Do
or
you
whatever.
wanna
But
do you wanna give your opinion rather than name like 1,000 people for the first 2 minutes you're talking?
so, in my opinion, Israel is not going anywhere. Okay, let's keep it realistic. And the aggressions that are taking place, we are used to these in Lebanon. Like Israel has total impunity. It's always been violating the Lebanese sovereignty for 40 years, like even more, like since 82 or even before. They've always had free movement. So this is nothing new. I think the only difference is that the world knows about it now. And I believe this is a win for the resistance in Lebanon. So this is kind of a PR win for the resistance, although on the ground it looks like a L because they've taken over land. But hey, this isn't the first time that Lebanon goes through something like this. The south of Lebanon was liberated in 2000 after many years of occupation, and I believe something like this could happen and take place. But it looks like a lot is hedging on the negotiation and the position that Iran is going to take in this, because it seems like there's insistence from Iran to keep a joint front and also exert their power and their influence in the region. The only blocker for this is the authority in Lebanon, like the colluding. Yeah, the ironic thing is that the moment that the rest of the world knows about resistance, knows about Hezbollah and what they're doing, and they're rooting for them, now you still have authorities, people in power in Lebanon who are colluding against the best of the Lebanese people. And it's only to serve their feudal mentality, their sectarian thinking. They hate the Shia Muslims particularly. They have a beef with that. They hate that Hezbollah has so much authority and power. And yes, there is an accountability piece for Hezbollah. Like, why didn't you establish a strong military force that is under the umbrella of the government throughout since 2006? There's an element of accountability there. I'm not pro Hezbollah on everything they do. They have a lot of responsibility in being able to integrate with the government. But yeah, so that's really the battle that's happening in Lebanon. It's between those people who want the true sovereignty, which is defending Lebanon against external threats, and then the other part, which is mainly the authority and their followers, who just want to fully surrender to the U.S.'s agenda and wishes, as per it was handed over from Israel, basically.
Okay, let's deal with a few of the points you made, one at a time. So, your if I've understood your point right, and do clarify, because you kind of explained more about what's happening. Your position seems to be that Israel will always exist, which is obviously your position. And your position in relation to that is how, if you can clarify, because actually you didn't really say this. You just said, oh, Israel's going to exist, so we need to think. So if Israel's always going to exist, what's your position on how Lebanon should deal with them? Or how Lebanon should act with them? Is it like a normalization? Is it kind of like, what is it? What kind of situation what do you mean by Israel's always going to exist? Because I can say anything, but is there a reason you said it, or is it just you just said it?
Yeah, that's a good question. The reason why I said it is because you know, I've heard the narrative multiple times from people saying, "Oh,
No, I
Israel's
understand that you
gonna."
already said that. It's easy to be
Yeah,
critical when people say things. I'm not asking that. I'm asking what's your reasoning, not, oh, I heard people saying it and I was just like, no, Israel's always going to exist. That's fine. But what's the implications of that, or what I'm saying? Anyone can say what you're saying.
yeah.
It's not groundbreaking. I'm saying, okay, you made that point, but what are the implications of your point? So, okay, you're saying Israel will always exist, and what do you mean by that? Like, what's the result of that? Is what I'm asking.
I hear you. So the best thing for Lebanon is to have a strong enough deterring defensive force that can keep Israel astray. Now, how realistic this is down to what the Lebanese people are able to do, and that goes into the complexity of the inner situation in Lebanon, the political system, the elections and how they take place, and the integration and the major dependencies on the U.S. assets, like economically and infrastructure wise.
Okay, so your first thing is Israel is going to exist, but you need to create. You're saying this is what you're saying, that you need to create a situation in Lebanon where there's a way of defending or basically countering any kind of excursion by Israel. Is that what you said? Essentially.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And what about in terms of relations with Israel? I mean, this is going to be your neighbor. What would be your idea of relations with them? Because the way you're sounding like you're still going to be in conflict with them. Like they're going to try and occupy you, and you're going to now going to try and defend against them. And I don't really see how that's any different to now. So can you explain, please?
Yeah, good question. So personally, this is I'm so against normalizing with Israel because hey, like people are getting killed right now. You know, you can't come and tell someone, "Hey, I'm killing you and make peace with me." It doesn't happen this way. Like there's an element of healing. There's blood on the ground. So, but there's a big part. There's a significant part. I'm not gonna say big part, maybe less than 50% of people who are okay with the idea of normalizing with Lebanon. But and that's the thing, like people who are pro resistance in Lebanon have been asking, like, why don't you do a national referendum to say to understand, okay, what do the people really need? What do the people really want? Do you want normalization with Israel? Let's vote for it. And let's also vote on the idea of having a non secular government system and election system and a defense strategy that is genuinely capable of protecting Lebanon. Because so far, it's always been purposely nerfed by the US so they don't pose a threat to Israel. And this doesn't make sense. Like the US comes and says, hey, we'll help your army, but the U.S. will never help the Lebanese army when it knows that, Israel might want to fiddle around or have expansionist aspirations towards Lebanon, and that's all up for debate with the MAGA community. Because I have friends who truly believe that Israel wouldn't do it if it wasn't for Hezbollah, but that's a whole different discussion.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. And a doo-doo land, and only traitorous and treasonous people make that claim. In terms of your point, Jay, so, I mean, I'm not really understanding how your point's any different to what's happening now. This is the problem. Because did you say 50% of Lebanese would want normal relations with Israel?
I would say less than
Oh, less
50%.
than. So the
Less.
minority.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
minority. Okay.
Yeah.
So, let's take, and by the way, I've spent a decent amount of time in Lebanon. Maybe it's the circles I'm in, but I mean, it's only anecdotal, but I've not seen that. But again, we'll never know really until there's real information on that. And when I go Lebanon, it's like I'm hanging around with not even Shia, like Christians and atheists and these type of people, and even they don't want to normalize with Israel. But the ones I know. Now, in terms of coming back to the point you said, so I don't even get your, because this is what you said. You said Israel's gonna try and invade. Well, that's happening right now. You're gonna have to try and fend off Israel. That's happening now. Then you're saying Hezbollah's made grave errors by not incorporating into the government. Hezbollah is the only line of defense against Israel. Incorporation into the Lebanese government means that the Lebanese government obey the commands of the person in charge of Lebanon, which right now is the president and the prime minister, who are completely in bed with Israel, who are. Oh, you don't think they're in bed with Israel?
No, that's not my position. So that's
Well, do you want to have a
ultimately.
conversation rather than putting thumbs down like a child? You're literally on the mic with me, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
this isn't a
let me
game. Well, let me
clarify that
finish.
point.
Well, let me finish my point because you talk a lot, but you don't really say much. So, maybe you can stick with the emojis. Um, in terms, and so when you're saying all these things, what you're basically saying is that eradicate Hezbollah or make them incorporate into the Lebanese army, which then is controlled by whoever's directing the Lebanese army. The Lebanese army is directed by the person who's in charge of the government. And so you basically, then what you do is you neuter the one defense that um, Lebanon has, and you're relying solely on this notion or idea that, for example, Nawaf won't do what he's doing, or the current president won't do what he's doing. So that's where I'm trying to kind of ascertain what you're actually saying rather than saying loads of words.
Right. So that's not what I'm saying. Okay. My position is that the optimal solution for Lebanon is for Hezbollah to join with the Lebanese army. However, with the with the caveat that this they would get armed from a non-biased third party. So it shouldn't be Iran and it shouldn't be the US. It can be a, a, com- a combination of third-party countries like Turkey, maybe, which is now being antagonized by Israel. Funny enough,
Okay.
uh, but
Basically
this is
Syria.
only possible. Let me finish the other dimension of this. This is only possible when Lebanon has an authority that's truly representative of of what the people want, which is not the case right now, obviously. So this takes us to the political system layer where it's sectarian, and it's always like been puppets that have been named by the different GCC governments and the USA. So a combination of all those who have power in Lebanon, they come and they just say these names of the parliament and the people in government. So this is where Lebanon really needs a radical change where you can have a parliamentary system that's truly representative of what the people want, and then having a defense strategy that is capable of truly defending Lebanon and not neutered by purpose and systematically. And then that's where the decision for war and peace could come from the government.
So what you're saying is, just to clarify, you're basically saying that Hezbollah would be incorporated with the Lebanese army, and Lebanon itself would now be no longer, the Lebanese army would no longer be funded by America. It would now be able to have weapons. It would no longer be supported by Iran, but now it's going to be funded by Turkey. And now Turkey is gonna, so like Turkey would now fund Lebanon, just like they essentially them and Saudi and a few others are basically Ahmad al-Shara Jalani is basically their guy in Syria. So they'd have the same thing in Lebanon, and their guy would now be in charge in Lebanon. So it's now like um, it's like we remove the, and Saudi obviously now I understand your initial thing when you were like whatever your positions were, but the that's just unfathomable to me. That is like you're basically saying let's take the resistance, incorporate it under Turkey. Turkey had issues with Hezbollah, as you may know, in his Syria, but now Turkey's going to start giving them weapons because now Hezbollah's part of the Lebanese army, and the Lebanese army is going to be joined together with them, and then they're going to still resist against Israel. All of that's never going to change because Israel's Israel. And like basically, yeah. So now you're funded by Turkey, and then you have to hope that Turkey doesn't basically, do a deal with Israel or do a deal with Saudi Arabia or do a deal with any of these countries to make Lebanon in a much more severe situation. So, I mean, I'm not, I don't know. But anyways, your thoughts are your thoughts, and no problem. Hassan, do you want
Let me just rebuttal that like with one line.
to go ahead?
Okay, I'm not set on Turkey, but there are senior people in Lebanon who are speaking about this proposal. By the way, this is not just from me, and we're not set on Turkey. The only idea is we don't want to be in a position where Lebanon has to choose, okay, you're either with Iran or with the US. Okay, why can't we just make our own choice, you know? And I know, like, we want to be realistic, right? So this might take many years for Lebanon to take an impartial position, but this is something that's genuinely being discussed by senior people. The idea we're not keen on Turkey in particular, but we're just keen on being impartial and being able to build a defense strategy that is truly capable of protecting Lebanon.
Cool. That wasn't much of a rebuttal. You just repeated what you said and just said senior people said it. Um, yeah, I don't doubt there's senior people having these conversations. Those were the same people, senior people in Syria, who were having those conversations in Syria, and then we know what happened in Syria. So yeah, I think this point just doesn't really make much sense. But I think people have heard both sides of what we've got to say. I don't think it really flows that well. I think it's a way of minimizing the real work that the resistance are doing. The resistance were pushing back against Iran. I think they made an error, obviously. I'm very much not blind to what they say. What happens? I think the error was that they shouldn't agree to the ceasefire. I know they maybe have listened to Iran on that, but we know with the Israelis, the ceasefire is only one way. And even without Hezbollah, the Lebanese army weren't able to protect Lebanon. Lebanon was bombed regularly, every single day. So even when Hezbollah was removed from the equation, the Lebanese army was unable to do so. But Hassan, jump in. What's your thoughts?
No, yeah, funny conversation. Nice bit of entertainment to start the day off. What I'd say is listening to this guy has made me kind of conceptualize what's going on in the world a bit more firmly in my head. You basically have different types of Zionization. You have voluntary Zionization and you have involuntary Zionization. Now, what I mean by that is some people know they're being Zionized, know they're being part of the Jewish supremacist movement and voluntarily worshipping the Jew, worshipping Jewish people and being their slaves and accepting the consequences. People do that a lot. We've seen that in the world. And I always reference, the first place I reference is Kurdistan, Iraq, where I'm from, where you have a large proportion of the Kurdish people who are basically slaves to the Jewish colony. Then you have involuntary Zionization. Involuntary Zionization is whereby your mind becomes infected by Zionists through their propaganda, through their deception, through their degenerate kind of media, for example, where you fall. It's not really falling victim, but you're kind of allowing yourself to become Zionized, and you start to talk about this nonsense of we have to accept that this colony is going to exist, and we're going to negotiate with it, and like. Basically, you have a situation whereby you don't realize you're actually serving the cause of the Zionists by just kind of having this two-sidedness or this kind of airy-fairy kind of trying to make things wishy-washy. And then, by the way, within the voluntary Zionization, you have different layers as well. So you have those who are openly supporting of the Zionists, and then there are others who are like kind of do it in a slightly more hidden way. I mean, Piers Morgan is kind of to the more firm Zionist end, but he does it in a slightly more less obvious way, you can say. And then you have those who come and try and make equivalence between the Islamic Republic and the colony, and say, it's all theatrics and negotiation, they're best friends behind the scenes. These are also Zionists of a different form, where they equate those who murder children with those who are so soft that they avoid at all costs, and who try to claim that they'll sacrifice their daughters' lives, their girls' school, and their own children's lives for the sake of some negotiation. So you can see you've got multiple different types of Zionization. and people have to be awake to this fact. I'm sorry, I'm going on longer. I'm getting somewhere here. Where I'm getting is the idea of not acknowledging that this entity is an existential threat by its very existence is a form of Zionization. As soon as you start to take a softer tone on terrorists and child killers and rapists and start to bring some kind of legitimacy to it and acknowledge its existence, you're already falling prey to Zionization. So when you say that, for example, there'll be and I'm not picking on it in general, but this happened a lot, there'll be a negotiated deal. A negotiated deal between who? Are they going to agree to coexist? Are you going to agree to coexist with cancer? So long as you are not understanding that this cancer is a threat on you, on your children, on your family, you are a form of Zionist. Now, that could be deliberate Zionization and it could be involuntary Zionization. I hope I made myself clear. And this guy, by the way, Jay, you seems like you, I don't want to judge you, but you seem to be an involuntary Zionist.
Well, I was going to move on, but you kind of mentioned him, so I'm going to have to let him respond. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, Hassan. I don't see. First of all, I don't see how you can judge me from listening to me for like 3 minutes. I'm not gonna defend.
It wasn't 3 minutes,
myself.
my friend. It was a good 10, 15 minutes.
So the point is, you know what the biggest argument that the Zionists or Israelis use, or even the MAGA camp uses when you ask them, why did you wage war on Iran? It's because they always say death to America and death to Israel. So this kind of narrative and this kind of language that you're saying, entity, they don't deserve to exist, etc. This is giving legitimization for their actions. They justify whatever they are doing now by saying what you are saying. And I can see how both camps have the very similar narratives and making excuses. And to me, the burden is on the more conscious side to take a stand and say, well, listen, okay, you do you, but I'm going to focus on establishing my own sovereignty, my own defense, and making myself more powerful, because true negotiations happen when everyone brings a big gun to the table, and that's what I'm going to focus on. So all this like dumping of excuses and saying, the other person did that, to me, I don't believe in this. And also, I don't believe in the deletion or cancellation of a whole society and community, no matter what that is, right? Because they say the same thing about
Jay,
the Iranians.
do you want to have a conversation here, or do you want to just go one way here? I'm happy to have a conversation with you, even though, or do you want to continue going? Because you're making my point for me, actually. So what you just said.
I'm happy to take that offline, but my point is.
No, we take it online. We take it online in front of everybody.
They say the same thing about the Iranians. The Jewish people, they look the same way about the Muslim community, and they say, our culture is better than their culture, and therefore we want to wage war on it. So the Muslim society says the same thing as well. And this kind of narrative and this kind of language, the language of deletion and elimination about other societies, is the core of the problem. We need to learn how.
Jake, can I come back to you on that? Because you've made your point. I think you've made your point multiple times now. So let me explain, right? I was moving before towards the point of saying you're an involuntary Zionist, but what you just said now, I'm afraid I've changed my mind. I believe you are a voluntary Zionist. Let me explain why. You said two sides. Well, as soon as you start saying two sides, you are now confirmed, you have solidified your stance as a Zionist. You can say whatever you want from now. Everybody on the space knows you are a Zionist, and let me explain why. You have one side, which is an illegitimate cancer on the region, which exists by stealing people's lands, by rape, by murder, by theft, by mass terrorism and mass genocide, right? And the other side exists to liberate the people from that side, okay? And as soon as you start saying two sides and this and that, you're already now a voluntary, firm Zionist. So from whatever you say from now, unless you go and, I don't know, the issue with Zionization, you see, Jay, is that once you Zionize, it's almost impossible to reverse. I don't know if you're on that kind of fully 100% Zionized yet, or you're like 99.9. I can't decide which one it is. But as soon as you're on that tipping point, you're gone for good. So I think you just have to pray that you can somehow recover yourself with that 0.1% that you've got left. But you have just come out as a firm Zionist, and there's no going back, I'm afraid.
Also, just want to add in an extra point. Jay is perpetuating, without a doubt, Zionist propaganda. And I'll explain why. He's trying to equivocate the Zionist regime with those who are anti-Zionist. The regime that has murdered hundreds of thousands of people. The regime that has injured and or displaced millions of people. The regime that has destroyed the lives of millions of people in West Asia. And then he makes the claim that Muslims want to kill them. This is just completely fake news. Maybe only Jay and his family members want to do that, but no, Muslims don't want to do that. When people say they want the eradication of Israel, it's very simple what they want. First of all, let me actually come to the other point. In terms of Iran saying death to America, death to Israel, they've been very clear that what they mean by that is the structure, the Zionist structure. Obviously, you may love the Zionist structure, but what they're saying is that they are talking about the entities that control this structure as opposed to the actual people. In terms of Muslims, when you lie about Muslims, that they want to do the same thing to the Jews, that's not true. When we say we want the eradication of the Israeli entity, yes, we do. Just like people wanted the eradication of South Africa. And guess what? It happened. The apartheid ended. And the Zionist regime must end. The Zionist regime must end. Now, it doesn't mean all Jews must end. Of course not. No, we're not saying about killing any human.
They don't
but there's
know that, and they
apartheid.
don't see it this way.
No, they do know that. Maybe you don't know that because of your ignorance, right? You may try and degrade and denigrate Muslims and make them an equivalent of this Zionist regime, but your Zionist propaganda won't work on this space. I don't know if you're related to Mario or whatever, but coming back to it, in terms of what I was saying was that what they're talking about is the idea of a supremacist state, an apartheid state, a state which has more than 65 laws that differentiate a Jew from a Goy, a state that allows you to now kill Palestinians legally, murder them, a state that allows the right to return for Jewish people and not for Palestinians, is yes, and needs to be ended. Then we need the end of Israel, and we will always fight for the end of Israel. Does that mean all Jews? Of course not. Does that mean one Jew? No. And all Jews, Christians, Muslims should be living there, as the charter of, funny enough, Hamas, who you probably try to demonize, says that we will have a country where Muslims, Jews, and Christians live in peace and prosperity. They'll be given safety and security. They'll be given sanctuary. They'll be given their rights. So that's what people are calling for, not your point, whatever your ridiculousness you were saying. But go ahead, Mario, Jay.
I'm in no shape or form in support of any human being claiming supremacy over another human being. Okay, let me be clear about this. And I'm absolutely against the principles of Zionism or
I've just been
anything
sent your
similar to it.
tweet. Is this what you wrote? You wrote this. You said, in the same way we grew up resenting and hating Palestinians because we were forced to accept them in Lebanon. Little did we know they had very little control over it. Yes, the victim has the burden to fight back, but what if you were never taught how to? Okay, yeah, the context, I guess you're trying to say but who made you hate Palestinians? I don't get it.
Did you? So that was a continuation of an original tweet, by the way. So my point is, they call themselves the Jewish state of Israel, and that's the narrative that the Jewish people understand within Israel. I know they use propaganda to brainwash their people, to
You as
use
well.
religion to weaponize their religion, right? We know that. I know this for a fact. But the problem is that this also, like, how do you know you're not in an echo chamber yourself? Like, how do I know I'm not in an echo chamber
Yeah, you're in
myself?
your own.
I
You
don't.
are an echo chamber. You're in a Zionist echo chamber.
I'm not. And
How do you know you're
if I
not?
was, I
How do
wouldn't
you know
be.
you're not? How do you know you're not?
Because I like to take all perspectives, okay, and build my own truth. Am I going to sit here and say, yeah, Hezbollah and Hamas, and no one takes
There's no such thing as
responsibility?
your own
There's a lot of.
truth. There is either truth or fiction. There is no such thing as your truth and my truth. Truth is certain. So you don't even know basic philosophy and logic.
Jay, are you a voluntary Zionist or an involuntary Zionist? Which one do you think you are?
I'm in no shape and form Zionist. But I'll tell you.
No, you're definitely a
From
Zionist. We're just trying to
what
figure
my
out which one it
perspective is.
is. Have you
I
been
like to take.
Zionized or you voluntarily did it? Because everything you've said so far is actually extreme Zionism. I would say. I wouldn't even say it's mild Zionism. So, but which one do you think it is?
I take the perspective of a typical Western mind with empathy towards my own people and people in the Middle East, because we need, one of my main missions in life to build an empathy map so that the average person in the West who is a victim of the Western propaganda machine, and saying West is too general, like
Jay,
the
can I just ask you one
Zionist.
question? Just one question. Can you tell me how you empathize with somebody who's killed, let's say, 100 babies and 200 children? What's your empathy towards them?
I don't empathize with Israelis, okay? But what I'm trying to say is we need to understand how the narrative is being controlled on their side as well. And every time we come out and say death to Israel, or we need to remove this entity, they weaponize this against you, and they
They
say,
don't
hey,
though.
this is more
Listen,
reason for us to fight.
They don't weaponize it. At the end of the day, maybe you in your little Zio echo chamber probably think that it's weaponized, but let's be clear on this. We've been doing this for many years. We've seen the major shift. People realize your propaganda no longer works. Your lies don't no longer work. Your manipulation of words no longer work. People see it in their own eyes that when Israel bombs Lebanon, people see that it's Hezbollah, the entity, the organization that you attacked, who are defending Lebanon. They see that when Iran is just sitting there comfortably in terms of not trying to harm anyone, it's Israel and the United States of America that bomb anyone. So you can use these manipulative words like, oh, they say death to Israel, but that doesn't work anymore. Your propaganda no longer works anymore. The Iranians have come out very clearly and stated what they mean by that. It's very clear. And by the way, you know what you're saying? You just sound exactly like Mario. Like he says the same thing, and I'm always like, bro, you're dumb, and then he just hides because he's afraid. And so you're literally, I don't know if you're related to him or whatever, but it's the exact same talking points. So it'll be like one tweet, one thing he'll say, which is all but this is with the Lebanese, this is with the Palestinians, and then the other one will be like, oh yeah, but this is with the Iranians. No, look, at the end of the day, Iran has made it very clear that, and we're going to repeat it for you once again. Iran has made it very clear that when they say death to Israel, death to America, they don't mean Americans, they don't mean Israelis, they mean the Zionist structure that is purporting and pushing this supremacist attitude that is oppressing and killing hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, millions of Palestinians injured, and destroying the world. When people say they want the end of Israel, they are very clear what they mean. They don't mean human beings. If they did, Iran would have started hitting Tel Aviv and taken out all the civilians in Israel. If they wanted to, Hezbollah, when they were using their drone attacks and their missile attacks, could have targeted heavily saturated population areas, but they didn't. So this thing like, oh, they say mean words too on their murder. Both sides are kind of bad, and I don't agree with this and I don't agree with that, and you should have empathy for both. It is the most stupid thing ever. And actually, I wouldn't even say that. It's actually worse than that. It's not actually empathetic. What you're doing is called you're manufacturing conformity to an idea that both sides are the same. Now, you may not know this because you probably don't even understand what you're saying. You're just reading off a script. But when you're trying to say, oh, guess what? I'm in the middle. I'm just being empathetic to both sides. Just no. One side is
I didn't say
murderous,
that. I
one
didn't say
side
that.
is genocidal, one side is trying to kill and harm the people in that region and the world. The other side is merely defending itself. That's not the same. So what are you talking about? It's not about empathy, it's about reality. It's like saying someone comes to your house, Jay, and abuses your sister, and you're like, oh, I want to be empathetic. Like, if you actually think about it, like, he is a human being, and I'm a human being, and we should be empathetic. Yeah, this is what you're basically saying.
Absolutely not. So are you telling me I can't be pro resistance and hold accountability to my people?
When did I say that?
This is what you're saying, because you're
I didn't say
painting
that.
me as
You
the
just
villain.
talked a lot of nonsense, and each time you did, we just demonstrated on this panel how everything you're saying was stupid. Like, you tried to make it look like Muslims wanted to kill Jews, which is fake. You put so much propaganda and lies in the space that, yeah, I am saying, I don't know about whether you're pro-resistance or not. I don't know what you are. You sound like a confused individual. I'll tell you what you basically sound to me if you're asking me, not about pro-anti-resistance. It's like someone who is very low IQ, and then someone, because they're Lebanese, they think that now automatically they've become smart in geopolitics because you believe it's a genetic thing, and then because of that you're like, oh, guess what, I've come out with a very smart thing. I'm not agreeing with X point, I'm not agreeing with Y point, I'm just going to say this is wrong and this is wrong, and now I'm unique. It's not uniqueness. It doesn't mean that when one takes a bit from one, a bit from the others, you now have a unique point. So actually, I don't even think you're anti-resistance, pro-resistance, anti anyone, pro anyone. I actually don't. I just think you're what you've tried to do is just bring, like, you take a bit of everything and throw it in together and think, oh, guess what, I've come up with a unique point. That's what I actually think. I wasn't going to say it, but because you asked me, like, what do you actually think, this is what I think.
My stance is I'm pro-resistance, but I want to hold accountability to the strongest party in Lebanon. They have the majority of popularity among the Lebanese people, and there's a responsibility there, and there's a personal responsibility as well for people to become critical thinkers and understand
You know what
that.
that sounds like, Jay? That sounds
Wait
like
a second. Let me land my point, okay?
Yeah,
My
we are
whole
critical
thesis is
thinkers.
that
You're just literally, you don't understand it. This is the problem. Once again, I think you've heard these words, but you don't actually know what they mean. So your critical thinking is, oh, let Turkey take over control over Lebanon, start funding Lebanon. Like, that's
no, I
not
didn't
critical
say that.
thinking, bro. That's literally
Impartial,
stupidity. Let me explain to you how
an
stupid it is and a
impartial
lack of understanding
country.
of history and geopolitics. So you could, and again, this is an example of the point I'm making, that one thinks like this. Guess what? Iran is supporting the resistance. America is supporting Lebanon. Let me think. Okay, let me think of a critical thinking. Let's go for a third country. Turkey's quite a big country. They've got very beautiful aircrafts. Oh, let Turkey fund it, without understanding the actual Turkish funding or even Saudi funding, what it caused in Syria and what it caused in that region. So once again, this isn't critical thinking. I'm telling you, it's what you see is, you see option X and you see option Y, and you're like, okay, I want to be option Z just for the sake of being option Z, and I'm not going to look at history, politics, or philosophy or any of these things. I'm just going to be like, oh, I'm option Z. So it's like, oh, Jews are bad, Muslims are bad. Oh, I've got a unique position. Oh, Jews want to kill Muslims, Muslims want to kill Jews. That's a unique position. It's not. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. You're not a critical thinker. You're not unique. Everything you're doing is just. The thing is, I've literally experienced what you've been saying for the past 3-4 years from a guy called Mario. So everything you're saying is literally similar. So actually, even in that scenario, you're not even unique. You just basically have the same opinion as one of the biggest, well-known people on social media.
Well, one thing Mario does is he platforms people who are the true voice, like Scott Ritter or the other experts who speak the reality.
Scott Ritter boycotted Mario. He comes to MySpace.
Well done, good.
Well, you just
But
praise. What do you mean? Well done. You just praise him. You go, one thing about Mario is he platforms. He doesn't actually. Mario Norful has no platform unless these big names go on him. But anyway, do continue praising your boy. Continue.
he's not my boy. I hate his tweets. I actually muted his account, right? Because
You sound very much
it's
like him.
so,
It sounds like you're writing the tweets for him.
that's your impression about me, right? I don't know if you're antagonizing me to just create suspense in the space or not.
No, I brought you
But
up. I literally thought you're gonna talk about what's happening in Lebanon, but you've just been talking so much nonsense. In the end, the space has become about you. You've been on here for like now, what is it, an hour? What time did I start the space? I think it's an hour now, maybe an hour and a half. You've been on, and it's the same point over and over again. So actually, you're right. And
let's
actually,
be
you're right. Wait a sec.
pragmatic.
Wait, you're right. You're right. You've been talking too much, and you're right. I've given you too much time. You're actually annoying me now. You're good point. Good point. I don't know. You waste of our time. Okay, let's go to Andrew. Andrew, hope you're doing well. Give this guy way too much time. I just realized he's right. He was like, I don't know if you're trying to antagonize me for all this time and use me as a. I was like, bro, that's actually right. Like, this guy's like literally low IQ. What are we doing? We're wasting so much time on him. Okay, Andrew, let's get back into the conversation. Give us your thoughts on Iran and whatever.
Yes, Suleiman. Just real quick, one great thing about your spaces, though, and continually, consistently, you have given the microphone to listening to every side, all sides, and we've learned a lot from how they operate, and I'm glad Hassan called that out, smoked that out. But yeah, on this whole thing here, as we move in another day, it's Groundhog Day in the sense we're seeing the same paradigm being played out again and again. I've got to go back again and listen to the last, let's see, Rathbone. I didn't get to finish that one last night, but really, listeners, repost, share, like, subscribe, all that. You hear it, but we have to do it because now more than ever in this psychological battle, the moral resistance here, we have to get this out. More people. I just got another message on one of my channel. Someone's asking more questions. What's going on? We didn't hear this. People are being psyoped on the other side of this. So people aren't getting the other side, the truth. We're putting the truth out in all of the geopolitical, economic, and of course, military analysis. Looking at this again militarily, Suleiman, that was when you reposted, I think that was Colonel Davis you posted, correct? About the new, there's no doubt that the Iranians are able now, basically our F-35s we have no air superiority. We've known that we have no air superiority, but now it's even more evident. And I'm still shocked that there's still a belief, and I see it that, U.S. can go, continue this bombing campaign. Well, it'll have to be long distance, but if we go over target with dumb bombs, we're going to start dropping aircraft out of the sky. I believe there will be a kinetic break in the ceasefire. The U.S. will do some more bombing, blowing stuff up, trying to give Trump this, moral victory. Well, we're going to go beat them into submission. He's looking desperately for an exit ramp. Trump knows he's lost this. His military advisors know that we've lost the war. Iran won. There's no way to open the strait. We've gone over this 1,000 times. The blockade will not work because we can drop ships. We can stop ships. We can easily stop any ship we want. The United States Navy rules the world in our oceans as long as we're in our lane, in our game, which is the deep water blue Navy, not in the choke points. And we never even really looked at what's going to happen. And China knows we get into the Taiwan Gap and that, and the Straits of Malacca. I won't even go into that, but strictly the Persian Gulf area is off limits to the United States. It's Iran's game. They've won it. So don't have much more to add other than the ongoing, continuing crises. It's now looming, and all the experts have agreed, that economic experts are now looking at that the game's already done, meaning the economic impact is now cataclysmic. It's going to have really bad effect on the global economy. And that's the economic folks can weigh in on that. But militarily speaking, it's just going to be a show of force, a bunch of talk about, but nothing's really going to happen from the U.S. end other than maybe blowing some stuff up. But desperately, it's a joke. It's more embarrassing every day for America. Here's Trump making a deal by himself. Those videos that are showing him talking, and the Iranians aren't even in there. They're not even sitting down at the table. And here's Trump negotiating his terms. And as we've said over and over from some of the commentators yesterday, and you know what's so great? All Iran has to do is just wait. Sit back and watch Trump just to go into a self-destruct mode. Militarily speaking, our military, any commander that would ever receive any orders to engage in a massive invasion or even try a land strike is insane. Even for military surface combatant forces in the United States Navy to enclose or engage more, I'm thinking more and more senior officers within the Pentagon and even at the fleet level commands and type commands, they're going to start questioning more and more. I think we're going to see more dissent rising in the military. The military is getting fed up with this. We're looking like idiots here. So I'm going to land with that, Suleiman. Thanks again for the space.
Just
Keep
some
going.
breaking. Thank you, brother. Just some breaking news. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut has told Americans to leave Lebanon immediately. They also have told State Department have also warned for residents to get out of Iran. It's so Hassan, I want to come to you because I know you've been very positive about a lot of the decision making. You know me, I've been a bit more critical about the ceasefire. I don't think it was the right decision to make. If you look at what the negotiators did, I think they did the right thing. Honorably, they tried to include Lebanon, but we know that no ceasefire with these people is legitimate. And now we're seeing Lebanon being bombed. We're seeing journalists being killed. Today, there's 2 female journalists being trapped, people being killed. They continue to increase the buffer zone, what they continue to occupy and control. So they've already taken, each day they're taking more and more of Lebanon while the ceasefire is going on. Yeah, I've got huge problems there. I think the ceasefire should end, but what's your thoughts?
I mean, look, Suleiman, I've said this from the start. This is a zero-sum game that is being played out in real time. There's many people who come on and said there's going to be a negotiation. They've been saying it, by the way, I think since the second week, that this is like going to be a 12-day war-like scenario. I'm answering your question. I'm just kind of trying to give some background. I'm going to say it's a 12-day scenario. It's going to be negotiated. And every week they say, oh, it's going to be a deal. There's going to be a deal. There's going to be a deal. And this is like, what, 50 days in now? 54 days in? Like, this war is still going on. This war hasn't finished. And if you remember, there's different types that this war takes place. Always remember that one side is resistance and the other side is hegemon. The other side has huge technology, huge military power, and bombs, and so you can't compare the two sides in that sense. What the main leverage, the biggest leverage that the Islamic Republic has is the Strait of Hormuz. Closing that, in my view, I've said it before, is far more damaging than firing missiles at the blue entity. So the blue entity, at the moment, it wants the war to continue. It wants America to re-enter it. It wants things to escalate. I know it's a painful take, but ultimately that's not going to stop. If the Islamic Republic fires, in my view, if the Islamic Republic fires 100 missiles tomorrow at the entity, it's not going to stop them carpet bombing and killing more people in Lebanon. You are dealing with terrorists. It's a bit like, back in the day, they would blame certain actions on Muslims who were actually sponsored by the blue entity, but they would say, oh, this terrorist, it's going to be a terrorist attack here, there's going to be a terrorist attack there. Like, the issue is you've got terrorists with huge bombs and the most advanced technology in the world. They've got F-35s, and they're backed by, they have control of the world superpower. So the calculation I believe they're making, whether we like it or not, is that we need to limit the damage as much as we can. We need to limit the genocide as much as we can, because it is a genocide. Their objective is to kill as many people as possible. This is not a negotiation. This is genocide. And so the leverage that the Islamic Republic has is to continue to close the Strait of Hormuz. It's now 54 days. Within a week or 2, maybe 3, there's going to start being severe damage to the world economy. And that's when everyone, and the objective here, the strategic objective is to find a way to cause a fracture between America and its vassal states that is throwing under the bus. to find some way to hurt them. We're seeing early signs of that. I just don't think that at the moment it is right to hit. It makes sense to not hit a nuclear armed state that's willing to genocide, that's willing to Holocaust people, and take it out in that way. It's got to be a very gradual, slow attrition. And so, look, Lebanon's going to kick off again. Iran's going to kick off again. The way resistance works
just on that, Hassan. So the Lebanon's is not going to kick off again. It's already been hit, right? The problem is right now it's just one way. It's the Gaza treatment that's going on in Lebanon.
Yeah.
That's the problem I got with it.
So it's kind of a slow pace. It's a slow paced genocide, a bit like Gaza now.
Yeah.
So,
but that's the problem, right? And so the issue is that because of the ceasefire deal, this is the point I'm trying to make, that because of the ceasefire deal, they're stealing more and more and more land. Does that make sense? So in the end, you're helping them solidify a buffer zone. In a battlefield, one of the harder elements is to solidify a buffer zone. The ceasefire is facilitating that.
I mean, look, the way resistance works is it's not able to continuously keep up the same pace as these states, these big states or the blue entity. I don't see that it's got the ability to sustain continuous attacks. What it does is just like guerrilla warfare. This is my reading of the situation. Just like guerrilla warfare, you hit and then you hide. You hit and you hide. And so it's in bursts, in small bursts, and there's a technique to it as well, whereby you demoralize the enemy. And they know. I really believe they know what they're doing, because everyone wrote off Hezbollah for like a year, and they came back.
But that's not even true. But Hassan, that's not even true. When it comes to the Lebanese attempts at invading, the Israeli attempts to invade Lebanon, it didn't happen the way you're saying. So in 2006, 2024 as well, both times, it wasn't like the resistance came and were like, oh, let's hit, now we're going to go quiet again. It was that Israel continued to bombard. You basically blitzed them, you hit them hard, you made sure that you didn't give them any opportunity to get a buffer zone, to take quarters, to take areas. And this is if you look at even South Lebanon, right? It's just a mass of Israeli tanks that got completely obliterated. In 2024, again, they made sure they took the high ground. They made sure that Israel was never able to be comfortable within the region, and they'd get hit, and they'd be hit from different areas. And this time as well, although the Israelis were doing slightly better than last time, actually they weren't. Israel is moving slightly more forward than last time, but they were getting many more tanks being taken out this time than last time, because they were basically being a bit more aggressive in the mode that they were going in. But once again, Hezbollah's tactics were almost like perfect, like even better than what I thought what they should do. They were doing that it was better. So that's how good their tactics were. But that being said, what happened was, as soon as they tried, for example, when they tried to get Bet Jabal, the resistance absolutely smashed them up, and so they had to retreat. And then it was like, guess what's the ceasefire? So we're just going to stay here. And so what the ceasefire has done is allowed them to occupy more of Lebanon. And now you're seeing them basically use that as a buffer zone. So just from a strategic perspective, it's benefited them. And they're just from a actual continuing to, as you said, slow genocide. Well, this shouldn't be allowed to happen. You should stop them immediately. Hassan.
Yeah, so look, the buffer zones happened in the past. If you remember, in 2000, in 2000, I think was when they kicked them out fully. So this happened before. This is a cycle that has happened before, and the resistance never stopped. It got stronger, and I believe that Hezbollah is now stronger than it was in 2000. So yes, it might be. I don't think it's a strategic loss. I think it's a tactical loss. That's my reading of it. Like, I don't think that they can indefinitely hold that region of South Lebanon. I remember they've only penetrated certain areas. They put on a map this whole zone, but I guarantee you they don't control even 20% or 30% of that zone. I think it's a form of psychological warfare to say, look, we are creating this buffer zone. Have they invaded all those areas? I mean, have you seen how much? Like, they got to Bin Jubail. I think that's the only village that penetrated more than 2 or 3 kilometers, right? So they use, in my view, they use this as a form of psychological warfare. They're taking parts of land, yes, but are they actually making significant inroads? Look, this is a zero-sum game, and I said this. I believe this is a final war. So if you are in a final war with this blue entity, if you lose land for a small period of time, but your objective is to play this game of attrition, that we're going to eventually kick the Americans out of the region, then at that point this blue entity becomes very weak. It'll be much easier to strike and to kick it out at that point. And the other thing is that this is all about, look, remember that it's America which keeps the strength of the blue entity in the region. It's the one that gives the security, that gives the air defense. So the objective here is to play the long game, to weaken America, and eventually to kick them out, and then taking on the blue entity then becomes much simpler. I believe that's a strategy. I believe that's the game of chess that they're playing. And you know, the strategy so far we've always underestimated them. We saw the Strait of Hormuz, what this power that is created now with Iran, right? They take steps, but they take steps over a long period of time. It might look like like they lost Syria, for example, right? But now we see the Strait of Hormuz is like a huge weapon, and Syria has become a secondary issue. So look, when the war, the way I see it is this: that at the moment they're regrouping. The Islamic Republic is preparing for the next round. It got hit very hard, and is going to become back even stronger next time. And that's when it can inflict more damage, and it'll become easier for Hezbollah to kick out the Israelis. That's my viewpoint on it, anyway.
Cool. Let's go to Dr. Sammy. Go ahead, Dr. Sammy.
Okay. I was just thinking about like how ridiculous it was that a 60-year-old nation is a permanent fixture in the world, as if history isn't littered with countries that have just fallen out, especially when an empire is crumbling like the United States. And that's whatever that Jay guy was talking about is, you know, that's all I was thinking about.
Yeah, that kid was crazy. Let's go to Jason. Jason, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Suleiman, thank you for having me on here. Speaking from an American perspective here, the issue of Israel has become the fracture point in the Republican MAGA base or what have you. Obviously, the comments made by President Trump on Megyn Kelly, on Tucker Carlson, on Candace Owens, on Alex Jones, who were part of the, solid movement of the MAGA base that helped, catapult him back into power. And the sticking point is really, how does putting Israel above American interest really make America stronger? How is that an America first policy? And I think we're seeing that play out now, in the media. I think from the perspective of, where do we go from here? Where are we at in terms of this current situation in the war? I do agree with the previous speaker. It's going to ramp back up. It's going to get ugly. The ceasefire in Lebanon wasn't really ever a ceasefire. They were, as you said, gaining ground. They were continuously bombing. Oh, they're violating the ceasefire, and we're gonna drop bombs. And I think President Trump is obviously desperately looking for an off ramp. Wants to end this war, especially before the midterms coming up here, because that could be significant political damage if this isn't wrapped up by then. And I think it's becoming more evident that Israel and the U.S. are diverging in terms of the overall goal and strategy of what's going to happen here. And I think it's very clearly illustrated in the fact that when they did initiate the first ceasefire, Israel wasn't at the table, allegedly wasn't informed, and their response was to go and drop 100 bombs simultaneously on Lebanon, and sort of a pouting protest of, hey, we weren't at the table situation there. So I think that wedge in the conservative base in the U.S. is only going to grow stronger, and there's a lot of people on the political right that are like, pro America first policies, pro a lot of the economic policies, pro closing the border, pro voting rights and voting secure elections, and all of those sort of internal political issues. And where sort of the line in the sand is being drawn is, are we going to just continually to support Israel in perpetuity blindly? They're the largest, recipient of U.S. foreign aid, weapons, and protection, and all at all. So I think we're going to come to a point where that divergence in overall strategy. I mean, look, for the Iranian regime to claim victory, they have to simply survive. And they've been cleverly fighting a war of attrition with very inexpensive drones against multi-million-dollar interceptors and causing as much economic chaos as possible, closing the Strait of Hormuz, the oil supply, and what have you. That's victory for Iran. The victory for the other side is a lot taller of an order. It is, complete regime change. And that is not an easy thing to achieve. I mean, look, whoever laid out the plans that this was going to be over in a few weeks was at the very least misguided and misinformed. I mean, Iraq is very flat and not very mountainous and not nearly as sophisticated as Iran. We went in there in 8-10 years and it's still a mess. And we're not any better for it. Afghanistan, same thing, a lot, even less sophisticated, even less militarized and weaponized than Iran. They're still, using internet with charcoal over there, and they're traveling on dirt roads. And we took the Taliban out, and we handed it right back to the Taliban 13 years later. So anyone that thought the war with Iran was going to end in a few weeks was, at the very least misguided and misinformed, and probably on purpose and blindly so. And, Iran is a lot more sophisticated, weaponized, a lot more people in the military, a lot more engineering, a lot more education, a lot of things. And not to mention the terrain of Iran is even more mountainous and tougher than Afghanistan, where empires go to die. So, the war ending in a short time frame was a lie from the get-go, in my opinion. And somebody lied to somebody, and they pulled the trigger. Was it, hey, we're going to hit them, and they're going to hit you back, so you might as well join us? Did they force our hand? Did we willingly go in? I don't know the answers to that, but it's definitely up for discussion and for debate. On the ground in Iran, you've got several factions. You've got the Azeris. The president is Azeri ethnically. You've got the ethnic Farsis, the Persians. You've got the Balochs. You've got the Kurds. You've got 5 or 6, and then you've got the supporters of the regime. Those 5 entities, when the revolution happened in '79, all kind of banded together to overthrow the Shah. But then, the Islamic version, the Islamic section of that 5-group entity consolidated power and took over the country, for the last, 47 years. So, there's a lot of people outside of Iran pro-Shah, pro-monarchy. We want the Shah back. And I think a lot of that's nostalgic, back to a day when Iran was, quote unquote, freer or different or whatever. And there's a lot of people still on the ground. Well, you know what I'm getting at here. I think, again, it's part of nostalgia there. And a lot of people in Iran still obviously support the regime. And I think by and large, most people, I've got Persian friends outside, inside, are neither want a monarchy nor want a theocracy. They want, I think, a sectarian setup, for the people, by the people, something different, not a king and not a religious figurehead.
You mean secular, right?
Right, a more secular society, more secular setup. So
no, because you said sectarian. I think you didn't mean that.
Right. I misspoke. You're right. Exactly. I did. Thank you. I meant a more secular society, and I think most of the Iranians fall into that category. They neither want a monarch and nor do they want a theocratic head of state. And so my point is that there's no real unity on the ground. There's a consolidation of power. We know who has all the weapons. We know who has all the military might, and that's the IRGC. But the Iranian populace, both in country and out of country, aren't necessarily unified as to what a day after looks like. And I've been on a lot of spaces where everyone was talking about after this regime, and I always came up with, like, look, guys, it is way too premature to discuss what happens after this regime falls, because I don't see them falling anytime soon. And furthermore, when you have two sides, the blue entity, as the other speaker was saying, and the other side feeling ordained by God to take out the other, there's really not much room left for negotiation. If both sides feel that they are,
Jason, this is totally inaccurate. Look, I let you speak for ages. I thought you were going to end so I can respond, but you're just going on for ages. So, can you explain how you said both sides? This is the problem. This is what this J guy was saying before as well. You're saying that both sides believe that they were ordained by God to take out the other side. Can you explain to me how can you provide the evidence of that claim, that how the Iranians believe that their actions are based on taking out the other side based on something that was ordained by God?
Well, I mean, taking out the other side, you can see the exporting of Iranian power to the Houthis, to Hezbollah,
That's
to
not what
Syria
I
for a really
asked.
long time.
That's not what I asked.
Right. Well, I
If
mean,
your point,
they
no, one
to your
second, one
point is,
second,
go
no,
ahead.
no,
Sorry,
one
go ahead.
second.
Go ahead.
I'm rephrasing the question because you may have misunderstood it. I'm not asking is Iran against Israel. Of course it is. There again. This is the reason this is the reason we all want Israel. Well, many people on this space want Israel to lose or to fail. That's not what I'm asking. Just want to welcome Simon to the stage as well. What I'm asking is you said specifically, you put a charge on them. You said that they believe that's ordained by God, thus trying to convey to the public it's a religious edict, and they're carrying out things from a religious perspective in terms of them trying to take the other side out based on religion. I'm asking you, what's the basis of that claim?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at the actions and the rhetoric that's come out from the regime over 47 years, they haven't been shy about their goal. Now, I'm not saying they want to take out all the
and first
Jews,
of all, you
because
keep calling it a
there's a
regime. It's not.
distinction
Well,
between.
again, you've just kind of. I'm not going to let you get past this question without answering it specifically. And you keep calling it a regime. It's not a regime. It's a government. I know you don't like it, but there's more. So first of all, it's not a regime. I know this is kind of the Zionist way where they'll try and use the word regime in order to demonize. Maybe you're not doing it for that reason. Maybe you're just repeating and regurgitating what you've been taught. That's fine. Obviously, I understand some people do that. So first of all, it's a government. It's not a regime. Unless you want to call all these governments regimes, and therefore you got the American regime, you got the Israeli regime. That's fine.
Correct. They're
As long
all
as you
regimes.
use.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So as long as you use the same language when talking about them, that's fine. But you haven't up to now while you were speaking on the space. The second thing is, can you explain to me again? I ask you again, what's the evidence of your claim that they both want to take each other out based on religious reasons, specifically pertaining to Iran?
Again, as I said, from my experience and from what I've
I don't
seen
care
and
about your
read and
experience.
heard.
I want what you've read.
I mean,
Okay,
they have
tell me what
not
you've
been
read.
shy. They
Okay,
have not been
okay,
shy
that's fine.
about saying what their objective is, to wipe Israel off the map. You know, that doesn't mean they want to kill all the Jews. That means they want to get rid of the Zionist state of Israel, as you forementioned. And I understand the reasons why. I understand the history behind all that. I understand all of the blood
okay, that's
drawn
fine.
in the sand.
You've clarified. Okay, that's fine. So you're not saying it's because of a religious reason, which is what you said initially, but you're saying it's a political thing where Iran wants to take out Israel. Cool. No, fine. I mean, no problem. Continue.
Right, and there's
The,
really
the,
in
the reason
the
the
Middle
reason
East.
why that's important, is because effectively you're saying that Islam needs to wipe out Israel or the Jews, which is just factually inaccurate. So it's very important that Suleiman classified that. If a government wants to take out another country, then they declare war. But to say that it's because of the religion is just completely inaccurate. And it's the
Well,
same propaganda
is
it's the
there a
same
separation of church
propaganda.
and state in those countries? Is there a separation of religion and government in the Middle East? There really isn't. And I mean, Jay earlier was talking
No,
about a sectarian Lebanon is not
a
possible.
leader can be religious, but it doesn't mean that everything they do politically is because of the religion. You're just combining that to confuse people.
I think if the supreme leader of Iran, whether it was Khamenei or Mushtaba now, he's the supreme leader, right? He's a religious head that is the supreme leader of the country. I mean, we're splitting hairs, right? I mean, you cannot
We're not splitting hairs because you're slandering a whole religion.
I'm not
You're
slandering a
saying
whole
that
religion. I'm
for
talking about a
you,
particular
you may
group
not have known
within.
you're doing it, but you did.
I mean,
You said that in
I
Islam,
clearly understand what
for
I'm saying. I
religious
did
reason.
not say in
No,
Islam. I
well,
said
we're just
I did not
clarifying it,
name.
and
Yeah,
Suleiman clarified it for you.
right.
But
And I'm telling you that there
there is
is no
nothing.
separation between church and state
Just for
in the Middle East.
clarity,
There is
there is
not.
nothing. There is just like there were moments when Christian crusaders would have used religious scripture in order to justify political and financial goals. I'm just trying to say there is nothing in Islam that says you have to take out Israel or wipe out Jews or anything like that.
It's akin
There
to
are
Simon.
several verses in the
Simon.
Quran that say otherwise.
Okay, let's go with
Absolutely, there isn't.
There isn't. That's a good one. See that I love it when they all tell. Okay, now I don't need to go to the other point because he's already. Can you explain which are these verses in the Quran that say that? I'm glad. So you kind of after denying it, he finally admitted the truth. So can you explain which verses in the Quran say that, please, Jason?
Hold on while I search for them. But I've read them with my own eyes. Yeah, absolutely.
Have you read the Quran?
It just means you've got lack of comprehension. But go ahead. While Jason gets his instructions from the Mossad. Simon, thanks for joining us. Good smash, bro. How you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. When you get a chance, I just wanted to go through some of the interesting stuff that's happening with this. I know you're not a fan of UAE, Solomon, but behind that, what the financial implications are with the what's happening with UAE, it's pretty revealing in terms of markets. I can go through that when you're ready, Solomon. I'm not sure if you wanted to change direction.
Yeah, I do want to know that, but shall we deal with this propagandist first, and then we'll
Let's do that.
Just a quick note about our friend here. He's a pretty hardcore Trump supporter, which surprises me. He still has that post there. So, I mean, that shocks me at this stage.
I support a lot of his policies, but I diverge on the Israel, perpetually supporting Israel for eternity policy. No, I don't agree with that. I mean, I can support conservative views,
okay,
Republican
no
economic views, internal politics, but yeah.
It's no problem. Have you got your verse? Yeah, okay, he's gone. He's disappeared again.
There's many verses that talk about non-believers and whatnot, but it also tells you if what about the all right, sure, go ahead.
I want you to keep quiet. I want you to keep quiet. Quiet. I want you to find the verse. Go. I don't want you to speak on the space until you find me the verse. Okay. While this guy searches, go ahead, Simon.
Yeah. So basically, the kind of the background of this is that there are several central banks that have the facility to get an FX swap from the Federal Reserve. What an FX swap is effectively if you need dollars because you're trying to purchase oil in dollars or you need it to clear any dollars in your banking system, then you can print your own currency, but you can't print dollars. And so the only way to get dollars is to buy them on the open market, or you can effectively get a credit line. And an FX swap is effectively where you print your own currency, you deposit it at the Fed, and then they issue a line of credit in dollars. And to have like an open facility with the Fed, that's historically only ever been like Bank of Japan, Bank of Canada, the Swiss Central Bank, the European Central Bank, and it's a pretty exclusive club. And that's why this whole Japan carry trade exists, because you have this 0% interest rate environment, and then you can borrow money from the Bank of Japan for free, and then you can use that to speculate, and all these hedge funds around the world borrow it, and effectively like make money out of like all these basis trades, and that's what's known as the carry trade. What is quite interesting here is that the UAE took over a project which is to plug together a network of central bank digital currencies that was created by the Bank for International Settlements called mBridge. And that now plugs together like China, Thailand, and UAE and various other members in Hong Kong. And they also did an integration with the Chinese payment system, CIPS. I'm sorry if this is a bit geeky, but I'll get to the point. And about 110 different countries have integrated with CIPS because everyone imports goods from China, every country in the world. And so what effectively has happened here is UAE came out, and it could be rhetoric in terms of how it was actually presented, but they came out and said, we will price, oil in the yuan. If we can't get access to the FX swap facilities with the Fed for the UAE central bank, and what they're trying to prevent is effectively UAE pegs their currency to the dollar, and if their currency ever weakens relative to the dollar, the UAE has to sell assets. And the UAE has about $270 billion worth of dollars in their reserve account. They've also got gold, and they've also got other foreign assets, like about $1 trillion of foreign assets and various other equities. Now, when the UAE goes and basically Scott Bessent came back and said, yes, we'll open up the FX line as what's being reported. What that actually means is that America will do anything to stop a foreign country from selling their US Treasury bonds. The reason for that is because when you sell a bond, it puts the long-term interest, you puts interest rates up, which can break the mortgage market, which can break the US banking system in terms of their backstop. And the other thing they can do is they can sell their US equities, which they don't want a stock market crash. And so, by actually inviting UAE into this exclusive club, if it becomes a permanent fixture, it's the first Gulf country in the world which will be able to do this. And what it effectively means is that this is the opposite to the petrodollar, because by opening up FX swap lines, rather than forcing them to purchase dollars and then purchase treasuries, it's a pretty big impact in terms of how the petrodollar has been constructed historically. So this really reveals, I think, a lot around the financial aspect of how these negotiations are actually happening. And I think it applies to Iran as well, because if there is to be a deal and there is to be sanction relief, then there's 3 to 4 million barrels per day in Iran that could be sold on the open market, and how they are priced and what the facilities are is really, really significant in terms of effectively Saudi doesn't have a monopoly on the petrodollar. Saudi and Iran would have the ability to control the petro yuan versus the petrodollar, which is effectively the world order in terms of currencies. So if UAE actually gets this deal, you can imagine that Saudi, Oman, and all the others would ask for the same, and it would probably be a backbone of what sanction relief would actually look like as well. So, what they've effectively said is that we would rather give you a currency loan than you sell your bonds or sell your equity, which means that effectively America is sacrificing their currency. They're printing more and more currency to prevent any bonds being sold or any equity being sold. And so that really tells you the motives of what's actually happening here. That America is going into a big, 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 big printing cycle in order to stop anyone selling bonds and selling equities. And they're going to print that money to pump up the stock market. And the only way you can do that is if you sacrifice your currency as world reserve currency. So it's a little bit geeky, but once you understand like the flow there, it has really, really big impact. And I think it will have a really big impact on how the eventual Iran negotiations go if there is sanction relief.
But Simon, in terms of that, don't the US have the same problem with every country? Like even Japan, don't they have the same issue? Or
They've already got it with Japan. So the Japan carry traders, because the Bank of Japan has a revolving FX swap line. So they've got it with the European Central Bank, with Japan. And so they'll always, in order to prevent Japan selling their bonds, they always give them lines of credit through FX swaps. But the issue is that Japan's yields are going up from 0% to like 1%. And that is effectively, yes, deviating from the Japan carry trade. So this gives all of those FX swap line institutions like Europe, Japan, the petrodollar, all of those relationships are effectively the currency war that's happening in the background. So if they didn't give Japan their FX swap line and interest rates go out that break the Japan carry trade, then Japan would have no choice to sell their bonds in order to purchase oil, which would fly away the 10-year and 30-year yield, which would have impact on mortgage markets, which would have impact on the credit and banking systems. This is what they're trying to prevent. And Scott Bessent knows this stuff. He's someone that fully understands these relationships.
So UAE would be basically, if they got what they wanted, they'd be in a similar situation to Japan.
Yeah, and it breaks the petrodollar. It means that the Gulf countries, if they have these FX revolving facilities, can have a big determination in the future of the petrodollar and the petro yuan. And Iran would be involved in that game.
But if there's so many countries that already have it, why does it make any difference if another country does?
Because it just means you can print your currency and get a revolving credit line of dollars. So you effectively are in the market for creating dollars within your central bank, which is a very exclusive, which at the moment is an exclusive club. But it looks like they're going to be, if this is done, which Scott Bessent said he will, and it becomes permanent, it's significant.
Okay, so if I've understood this right, what you're basically saying is there's a exclusive club of X number of countries who have this credit line. The credit line basically allows them, under the functioning process of what it is right now, to print their own currency. Oh, sorry, print dollars, right? To be able to print dollars. And then,
in effect, they print their own currency and then they can engage in
is there a limit on what they can do
of,
based on do they need to get an approval of America or what, or what's anything like that?
Yeah, that's the terms. So Japan has a massive revolving facility as well as Europe and Canada.
But they need to get permission each time they print.
Depends what the terms are. We wouldn't see the terms.
I'm saying for the other ones, what's the terms been? Do we know or not? Like Japan.
We wouldn't actually know, but effectively it's a revolving line of credit that is continuous.
So Japan could just print and they don't need to ask the US ever.
For Japan to get an FX swap, I don't know exactly whether they have to call them or they don't have to call them or whether it's on revolving.
I mean, I'm not an financial expert, but I do think that I assume that would be an important thing because, for example, if a country is autonomously allowed to just print, that has that's more impactful than, for example, that country being able to print, but has to still get approval. That still is the US deciding. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, this is still the Fed system, so they could switch off access if they don't want to offer it. But then it breaks their own system, so you're effectively integrating the systems, which is the issue with the Japan carry trades. But yeah, it's still a weapon that America can use. They can cut off, and they could just have a bound at which here's the maximum amount your facility could be. But depending on the contracts, they could take that facility away at their discretion. That's the whole point of controlling the dollar in the Fed system.
So if the UAE has this system, they can print dollars, possibly though without US permission. We don't know if it is, but the US also have the ability to cut them off as well if they need to.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So
the impact of it is there's no requirement to purchase US treasuries, and they're trying to prevent UAE from selling US equities. And so they're really indicating that they would rather give countries the ability to print dollars than sell assets, which implies that they're just continually diluting the currency to prop up the stock market. The impact of that is that if you own assets as an individual, then you receive the benefit. If you don't own assets, then you receive the inflation without the benefit, and that's kind of accentuating the wealth inequality within America through these foreign FX swap lines. I know it's really geeky, but it will become important.
I mean, it is geeky, but it's interesting. It is interesting. And how does Iran come into this?
Well, if Iran is going to receive sanction relief, it will be very specific terms because they're a member of OPEC. and OPEC is a cartel that determine how much oil is allowed to hit the market. And then whether it's priced in dollars, whether it's via they get some kind of FX swap line facility in an integration, or whether they're able to do the whole thing in Chinese yuan.
How would Iran be? Iran wouldn't be part of the swap line, would it? That's just that would have to be a per deal, right?
That would be part of what if you were to relieve sanctions, you would negotiate what these terms look like, whether there's a swap facility, whether it has to be priced in dollars, and what the oil release schedule would be in OPEC. So all of the interested parties, the Gulf countries, Iran, China, and the Fed would have to be involved in that negotiation if there were sanction relief in order to not mess up the oil markets.
Do you think OPEC? Do you think Congress agrees to sanction relief?
I think that's what this whole thing is about. I'm not sure of the technicality of how. That's an interesting thing. Whether you can get sanction relief is that the case? You have to get Congress to vote.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be a complicated process as well then. But if there is a way of relieving sanctions without Congress, then yeah. If there isn't, then that's going to add more complexity.
Basically, the president
Yeah,
can
it
relieve
depends.
sanctions. Go ahead. Who's speaking? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it depends on the kind of sanctions.
Yeah.
Some sanctions are actually written into the law by Congress, and those you need Congress to change. And other sanctions are just delegated to the executive agencies to actually designate what the sanctions are and who gets sanctioned.
So there may be a way of doing it without Congress, but if there is a way with Congress, yeah, that's going to become really tricky.
I don't think the Iranian sanctions are largely requiring congressional approval.
Yeah, so that sounds like a deadlock.
Yeah, it
then,
probably does, mostly.
That sounds like a what? Did you say something?
Well, that sounds like a deadlock process. If you need Congress to vote on that, that sounds like it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Okay. Cool. Yeah, interesting. Arcats, do you want to add anything to this conversation, or you want to add anything else? Because I know you're into this type of stuff as well. Arcats?
I wanted to add
Yeah,
that.
go for it.
I once had a conversation with Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, and it was in the 2013-14, leading up to the deal with Iran, and we asked him, this specific question. And he said yes, to get him off in Congress would be nearly impossible. But the executive branch can always not enforce laws. There are many laws that, like, the government can not enforce. And that's the way, like, a president would do it. And that seems like something Donald Trump would think he could do.
The other part of this as well is I noticed like the Omani central bank was integrating into the Iranian central banking system as well. So it looks like there was like preparation for such a facility via Oman.
Maybe.
Do you have his contact, Ashkan?
I can get it.
Yeah, get me it. I'm trying to get him on for the show.
Okay. All right. I haven't talked to him in like 20 years.
Bro, it don't matter,
No.
bro. Just be like, listen,
Hey.
listen. I'm Iranian, and do this interview.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Ashkan.
The other part of this is they could just completely bypass the Federal Reserve rails and just do it via Enbridge, which is a network of central bank digital currencies that bypass any of the US SWIFT system and clearing rails. But then you're still in the sanction territory because they could just say you can't spend that in the US and you just enter in the same battle.
Simon, how how big is sanctions relief? I've interviewed a few people. Some suggest that it's very big. I think it is, but then there have been a few people I've interviewed, and they're like, "Oh, sanctions don't matter. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, we can bypass it. We don't need the American market. We don't need the European market. We don't need the SWIFT. We got the Chinese alternative." So, how important is it?
Very important. Yeah, that is true. The less significant the American and European markets become, but they're still major, major markets. So if you're sanctioned or not sanctioned by Europe and America, it's a major, major difference. And when you're on the way sanctions work is you enter into the high risk category. So like even I used to run a brokerage, like a global brokerage, which operated outside the US system, but we'd still have to adhere to US sanctions, even though we're completely outside of the US system. So almost all financial institutions won't take the risk, and if they are willing to take the risk, then you have to charge significantly higher for any financial services because you have to do due diligence on every single transaction, and you're basically. I mean, it's a no go. Basically, it just means that you get monopolized by someone like China and Russia, and you become beholden to them. So it's not a good place to be.
Well, plus, Simon, there's massive, massive amounts of frozen Iranian money that would be released. And I think it's like over $100 billion.
Yeah, I hear
And
it's
then on
100
top of
billion.
that,
Yeah.
yeah, on top of that, Iran would be able to sell its oil at full market price. So it would be a big jump for their revenue.
Yeah, that's the big difference. Rather than selling it to China at a discount, you're effectively impacting global oil prices. And so that's why you have to do it in line with OPEC, because that impacts Russia, that impacts everyone in the OPEC cartel as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of interested parties in that. But yeah, it's significant, like really significant.
So, I was interviewing Trita Parsi, and his argument was that what was his argument again? His argument was that right now America's kind of in a position of power. If Trump was to just leave, you'd basically have a scenario where Iran would have control of the Strait of Hormuz, but they wouldn't have sanctions relief. And so leaving the place without giving Iran sanctions relief would still put them in a very harmful situation. I didn't fully agree with him on that, but what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I guess you'd have to believe that the president's important, and I fundamentally don't believe that. I think these processes are determined by, the Fed
Yeah,
and
in
all
this
that stuff.
hypothetical. No, I know your opinion,
Yeah.
but I mean in this hypothetical.
So the question was, if Trump leaves and there's no sanction relief, but there's still a blockade. Sorry, could you explain it again?
Yeah, no sanctions relief, and I guess there won't be a blockade because they can't keep the blockade going permanently, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no sanction relief, then Iran is in the same position. It can only sell to China, and it can do deals with India and those shadow networks via UAE, which is it's just the status quo. But it's a big
But they have
hindrance.
control of the strait.
Well, China and all those partners will still pay a discount for sanctioned oil. They won't pay full price because of the sheer risk that comes with buying sanctioned oil. So even if they have control over the strait, sanctions, are significant. It's what changes the game. It changes the financial system forever. So it is a big deal.
Yeah, Tom.
Hey, what's up? I've been having major problems with my connection yesterday and today. So I have two different things I want to bring up. One of them is a question. The other one is something, I don't know if you guys spoke about the unusual occurrences yesterday pertaining to the nuclear and chemical security chief that was safety security chief that was escorted out of the Pentagon, and how that might be tied into this report that it was high-ranking Pakistani officials that kind of nudged or push the table, to extend the ceasefire. I'm sorry, is what I meant, because there was this extension that Trump talked about. Do you also understand that it was high-ranking Pakistani officials that kind of pushed them to the table, or is that not been confirmed yet?
Bro, no way. Bro, do you think really Pakistan is like, oh, Trump, I think you should think about an extension? Trump's like, oh, yes, Mr. Shehbaz Sharif. I think that's a splendid
No, but
idea.
that's the narrative. That's the narrative.
That's
So
the
if
American
that's the
narrative.
narrative,
The real situation is Trump wanted an extension. He couldn't get an extension of the ceasefire. He doesn't want to go into kinetic war at this specific point. And so he just said, oh, guess what? We're going to give an extension. And Pakistan asked for it. And Pakistan like, yes, yeah, yes, sir. We asked for it.
got it. So they're
Pakistan has no
playing
leverage.
the role.
It's only China. There's no Pakistan's got no leverage.
Complete
Yeah,
disrespect
feeling
of
up to
Field
US.
Marshal Assamani there, Simon.
Well, I mean, they're using the assets that they got, but in terms of what leverage they got a military they can rent out, and they've got important. It's important whether Pakistan ends up more China aligned or more American aligned, but that's their
Oh
leverage.
yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but the real leverage is China and America, and Pakistan gets
Got
to
it.
look amazing if they can get the deal done. It's a nice thing for them.
Absolutely. So the other question I have, because it's tied into this issue that we're talking about daily here, that I hear spoken about daily,
Just before you
since
get
we're
to
going
that,
into the nuclear
in terms of the
subject, it
nuclear
comes
thing,
up.
I didn't look at it in
Yeah, go ahead.
detail, but from what I saw, it was James O'Keefe who exposed it. And I think it's basically just some nuclear guy who was revealing something on some kind of date. I don't think it was anything got to do with something like, Trump you trying to use a nuclear bomb. But I haven't looked into it in detail.
Exactly. No, I felt the same thing when I realized it was the O'Keefe connection until I watched a little bit of the video, and the guy seemed to be someone that was completely against the notion of using nuclear weapons. That's the impression I got. But because we're on the nuclear subject, the main question I wanted to ask is this. Yesterday, the reason I wanted to come back on later on in the day was because you mentioned something that was extremely interesting to me to learn about. And that is, you mentioned you had some study, some thesis or something you did years ago having to do with what the impact of a nuclear war involving Iran would be on supply chains, and that would be what causes the loss of billions of lives more than nuclear fallout. I think it's about time you expose that to the public. I think it's time people hear about this. It's something that I'd be interested in hearing in, and if I'm something that I'm interested in hearing about, I'm sure that the audience would be as well, because we're talking about the nuclear issue daily now. If you could get into a little bit of detail about that, brother, it would be very, very good to
Yeah,
hear.
great idea. I'll dig it out. I think I wrote it was it like 15 years ago, something like that? But yeah, I'll definitely dig it out. Beatrix has decided
Cool. Yeah,
10.
let me know when it's going to happen.
Yeah,
Like to be around.
will do. Let's bring this
Guys,
guy.
I'm gonna have to jump off. If you wanted to cover anything before I go, happy to do it. But otherwise,
Yeah. Let me just ask you one more thing, and then so from the like the global financial perspective, obviously, like nothing's changed. The Strait has been shut for 60 days. And I know your position was like oil needs to be above 115, but also I believe one of your positions was if it stays close too long. I think all the financial guys, not just you, almost every financial guy was saying if the Strait stays closed for X amount of time too much, we're going to be in severe problems or whatever. But it's been closed for 60 days, so 54 days. So like, what's your thoughts on that?
yeah, it's not an instant break. So we are in trouble already. To prevent the big trouble, which was going to be, the supply chain issues in Europe and the impact that Europe has in their relationship with the US financial system, and the same with Asia. That's already done. So we're certainly going to enter into at least a recession in Europe, and a recession in some of the Asian regions. Then we're going to have the economic impact. Well, the major economic impact is going to first be everyone not being able to afford stuff because of higher energy prices for those that are on the edge. And then also a lack of travel and the impact that has on the tourism, and then all the knock-on effects that that has. And then we're gonna, there'll probably be some bailouts. Like the US is already looking at bailing out a budget airline from bankruptcy. They're already having other countries use leverage over FX swap lines that we covered earlier. So that changes the relationship with the petrodollar. If Japan can't get the support they need from America and they start selling down treasuries, you're going to see bond yields spike, which means that many people won't be able to refinance their mortgages. And then maybe 3 months down the line, we start to see, we already saw $40 billion of short-term treasury purchases by the Fed this week. So they're already starting to pivot from to QE, and all of those impacts are having. But this is going to be, it's a bit like COVID. We know where the stress is immediately, and it is in the non-US relationships, and it is on the purchasing power of the poorer parts of America initially, and then we enter into the economic impact. But what they are also doing is they're making sure that they print enough money to prop up the stock market. So the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, and that's accelerating. I think that's likely at this rate. Maybe another 3 months from now, we're starting to see the first signs of civil unrest with people burning down warehouses and then that's leading to more unemployment. People are getting pissed off with AI. AI needs a bunch more money. The Gulf countries can then set their terms. Japan can set their terms. And the Federal Reserve will have to print more money in order to in order to try and bail out the artificial intelligence companies. The issue that we're having is not easy to see, but it's that they can't allow anyone to sell their bonds, and they're doing money printing in order to prop up the stock market, which is a silent depression at most Americans, and the beneficiaries to that are the ultra wealthy. So the extent that that leads to any kind of civil unrest or people just at these energy prices feeling that they just can't take it anymore. We already saw that a top 10 cause of death in America for the first time in history is now suicide. So we're starting to, really see that silent depression come through. And then we're also probably going to see some need for a bailout in the next 3 months for the private credit market. But the impact we're going to see visually will be in Europe and Asia. And then they have to solve their issues, and their issues will either be solved by aligning with BRICS or aligning with America. And everyone's going to have to make that decision, and then that will have its impact on the bond market and then the stock market. So in order, you'll look at European and Asian crisis. Then we'll start to see food insecurities, the weaponization of those narratives to try and achieve police and surveillance state goals. And then you'll see stress in the bond market that will then need a bailout, and the bailout will pump the stock market up further over this period. And there may be some kind of stress in the stock market, and then they'll need to bail it out. And that's going to roll out. And then we'll have the supply chain issues of anything where people talk about America being a net importer. They actually consume 20 million barrels of oil and produce 13 million barrels of oil. So they still need imports. They're just a net exporter across all energy. And we're starting to see that in jet fuel and higher airline prices. So I don't think it's going to be this immediate thing, but for the next year, it's going to be really, really rough. That's already baked in. If we stay shut for another 3 months, then we're looking at depression territory for a lost decade.
So one last question, Simon, because I know you need to head off, but someone's asking you, is the market completely autonomous, algorithm driven?
So one thing I've always pointed out, that we've hit a stage right now where BlackRock manages. They were managing $12 trillion, but as a result of this crisis, they're now up to $14 trillion. And all the major sovereign wealth funds and central banks and pension markets, they use BlackRock's Aladdin technology. which is another $25 trillion of capital. And they tend to invest in index funds and passive index funds. And BlackRock is the largest issuer of those ETFs. And so they've got their own money, and then they got all the ETF money, and then they've got all the Aladdin technology. And about 50% of the market, some of the studies I've looked at, are all bots, which means that people are scenario planning. The big pools of capital are scenario planning using BlackRock's Aladdin technology, investing in BlackRock ETFs, and the rest of the people are handing their money over to BlackRock, which is effectively creating a passive bid. So BlackRock has significant impact and influence on markets, and it's also got a network of portfolio investment banks, retail banks, hedge funds that can do covert operations as well. And of course, the Fed will always bail it out. So, but every time you bail out, you just transfer significantly more power to the same network that controls all the markets. So, markets are gone. Markets are not reality anymore. They're just managed by large concentrations of capital, and that's really evident in how markets are performing right now.
Simon, there is one more question, but if you haven't got time, it's no problem.
I can take it.
It says Simon, will the and just some breaking news as well. Unfortunately, that Lebanese journalist that we were talking about, do you remember the one who was being targeted by Israel in South Lebanon and they were trapped? It's confirmed now that that Lebanese journalist has been murdered by Israel. So she has now been killed, unfortunately. And the IDF, if you remember, was sending a message to Jeremy Lafredo saying that they intentionally murdered her and that Jeremy Lafredo will also be a target for them. But yeah, sad.
And nothing new there. Israel has been killing journalists, like over 200 of them in Gaza. Like they always target the journalists. So we're starting to see inflation, but there's several offsetting things. One is that at these high oil prices, many people will go bankrupt. And so when many bankruptcies happening, we're seeing record levels of small business bankruptcies and individual bankruptcies. We were already on that path. So when the price of energy goes up, you get an acceleration of bankruptcies, which creates demand destruction, which is deflationary or disinflationary. Also, you'll expect a lot of companies to replace their staff with artificial intelligence and robotics. There's going to be massive productivity gains, which will be had by the largest companies that are able to do the most amount of layoffs, which is an offsetting force from inflation. And the other way is increasing taxes, but we just got a tariff rebate now. So the only tax that was increased under the Trump administration was a small business tax, which was effectively tariffs because everyone else was able to get around it. And because America's a net importer, it was always on the American small business for the vast majority of it. But now you can actually apply to get that tax reduction. So that's inflationary if they can get their taxes back. AI unemployment can be disinflationary, but the money printing is very inflationary. And then if we end up in a recession, then the value of all assets consumption goes down, and so it could offset itself. But at the moment, we're at about 4%. We're expected. One of the things that also happened is Kevin Walsh, which is the regime change at the Fed that the Trump regime wanted to do. He just went through his hearing and he gave some indication that he wants to use what the Jerome Powell used was PPI, which is the Producer Price Index, in order to make all policy decisions. He said he wants to use a new measure of inflation, which is always lower. So it's like a way of saying, rather than me saying, right, inflation is going to be 4% as a goal, you just change the index and the indice. And so you get the higher inflation, but it looks like it's lower. And so they're basically, the new regime change at the Fed is looking like they're going to change what the main parameter is. And it's a parameter that structurally makes inflation look lower than it actually is. So that gives you an indication that they're going to manipulate the numbers and then they're going to try and combat inflation through creating unemployment and potentially money printing that leads to a recession, but also pumps up the stock market at the same time. So they're at real wealth extraction phase at the moment. So whether we get significant inflation, it could be offset by a recession.
Thanks for that, Simon. Appreciate it. Let me just read some of these super chats. Philosophy says Israel uses drugs to torture abducted Palestinians. What are the sanctions against this depravity? Where is the 1948 UNDHR? Yeah. Loki says thanks, Suleiman. Philosophy says for Beatrix battling woman flu like a heroine. It sniffles, bro. It sniffles at best. Yeah, shout out to Beatrice. She's got a mild sniffle, and you know, it is what it is. This is the difference. We fight through man flu. Little sniffles. This is the difference between the male and female species, right, Simon? I don't want to go to Andrew because he'd be like, no, she's dying, Suleiman. Trust me. And philosophy says, where has current Iran leader Mujtaba Khamenei stated he wants to wipe Israel off the map? Stop with the depraved lies. Actually, good point. Oh yeah, where's that guy? Jason, what happened? You were looking for some verses for us.
Yeah, there. I found a
Go ahead, man,
couple,
go for it.
and I prefer to let's keep it a political and geopolitical conversation, and not delve into religious
Hold
philosophy.
on, but you said you
But
found a
Surah
couple. You have to come with
right,
receipts.
Surah 929 is definitely one that's referred to, and then there's somebody posted a pretty lengthy response from the AI about different. What was it down here? Let me find it. About a few different manifestos used. But,
So it's not the
I'm
Quran.
not claiming that only one side.
A manifesto,
No,
not the
Surah
Quran.
929 is the Surah 929. If you want
Jason,
to explain that to me,
okay,
I'd be happy to listen
I will.
to what Surah
More than happy
929
to.
says.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna. Okay.
Sure.
Just mute your mic now. Quiet. Okay. So let me answer your question. So. Remember his claim. I'm gonna go through this surah. By the way, you can see my debate I did with this guy in APAC where he pulled out with this exact same verse, I believe, and he got smashed. But anyway, on this specific point, first of all, his claim was that what do you call it again? That Iran wants to kill, or Muslims want to. I think he's trying to make the argument that Muslims want to kill Jews. And Jews want to kill Muslims, even though throughout history that was never the case. If you look at before the creation of Israel and this promotion of Christian Zionism, it was Christians and Jews who had beef with each other for a very long time. But anyway, going to the verse, it says that this. It says, let me go to it. Let me get it. 1 second. So 929, right? Just getting it up. Okay. So let me go through this. So what it says is 929. Obviously, you can take one verse out of context, but I do think the preceding verse before it is very important. And 925 says, indeed, Allah has given you, believers, victory on many battlefields, even at the Battle of Hunain, where you took pride in your great numbers, but they proved of no advantage to you. And so that's quite clearly talking about in the context of battle. And if you look at that is quite clearly talking about in battle, and even talks about how you shouldn't fight during the holy months in battle. And then it says 929, fight those who do not believe in Allah on the last day. So 1 second. Nor comply with what Allah and His Messenger have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth, but among those who were given the scripture, until they pay taxes, willingly submitting, fully humbled. So what you're referring to is that basically during the time of battle that you should fight those who transgress against you. And in the context of what that was is the polytheists in Medina, because it even says before the polytheists are spiritually impure, and talks about, because that's who they were fighting in Medina, they were fighting the polytheists. So that verse is specifically talking about within a battlefield, because what happened during the battlefield was, at that time, Muslims were in a bit of a dilemma, because what was happening was they were sometimes in the battlefield with people who were previously their friends, people who were previously their relatives, and so they would hesitate and not fight them, and then they would just get killed. And so it was saying that, look, when you're in the battlefield, you need to remain stern and you need to fight. And it's very much clearly based on contextually of the verses before it in the context of the battlefield. Now, this is you trying to make it look like that Muslims are aggressive, and I can find you millions of verses, not millions, let me first that. I can find you a large number of verses in the other religions that are much, much more harsher, much, much more aggressive than this, and without a shadow of a doubt. So this cherry picking literally doesn't work, and it has no contextual relevance to specifically Iran and what the actual specifics are. So first of all, let's just be clear on this, summarize. The verse doesn't say what you claimed initially, that Iran wants to kill the Jews. The second, or Muslims want to kill the Jews. The second thing,
I didn't say that to them. I said that the Iranian regime wants to get rid of the Israeli regime. Muslims killing Jews is different than regimes taking out regimes. We have to make that distinction very, very clear.
No, that's not true, because what you said was
but both sides use religious context to justify their means.
No, what you basically said was what you said was that Iran, that they both side that Muslims want to kill Jews, because when we asked you, it's like, what do you mean you said from a religious perspective, and we said, what do you mean by religious perspective? And then you said, oh, guess what? There's verses in the Quran. So that's we said, okay, what are these verses in the Quran? And then you said, oh, there's many verses. So we said, okay, what's this verse? And now you came up with this verse, which I've explained, but it doesn't say anything about Muslims killing the Jews. So again, it's not what you claimed.
All right, let's leave it there.
Cool. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, if you look at it from a geopolitical perspective, if you want to take it down that road, then the country that's killed more people than anyone else in the last, I don't know, give it any kind of timeline, and it's always going to be that country, is the United States of America. It's murdered more people than anybody else. It's killed more people than anybody else. It's slaughtered more people than anybody else. And so does that mean Christians want to murder everyone? Or is it that just that regime is acting in a manner that isn't befitting to Christianity? Because when I speak to many people, they keep telling me America is built by, which I agree with actually, but this claim that America is built by built by white Anglo-Saxon Christians who were Protestants, and that they were, and hence the word WASP. So the entire ethos on and perspective is from that. So then, does that mean that Christians have murdered more people than anybody else, and slaughtered more people than anybody else, and genocided more people than anybody else, and put any timeline on it? Or is it that the American regime, which is what I believe, or is it that the American regime isn't acting in the manner that is stated in a religion, Christianity, and they're acting in their own regime interests as opposed to religious reasons?
I would agree with that. We have what's called the deep state. We have the neocons that have never met a war they didn't like. Lindsey Graham is a poster child of the neocons. Bibi Netanyahu is also a neocon. And those are the warmongers that have kept us, in fights in perpetuity since World War II. So, yeah, I don't disagree with your statement.
Yeah. Well, my point is you can easily blame a religion, but if one wants to do that, you can easily... Yeah.
No, okay, let me rephrase it. I wasn't blaming the religion. I'm saying that people hide behind religious text or religious scriptures, and yes, can be taken out of context and use that to further their own agenda, and hiding behind a religious wall or a religious curtain and saying we are ordained, just like
Can you give me
Netanyahu
an
did it.
example?
He referred to, I
I
forget what
agree.
scripture.
Yeah, Amalek
Right,
used that.
Netanyahu
Exactly.
did it. Yeah,
I don't.
exactly. He referred to that
Yeah.
from the
No, I
biblical
don't
side of things.
disagree
So
with
I mean,
that. But
I'm not saying only one side is
no,
doing
you're
it. That
no. But where
everyone's
I'm
doing it,
disagreeing,
and none of it's
where I'm
right.
disagreeing with you is I'm asking you because you said certain regimes. This is your words. Hide behind religious scripture, in order to partake in whatever oppression or actions that they want to do so. And I'm asking you, when has Iran done that? Iran has done it in one instance, but I would say that's been harmful to them as a government, personally, is that they made a religious ruling that you cannot have a nuclear bomb, and they followed through on that. It's something I disagree with. I think they should get a nuclear bomb. I'm a Muslim, they're Muslims, but they've got a religious ruling from Ayatollah Khomeini saying that they can't, or was it by Ayatollah Khamenei, one of them two, who saying that they can't produce a nuclear bomb. So, if anything, they're using religion to handicap themselves based on following religion. But can you give me an example of where they've hid behind religion, as per your words, in order to carry out negative actions?
Well, I was just also reading that in, I think, 2015, Khamenei said Israel won't exist in 25 years, and basically said that that was a divine promise. You know, so whether that was actually written in the Quran or not, probably not. Talking about 2025 or whatever, in 25 years it would be gone, but it's still hiding behind that veil. It's like all kinds of hadith Bukhari, hadith whatever. The cousin's prophet, sister's wife's husband said, heard one day the prophet said whatever. Bam, it's stamped as holy
One
as the
second.
Quran
So
now.
once
So
again,
it's not only the
wait.
Quran. You have
One
volumes of
second. One
hadith.
second. No,
I'm saying
listen,
that
Jason,
they
you
use the
keep, yeah.
lines to hide behind
Listen,
whatever they
you've
want.
done it again, where you try to use manipulative wording, and then when I try and ask you about it, then you end up conceding. So, first of all, once again, you're talking about hadith. Yes, in Islam, there is such thing as hadith. Yes, in Islam, hadith are secondary sources. What's that got to do with what we're saying? It has nothing to do with it. You just keep throwing out things, and then when I'm
What
no,
I'm
one
saying
second, let me finish.
is that it doesn't necessarily have to come from the scriptures or the books for them to pretend that it's religiously inspired, you know. And this is I'm giving you the example. Khamenei said in 2015 that Israel will no longer exist in 2025, and that
Can
this
you
was
show
a
me
divine
the?
promise. And
Can you show me the?
he's a
Give
spiritual
me the
leader of.
evidence of that, please.
Yeah, here I'm looking at an article, CNN article. There you
Post
go,
it.
CNN article, September 11th of all days, 2015. I'd say to Israel that they will not see the end of the 25 years. In other words, they will not exist in 25 years, and that this was a
Send me
divine
it.
promise. I'm looking on my desktop. Let me find it on my phone, and I'll post it.
And that's not.
But the point
Yeah.
the point
So
is
Israel. One
not
second.
it that.
Israel no longer existing is totally different to what you're claiming. And in terms of it being a divine promise, you need to show me what that means, because I could be like, I could say, guess what? I think Israel is gonna cease to exist because when one does evil, spiritually they get the evil back over time. That doesn't mean it's, and you know, God, this is what God's always ordained. That doesn't mean that you're hiding behind religion to enact your actions. It's literally saying, look, we believe that this entity will no longer exist based on their religion. um Jews believe the same thing. Many people believe that. That doesn't mean that that's why you're I want evidence specifically of your claim that what you call it again, Iran has partaken in actions and hid behind religious edicts in order to do so. That's what your claim was. Not Iran saying, guess what? Israel's going to cease to exist because of religious text. That's just a totally different, that's a straw man. That's not what I asked for. I think you're mixing up a number of things. So once again, specifically, I'm asking you, give me the evidence that Iran has used religious edicts in order to administer something, some kind of attack or whatever it may be, or administer something, and then hid behind religion to do so.
Okay, can we agree that Khamenei is basically the spiritual leader of Shia
Yes.
Islam? just like the Pope is the spiritual leader of
Yes,
Catholicism.
I'm not an expert on Shia
So
Islam.
if
Yes,
the
I think so. Yeah, I believe so.
okay, right. So he was essentially the figurehead of the entire sect of Islam, of Shia
Yeah.
Islam, right? So if he says something and claims that it's a divine promise, you know, and he doesn't necessarily refer to a specific scripture or surah in the Quran, but he is, you know, the figurehead, the religious figurehead at that. And if he says it with such conviction that this is a divine promise that the regime will
Yeah.
no longer exist in
Yeah.
25 years, then, you know, that could be
Oh,
easily
now you're
construed as
construing.
a
This is the
religious.
problem. So I was with you all the way, and then you were telling me things can be easily construed. So what you've done is basically
To the average
once
follower
again, maybe to
of
Jason,
Shia
maybe to
Islam
Jason the
or on the
Zionist it may do,
ground.
but to an average logical person,
Oh, come on,
listen,
Suleiman.
you've
I'm
been
being
no,
very
listen, you're
respectful to
talking
you, and
no.
and
One
I've
second,
been
you haven't been
very
respectful at all. Anyone who attacks,
right,
no, one second,
right.
I don't. Anyone who
Sure.
attacks and demonizes my religion, or demonizes anybody else, or lies about them, or manipulates, or construes, I don't see them as being respectful. Just because you might say some nice words to me is irrelevant if you try and demonize or lie, which you did when you mentioned the Quran, lie about my religion to try and make it sound evil. So no, I do not see you as a respectful person. I see you as a devil. But that being said, I am still allowing you on the space in order to relay your propaganda so I can destroy your propaganda and debunk it. So coming back to the
Right.
point,
You're
I know
doing a
I was
great
very
job
easy
too.
because you don't, you know, it's very easy because I know you're basing things on lies. I don't think you're ignorant. You do
Sure.
seem to have a bit
Sure.
of basic knowledge. And the problem is that when you're using it, when someone then delves into the claims you've made and analyzes them, one realizes the weakness and the lack of depth in those claims as per the verses in the Quran that you mentioned. In terms of your claim about Ayatollah Khamenei, what you did was do a leap. You said that Ayatollah Khamenei said X, and then people can construe that as Y. No. The statement was made.
Well, how would you construe it if a religious leader, the
Yeah.
highest religious leader in the sect, says this is a divine promise,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen? How would you
I'll
take
tell
that? He heard it from God himself.
no,
Muhammad
no.
told it to him. He
I'll
read
tell
it
you. I'll tell
somewhere,
you.
or
I'll
his
tell you.
divine
I'll tell you.
inspiration
Well, I don't see where
gave
it
it
says
to him.
that, by the way.
Right? Tell me.
Sorry?
I don't see where it says that. I just looked it up. The whole divine promise, September 9th, 2015. He doesn't say divine promise. So I don't know if you made that up, Jason, but like
Did
I
he not even
honestly was
say?
yeah.
God, continue. Connect.
No, he doesn't even say divine promise. I just looked it up.
Oh, was you
Now
trying?
I was looking it up and I was like, man, this sounds awesome. You know, this might even convert me to Islam. I might convert to Islam after this. That
Oh my
actually sounds
God.
great. But I'm disappointed now because I don't see divine promise.
Because this guy
So where
lied.
did that come from? Yeah, where did that come from, Jason?
Okay, I'm
Like, can
looking
you?
for his post. Maybe he tweeted. Well, maybe you can post it in the comments.
Yeah, it's September 9th, 2015. Israel would not exist in 25 years. I don't see divine promise. I see, I see that he's just making a prediction based on the resistance against Zionism, that Zionism will not exist in 25 years. Where's divine promise, Jason? Hello, Jason, you there? Yeah,
Yeah.
where's divine
No,
promise? Where is it?
I saw it on another article.
Well, no,
too,
where's
as
divine
well, so I'll
2015,
find
right?
it.
Divine promise. But you just
It's
had it in front of you. Or
right. It's September. It's September 11th, 2015.
no, it's
not
September.
9th. I don't know
I
what
looked up September
article you're
11th and
looking
said,
at.
no, it's not September 11th. It's September 9th.
Post the
Israel would not
post-
exist in 25 years.
The article I'm looking at says September 11th, which is kind of funny, but
Okay.
Well, why do you find that funny? You find it funny, dear. Why do you find it funny, Jason?
it's a little ironic,
it
the
ironic?
date.
Why
All
is it
right,
ironic?
that's all.
Can you explain to me why?
Yeah,
ironic?
it's
Is it the day that the Zionists took out the Twin Towers? Is that what you're talking about? The day Israel took out the Twin Towers? Is that why it's ironic? And then you're spewing. And then you're
Hey, you don't have to
and then you're
convince. You don't
spewing.
have to convince me that there was
And then-
some
and then
inside work
you're
happening on
spewing
September
Israel.
11th. Because as a conscientious objector, all I have to look at is Tower 7 to go, something wasn't right that day. Something didn't go down as they
Okay, I'll
told us.
pull
So
your
I'm not
I'll
just a
pull your
blind
article
sheep,
out.
despite
I'll
what
pull
you
your
might
article
believe.
out. Is it the article from Elliot McLaughlin? Okay.
Correct.
So
Yeah,
why
that's the
your
one I was
confusion
just.
was is let me help you out. The article was actually written on the 10th, right? but updated on the 11th. So that's probably where the confusion is. Okay, so he says, I'd say that they will not see of these 25 years. So I would say to Israel that they will not see the end of these 25 years. I'm just looking for the divine thing, what you're talking about on this article. And this is from CNN's interpretation, which I know you're a big, probably believed CNN can't make no mistakes. But then you said you're right wing, so you probably think they can. But then you're right wing, so you probably think they can, unless it's something that is attacking or disagreeing, agreeing with your position. Okay, once again, it doesn't say.
You seem
It doesn't say anywhere. So
everything is not black and white, sir. There's
okay,
lots of gray.
they are quoting IRNA, and in that one he says, yeah, he doesn't say divine. You just made it up. Can you show me where it says it?
Like, you repeated it a lot, Jason. Like, you know, you seemed confident that it was there. You know, that's my concern.
It showed up on the AI. It said divine
AI,
promise.
damn.
So
Flip. It's a bit problem,
Oh,
Jason.
that's
You lie
right.
a lot,
AI
don't
is
you?
wrong,
This is the
right?
problem,
Yeah.
you see. Yeah.
No,
Maybe
I don't lie a lot at
because
all,
it's
sir.
is it
But if something goes against what you think or
well,
believe,
we're not.
you
No,
want
no,
to
I'm
continue in
asking
your
you.
own echo
No,
chamber, and
no,
you're entitled.
wait.
It's your echo
There's no
chamber.
echo
So
chamber. We've
echo
literally
away,
given you
sir.
quite a lot of time to spew your bullshit, and you just got debunked every single time you made a claim. Now, maybe for you it's an echo chamber because you're so used to spewing this nonsense that everyone says, guess what, Jason? You made claim A. Where's the evidence for it? Well, guess what, Jason? You made claim B. Where's the evidence
Right
for
here,
it?
Gemini.
Guess what,
On September
Jason?
9, 2015, Iranian
Yeah.
Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei predicted that would not exist. Israel would not exist in 25 years. A statement often referred to in Iranian state media as a divine promise or prediction regarding
So now
the
he didn't
downfall
even
of Israel.
say it. Now after lying and saying he said it, now you're basically saying, oh, but now Iranian media may have presented it as such. Bro, Jason, you are such a fraud, such a liar, such a manipulative person. And if you're a representative of Christianity, then this is, again, actually, maybe we should do that. Maybe you're a representative of Christianity, therefore this is Christian belief. That basically, what is it, to lie? Is it to deceive? Is it to manipulate? Which I don't think it is, but this is what you've done. So once again, you lied about the religion of Islam. You lied about the Quran. You lied about the Iran and in terms of how they carry out their edicts. And then, thanks to my inevitable, because I didn't even look at your I just thought you were telling the truth. I just took it as truth, and I just said, send me it. And when you didn't send it, I just thought maybe he's a bit confused and he doesn't know how to post a link on X, and maybe it's confusing because he's a bit slow. But I just allowed it. But now I find out that actually it was the opposite. You just lied about it. What a fraud.
I'm so disappointed. I was really excited to, like, this was going to be my conversion story.
All right.
But,
Well, don't. I mean, this is a lesson for you, inevitable. I mean, listen, you like wait. Why do you convert, bro? Because aren't you like some kind of like aren't you guys some like kind of Buddhist Taoists, like worshipping some idol or some smoke or something? Isn't that what you're all about, inevitable?
You know, you wouldn't believe it.
Atheist. CCP atheist there, Sullivan.
Oh, is he atheist? I thought he's like believes in the smoke, in the smoke and
or
that.
atheist.
Nah, no, you won't believe this. You're not gonna believe this, okay? But look, man, like I am not a Protestant. I am Orthodox Christian, and there's like thousands of Orthodox just in like my region alone. And
But
mind you,
is your region
yeah.
full of expats?
Oh no, not okay, that's a good one. Good one.
I love it.
You know, up in the Dalian area and a few areas in the northeast, mainly what used to be called Manchuria, you'll find a lot of Orthodox inspo and like a lot of Russian influence as well, in terms of the architecture
I'm just reading.
and churches.
I'm just reading my chat. Yeah, I don't think he's a Christian as well. I don't even think that. So just reading the chat. They say Josh says Jason is no Christian. Based Christian says this is not Christianity. Suleiman. Justified says it's not Christian. Justified says Jason is not a true Christian, but a midget or a maggot, something. We said, okay, one of Inevitable's friends says atheist for the win. Oh, no, he's not actually. Kerman says he's probably the worshipper of the Antichrist. That's why he's lying and deceiving. So AJ said, finally found a dumber idiot than Manco. Okay, the chat's not impressed, obviously. My Christian friends, I don't think he's a representative of Christianity. I love the unity between Muslims and Christians. I believe that they should unite people like Jason, who are but deceivers and manipulators and demons. They try and cause friction, they'll try and cause lies, they'll try and cause demonization, and then you got to deal with this individual and demonstrate his lies and propaganda. Claire says he is a judo Christian. Donald says not a Christian at all. Someone says Jason's religion is MAGA and he's in meltdown. Someone says he's Judas. I mean, yeah, people are not happy with. A lot of my Christian followers are not happy with him, and I stand with you guys. And I know this is not it. I love the Christians, I love the Muslims, I love the Jews as well. I love all religions, and even the smoke worshippers like Inevitable as well, and even the atheists like Doc and Ryan and all the rest of them. We love everyone. Okay, so Inevitable. In terms of your smoke demon, right? That jokes. Okay, so what's give us your updates. What's going on? Give us your thoughts. It's China's looking really weak right now. So do you want to defend them?
Oh no, we look great, dude. You are something else, man. I look.
Oh, actually, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question before you
Sure.
answer that one. The Iranians are meeting with the North Koreans. Does that scare you
Oh,
or
I
what?
saw that. Yeah, no, that's awesome, man. Like, look, the relationship between the Iranians and North Koreans goes back like decades. Some of their more advanced missiles that Iran has are advancements of prototypes that the North Koreans provided them in the 90s, and Iran was able to take like there have been missiles that Iran have sent that have been able to like actively. You know how there's this terminal slope where missiles they'll go down into like borderline hypersonic speed before they hit their target. Iran has a missile that's able to maneuver around interceptor missiles like at will, and that's something that's been like a joint project from between North Korea and Iran. So in terms of just like military agreements, you know, it's not like a Russia Iran thing where it's very intimate of a deal, but they've had tons of intelligence sharing, and I'm not surprised whatsoever. I think they sent like a diplomatic envoy straight to Tehran to meet with Pezeshkian. I mean, I believe. And by the way, I think it might have been so the head of Japan and South Korea have spoken to Pezeshkian directly, and I think Pezeshkian is in a decent role here. It seems just from everything that I've heard that foreign nations seem to kind of like him a lot, and not in a way where they can take advantage of him. I think it's just been more so they've really gotten like, and it's weird how human and sickening it is almost. It's like, well, guys, didn't you like what did you expect, right? Like, but it's almost like since speaking to some of the higher ups in Iran, a lot of nations in East Asia, at least, who are definitely getting hit hard by the obviously by the closure of the strait. A lot of these nations are much more willing to negotiate and do deals with Iran, and I believe that like if the blockade ends, and more ships are safe to go out, you're going to see a lot more ships from South Korea and even ships that are going to be bound for Japan, as well as some of the shadow tankers that are out as well, because there are about 140 million barrels of shadow tanker oil that Iran has. And really, it's a resistance fleet. So you're going to see a lot of that go to nations that need it as well. So, yeah, Iran's just continually building their network. And yeah, I'm really, I don't know, I'm really happy to see it. And it looks like Trump is I guess he's giving credit, and maybe you can tell me this, Sole, but like, what is Trump talking about with these like 8 Iranian women that supposedly were freed from jail, but they apparently don't exist? Is Trump just like making this up? Because some people are telling me like it doesn't even exist. Like these are just like it's a completely fabricated story that Trump is basically creating to frame the image of goodwill, which is weird in itself. I think the only explanation for that would be that he's maybe looking for a way out, but ultimately, look, they know what they have to do. Yeah, it's a stalemate for the most part. I think I think just like East Asia is really, really in a rough way, and it is going to have like a downward effect. Like the closures that are taking place, and the lack of production and the lack of output that say South Korea is having, and Japan and Taiwan. That's really hurting U.S. or it's going to start hurting U.S. industry really badly. Like the auto manufacturing industry, I believe has revised their projections for Q2 to be a 5% decline, from the previous quarter for Q2. I think it's like a 4 to 5% decline that they're projecting for Q2 of 2026, and a lot of that is from the downward slope of the lack of exports from East Asia. That's really important for their auto manufacturing. And I heard Spirit Airline is asking for a bailout as well, and that Trump is even entertaining it. And so, if you're already having conversations about bailout now, well, we've got to look at 60 days from now, because the situation as it is now is just going to be worse in 60 days because there's no resolution right now, right? And so, what is everything going to look like then? So yeah, it's interesting. It's a lot of problems, but it's a lot of stuff that could have been avoided, and they just failed to plan.
So some more news that's come out. Let me just quickly update you guys on the news. Pentagon tells Congress it could take 6 months to clear Strait of Hormuz of mines. Oil inventories in Fujairah, UAE fall to 7 million barrels, the lowest level in at least 9 years. I put the tweet out about the number of ships that have sailed through the Strait of Hormuz. So I'm not sure why people are claiming it's closed, because the blockade doesn't seem to be blocking much. Why spokesperson claims Iran can't even pay their own people because of the blockade. She also said a lot of public nonsense from Iran is not what we hear from them privately. Trump chose to extend the ceasefire because it's Iran who needs to get their act together. That's hilarious. Makes no sense.
So it's not because of Pakistan. Now they changed their story.
No, the field marshal commanded Trump and said, you must agree to a one-way ceasefire, and Trump said, yes, I will. Do you think
Wow,
that happened?
that's believable. Well, look, and I will say.
Okay, let me help you.
Yeah.
Let me help you. Okay, China told Pakistan to tell America that they must. China said, "Sir, you tell them one-way blockade." So then they were like, what do you call it again? And
Whoa,
then
was
Pakistan,
that China? Whoa, that might have been.
no, Pakistan, but sir, do the blockade, sir. Sir, we need to do a ceasefire, sir. So Pakistan basically told America to do it. I mean, America do, and he agreed to it. Do you think that's possible? Do you think China told America to tell? You know what I mean, don't you? Do you think it
Well,
happened?
honestly, I haven't heard anybody say that. I haven't heard any like serious confirmation, much at least from around here.
I mean, let's be
As
clear.
far as
Okay,
like
I was
meddling.
joking. I was joking, but let's be clear. Trump basically said, "Look, there's going to be a ceasefire," and they just said, "Oh, Pakistan said it," and Pakistan just pretended like he said it to them. We know that,
I
right?
believe that. I agree with that. I think that's what happened.
Yeah,
And mind
exactly.
you, I don't think this is necessarily because Pakistan is like a vassal either of the U.S. I don't think it's that far either. Their military is like.
No, Pakistan
I
is a
don't. Yeah.
vassal. So look, Pakistan is a vassal of the US, but the problem is, um, with Pakistan they play both sides. So like with China, you know all the significant long-term trade deals they've got with China as well. So they got like deals with China. They got deals with what's it again? America. They got deals with. They've
Saudi
got
Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. They've got the defense pact now. Right now, they signed another defense pact. Apparently, they're signing a defense pact with Qatar, but those ones are more like because they paid mercenaries. So yeah, I think because of the financial, because of the kind of financial problems that they've created for themselves, they basically just try and play all sides, but are not loyal to anyone.
Well, I
But
heard they paid off $2 billion in loans to I think the UAE.
But that
But
was Saudi and Qatar paid for them, right? And then after
right.
that, we heard that like Qatar's basically saying that there needs to be that there is going to be some kind of defense pact with them as well, where they're going to give Pakistan money and then they're going to send again, same as Saudi's defense pact. So this is basically what Pakistan's become. It's the military, because the military is the strongest asset. They're essentially selling it off to these Gulf states. And in terms of China and US, I do think that US still has a bigger stranglehold. I think if Pakistan had a choice and they weren't vassalized in the way they were, they would go with China. But because of the level of control that that US has over of Pakistan, that's why they're having to like keep it good with both. If that makes sense.
Well, it's an interesting position that Pakistan is in because like there's well, you know, I don't know, maybe I've said this before, but they're far too close in proximity to sort of not be involved and be even maybe even linked with the health and longstanding value of the Iranian state. And I think it's clear, like even the U.S. is conceding at this point that look, unless you just go all in and do a full scale ground invasion, you're not going to have this like Iran rid of the IRGC or the Ayatollah in that structure, right? You're going to have to learn to live in a world with them, or you're going to have to do a full scale ground invasion to take them out, or maybe a limited ground invasion in some capacity, but pie in the sky. So in that case, if you have instability, even if you don't go nuclear, a totally destabilized Iran absolutely implies to Pakistan, because look, you'll just see quite a bit of refugees and evacuations to Pakistan if the worst case scenario comes to pass. Like if so-called bridges and roads and or whatever it's called, bridges and tunnels day, if that so-called event were to happen and somehow they were able to take out like 160 power plants in all of Iran in one day, you would have quite few people going to Pakistan, and it would absolutely, it would be like almost like dropping a nuclear bomb in Pakistan. It would be that level of just like unrest that would ensue. So they have to get involved, and I'm really glad they are, because like they can't capitulate completely to what Israel wants without themselves being compromised. If Israel gets what it wants and Iran is totally destabilized and they have control of the even like allocation of the resources of Iran, the Iranians are like that is an existential problem for Pakistan, and they're a high level military, they're a high level intelligence service. They spy on Israel a lot. I think it's fair to say, like and it's actually good. And they are capable of being a significant threat. I think that's why Tulsi Gabbard even came out and said, "Oh well, Pakistan is actually like a huge threat to the world, along with North Korea and China and Russia and Iran." It's like, okay, what the fuck has Pakistan ever done to you, other than the fact that like if worse comes to pass, your Zionist masters are not gonna like they're gonna have to deal with that one way or another. So they look down the road a lot, and I think that's why they. On the other end, right, Pakistan is not going to be completely like adversarial to the U.S. So yeah, it's an interesting dichotomy. I think there were a lot of there's always been this relationship, Suli, with like I remember when Mao helped Pakistan and other countries too, but Mao was a huge factor in helping Pakistan get nuclear bombs, and like I think they assassinated the prime minister at that time, kind of like around that period before they were able to fully gain nuclear capabilities, and just that 20-year long fight of preventing Pakistan from nuclearizing was done in accordance with like Zionist foresight, right? Because they knew a nuclear Pakistan would implicate, or it would implicate the goals that they have in the region overall. And yeah, like I think I could go on all day about that, but no, be that as it may, yeah, I think they're willing to include themselves because they do benefit from, if they can get like a deal on the books that like creates this lasting agreement, even if it's in 6 months to a year from now, if they can say, hey, Islamabad was the home of this like new treaty accords, and they have this Islamabad Accords, that really cements Pakistan as like a military sort of bastion in the region. And you'd essentially have a big three with Pakistan and Iran and Saudi Arabia. I honestly think that's going to be what transpires after all is said and done. And yeah, there's a reason why the World Bank even put Pakistan in the Middle East as a region for the first time ever, because those three nations are. I think there's going to be a lot of plans for Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Iran. I don't think it's going to be. I'm not saying it's pre-planned, but I'm saying that like that's sort of where the wind is blowing when you look at the macro scene.
Cool. Okay, let's go to let's bring this guy up. But why does this guy? It doesn't even, anyway, he requests all the time, but then doesn't even follow. Must be some cheat. Let me bring him up. Okay, let's go to Red. Go ahead, Red.
Hey Simon, how you doing? I just wanted to
good. How you
address what Jason. I'm good, alhamdulillah. I just wanted to address what Jason mentioned. I do agree with him somehow, but he needs to understand that Ali Khamenei does not represent Islam. He represents the Islamic Republic of Iran. Islam does not operate like Catholicism, but what Ali Khamenei wants to do is to make it operate like that. He basically wants to be a pope, but many Muslims consider him a heretic, and he is actually a heretic. He doesn't even represent Shia Islam, and he doesn't even represent the 12-er Shia Islam.
Red. Listen.
Okay, here we
Yeah,
go.
don't
with the
listen.
music.
You're not gonna do no like Salafi propaganda on the space and sectarianism. That's not gonna work, right? Why can't you guys ever? This is why I don't like these Gulf state people, right? They won't come up when there's a Zion.
I'm not a Salafi.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not a
This is why I don't have respect for you Gulf state shills of Zionist shills. You don't come up when a Zionist comes up. You don't come up when Zionist or someone who attacks Islam or anything like that. You'll come and dog on like Iran or Shias or whatever it is. This is why you people are the lowest of the low. Like you're beneath the foot of America, who is beneath the foot of Israel. You guys are just so low. Like, what's this got to do with any of the conversation? So this spaces have been running for a very long time. You can come up. You've seen many Zios come up. You can come up to try and argue with them. But you request now when what? When you want to attack basically Iran or Shias or Ayatollah Khamenei or Khomeini or whoever it is. It's completely ridiculous. So sort your life out. Sort your life out. Stop with the sectarianism. You're not going to come in here and stop. You're not going to come in here and
why are you calling me sectarian?
Because you're attacking Ayatollah Khamenei. You're attacking.
Yeah.
You're saying he's a Shia. You're saying he's.
No, he does not represent Shias. He represents his heretic ideology. He's a heretic who represents
you're a heretic.
Terrorist.
You're a terrorist. Salafi's a terrorist.
I think anyone who supports Khamenei is a terrorist.
I think anyone who supports MBS is a terrorist.
That's your opinion.
He helped.
But that has nothing to do with sectarianism.
Did MBS help take down the 9/11 towers?
Bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's bullshit now, is it? Oh, the biggest terrorist is your leader. Your biggest terrorist.
You keep on talking about the dancing
Israelis. The biggest terrorist is the Saudis. The biggest terrorist of the Saudis is your country who basically are in bed with Israel, who are in bed with Israel and the United States of America. You guys took down the Twin Towers. Osama bin Laden, isn't he like your cousin or something? Isn't bin Laden your cousin or something? Like, what are you talking about? Like, if you want to go down, I'm not even going down sectarian religious. I'm talking about. You called 30 million people terrorists just now, and I never even mentioned the Iranian people. I'm talking about the heretics. I said MBS.
It's called Ali Khamenei. No, you said Saudis are terrorists. That's what you said. You called 30 million people.
Yeah. When I said Saudi, I don't mean the people of Saudi. Listen,
you said Saudis.
Okay.
Saudis.
Let me clarify. I said that. So when I say Saudis, when you say Israelis, you don't mean every. Okay, this is a very confusing thing for you because you're a literalist. I know within your. Within Salafism, everything's literalism. So you guys believe like God's a humanoid. So let me help you out. So don't interrupt me when I'm talking, right? So I know you guys are literalists, so you don't know how the English language works. So when one says Saudis, that doesn't mean every individual Saudi. It means the regime, the Saudi regime, the leadership. So for example, if someone says Israelis, if someone says, you're very slow. You've never studied logic, you see, so you don't understand basic logic. What's your, and that's the problem, you see, you've never studied logic, so you don't know basic logic. So coming back to the point I was trying to say was, so when someone says Israelis are terrorists, it doesn't mean every single Israeli, because there's actually people within Israel who are against the Zionist regime. But when one says Israelis, you could either mean generally it means the vast majority of Israelis, or generally speaking, it'll be the leadership. This is what people mean. So is every single Saudi involved? Actually, when it comes to 9/11, I don't think most Saudis even know that they were involved in it. So I don't think it's every single Saudi. It's probably even the minority of them because most of them won't.
Didn't you say it was Israel?
Oh no, I just said it was. It was Israel and Saudi.
Okay. So when I come and say Sulaiman's family are terrorists,
it was Israel. It was Israel. It was okay. Let me help you. Let me help you. Right. Let me help you. It was the Israelis. It was the Saudis, and it was the Americans who were involved in the taking down of the Twin Towers in 9/11. Osama bin Laden is your cousin, is your relative. So let's be. Is he your? Answer the question. Is he your cousin or relative? I don't know because he is a Saudi. And then the Bin Laden oligarchy is all found within Saudi. So if you're asking me if there is
Okay, we're not making this about Saudi. I just want to clarify one thing.
No, because you call the
I'm
reason.
not,
No, why are you not making it about Saudi?
20,
You just call
okay,
Iran.
okay,
You said he's a terrorist. You said Iran is a terrorist, and I'm demonstrating. You actually Saudis are terrorists, and they actually perpetuate. Yeah, it is recorded.
This space is recorded.
It is recorded.
I said who supports.
It is recorded. Everyone can. This space is recorded on X, on YouTube, on X Live. They can listen back to what this guy said about Iran. It was in response to this that I said it.
You said Saudis. I never said Iranians. I said Ali Khamenei and his regime.
Yeah, and I said you Saudis, and by Saudis I don't mean you as an individual. You're irrelevant, right? We're all irrelevant as people. It's the leadership. So is the leadership your country are terrorists? They've perpetuated terrorism. They've perpetuated terrorism not just in their own country but throughout the world. They took down the 9/11 Twin Towers. They finance and fund extremism. They then finance and fund Islam hatred against Muslims. They finance and fund both aspects. So yeah, your country is the perpetuator and promoter of extremism. But do continue.
Okay, so you need to understand that Saudi is 15 to 20%.
How many of your cousins were on the 9/11 planes?
Okay, can I finish it? I promise you I'm going to answer you. 15 to 20% of
wait 1 second. Why does this guy keep interrupting? Kareem, wait, I'm going to come to you in a second, Kareem. I will respond, right? Kareem, why you keep interrupting?
I need to ask you a question, if that's okay.
So we're having a conversation. You want to interrupt the conversation and or debate we're having to come on the space while you don't even follow to ask me a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me try and help you again. That's very rude. You need to learn some basic manners. You need to wait and put your hand up.
All right.
Cool. How wonderful. Okay.
See that? Red. You know how he's Red? Did he learn from him? See how he said okay and then just went quiet?
Yeah. Well.
Okay.
Again, 15 to 20% of Saudis are actually Shia. Most of them are in the eastern province. These are 12 Shias. A huge population is in Najran. They are Ismaili Shias, and 0.something% are Zaydi Shias who are in the province of Jizan. So Saudi is much more diverse than what you think, and we also have
I think Saudi is. Listen, let me be clear on this. This has got nothing to do with Sheikh. Of all the Gulf states that I've spent time in, I've not spent time in all of them. I actually specifically, although it's been a while, my own personal anecdotal experience in Saudi has been pretty decent. I just disagree with the consorting or with the.
But you hate the people. You hate the culture.
No, wait. I don't hate the people. I hate Saudis. Blood. What are you talking about?
You keep abusing the GCC countries.
Oh yeah, that's
no
true.
Culture, no history. You're mocking the traditions. You're mocking.
Oh
the
yeah.
You're
Listen,
mocking the music.
I mean, the dances are crazy. What you listen, Ray? The dances are crazy. Listen. The dances are crazy. Like that wicked of the hair. Like I don't care what you say, but I find that crazy. Just like when Indians are like I don't know throwing poo. Like I can just say, look, that culture is just culturally. I find that so just like when you guys are when the president of the United States of America, the president of the free world, decides to grace your country and come to it, and you get these girls whirling their heads around like some kind of demons. It is a bit weird. Like what is going on? Like that is so weird. Right? That is weird. So anyway, right? We're going off track. We're going. It's just a hilarious culture.
Ancient tradition.
Yeah, it's clear. Yeah, it's a weird. Yeah, it's a weird.
You view as
it's
weird. Some people view you as weird and strange.
I don't know. Well, that's possible. That's possible, but it is weird.
Other people's cultures. Your issue is not politics.
Let's bring this. Okay. Let's get back into
the nation itself.
That's true. That's true.
It's really nice that this space is recorded.
That's true. My issue with the GCC. Let me be clear on this. My issue with the GCC is very funny. It's very simple. Sorry. Of course, I have an issue with the fact that they don't have culture. Of course, they don't have history. They don't have this kind of love for academia. For example,
the GCC is the only country that wears its traditional clothes.
You need to stop interrupting me. I'm gonna. This is your problem. Like because you're from. Again, right? Listen, because you've not been taught manners. Probably because your maid brought you up and you never saw your parents or whatever. You keep interrupting me. So I'm telling you again, don't interrupt me on my space when I talk. So. Coming back to it, my issue with the GCC is very simple. I have no issue with the average Saudi person. even the actual average Emirati, my own personal interaction has been pretty good with them, to be honest, my own personal interaction. My problem with them is their actions. And their actions are that they've sold out to the Zionists, whether it's America or Israel, in a wide range of ways, including and not limited to the oppression they've done in Sudan and the murder and genocide, or in Yemen, or in Somalia, or the financing and funding of hatred against Muslims in the West, or the promotion
You
and
said they have
perpetuation.
no
Once
culture. Can
again,
you
I'm gonna explain that, but you need to not interrupt. And this is again demonstrating when your maid brings you up, and this is what happens in a lot of these Gulf states, and they don't see their parents, they don't have these manners. This is the problem we've got here. So once again, can you just control yourself? I'm gonna get to your point. You're gonna see it's all linked.
on control,
I know
but
you
you
guys have. I know you guys have short attention spans because you know you don't read
arrogance and
you don't have read
ignorance.
book you don't read books or you don't read literature, so it's very complex for you. So control yourself and don't interrupt. I'm gonna have to drop you, finish my point, and then bring you back up. So it's your choice. Try and control yourself. So I am gonna answer your point. Don't worry, I'm not gonna ignore that. So cause these Gulf states have basically purported and perpetuated these behaviors, which is, as I said, they've consulted with the enemy, they've consulted with evil, they've helped genocide loads of people, they've promoted the hatred against Muslims, they've promoted extremism throughout the world, whether it's in the West or the even the Muslim world, whether it's Central Asia or Afghanistan or any of these other places. And so when you look at the actions of these people, then one thinks that why is it that these people are so beholden to the United States of America? Why is it that they're under the beneath the foot of the United States of America? And why is the United States of America under the foot of Israel? So then you think, okay, what's the reason for it? And you come and you think, look, okay, I've been to that country. I've been to the UAE and Dubai and Saudi, and like they don't have even, like you go to Dubai, they don't even have a bookshop in, for example, Dubai Mall, except for one that was financed and funded by the Japanese. It shows the lack of appreciation of literature, of art. If you look at the UAE, the entire country is manufactured and created based on exporting external culture, external history, external sky, and same with Saudi, external skyscrapers, external skyscrapers, and so what it demonstrates is what you basically got is the bit of culture that you had, which is whirling the head. So you do that when the president comes, but the rest of it has been imported from other countries. And the reason you import it is because your mind is colonized.
You're such a liar. You're ignorant and you're arrogant.
Okay. The reason for that is because your mind is colonized. You have no history. Your history, even this version of it, was what? The leaders of Saudi Arabia were what? Bandits. They were pirates. They were highway robbers. They would be people who'd walk on, would be traveling and traversing their region because, you're traveling using camels. And then his leadership, the Saud family, were highway robbers, and they'd basically steal from the people who were traveling. So that's your history, that's your culture, that's what has created the Saudi society. So when I say culture is linked to geopolitics in this situation, and geopolitics is linked to the decision making in terms of selling out to the Israelis, selling out to the Americans, and selling out your entire society towards them. So that's what I was saying. Avi, is there anything you want to say? Then we go to Kareem.
Yeah. Two things. There are Shia clerics getting arrested in Saudi Arabia, obviously speaking up on behalf of the war, and also 65% of the Saudi population with all the wealth are earning less than $800 a month. Just FYI.
Yeah, and someone said Dubai chocolate is horrible. Yeah, even Dubai chocolate. They're like, oh, we got Dubai chocolate, and it's just pistachios and chocolate. Like, come on, bro. We created a great invention. It's like blood. I go to flipping the Middle East, they got baklava. I go to Japan and they got their sushi. I go to America and they got the steak. I go to Saudi, I go to UAE and it's like Dubai chocolate. Hey, blood, give us something. Anyway, jokes. Okay, cool.
Bro, he's saying Imam Khomeini isn't even Shia. Like, this guy's just lost
he's off his rockers. Where's he gone? I want him back though. He just kept interrupting, so I was giving him a timeout. But yeah, it's ridiculous. This is what the Saudis do. They'll only come up to attack other Muslims. They'll never attack their masters or the people who are basically they are controlled by them. This is the problem I've got with them. Anyway, Kareem, jump in.
Hey, Sulaiman, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So going back to the war with Iran and the U.S. So as it seems, the war between the U.S. and Iran is looking difficult to be resolved, and the situation of the Strait of Hormuz is a mess right now. So do you think if the Gulf countries come together and cooperate to build a new pipeline to Oman to bypass the strait, is that one way to solving the crisis, to the ongoing conflict? And do you see that as something that is going to need to be done in the future? I want to hear your thoughts.
Good question. First of all, very good question. And I like the fact that you asked it in the pretext of this conversation. So if the Saudis and Oman and these countries were to build a pipeline, my question to you guys, will there be any Emiratis or Saudis building the pipeline?
It'll be the Pakistanis.
It'll be Pakistanis, but then the project managers will be British or American. Everything will be imported. Everything will be imported. And this is what I mean about the society. They can't do anything on their own. They just like fell into some oil and then they just use that for money. Will there be any person from that region? And actually, in the region, because people were like, a lot of these rich guys tell me, and they're like, oh, the reason why Dubai is able to build better skyscrapers than Saudi? And I'm like, why? What's the reason for it? And they're like, the reason why Dubai has better projects than Saudi and they're more successful because every project Saudi has been attempted to do has failed, from, the buildings that we're doing, the various cities they were creating, even the neon city, apparently that's been delayed many a times. And they said the reason is
Been cancelled.
Has it been completely cancelled? Oh yeah, we should have asked this guy. Where is he gone? He's right. We'll ask him why it's got cancelled. But what I'm told is, and again, this isn't my expertise, but just from experts within the both within the region, what they tell me is the reason is because they've basically, what happened with the Emiratis is they realized, like, we dumb, we can't do anything. Like, all we've got is money, so we just need to use that. So what they'll do is they'll get like Americans and Brits and Australians to be like the project manager. They'll get the Japanese and pay them to like design it or whatever, and then they'll get the Pakistanis and the Indians and the Tibetans and all these different countries that people come from, the Filipinos, to be the manual labor for it. And they don't get involved because they know as soon as they get involved, it's just not going to work. And they're like, the Saudis still think that they can maybe do it, so they'll be like, okay, we're gonna still, like, the project manager is still going to be a Saudi. And that's why you see so many failed cities, so many failed areas in there, because they're like, oh yeah, we can still do it. But this just demonstrates again, like, it is what it is. Anyway, okay, so that's
if I can, a quick comment.
Yeah, let me just answer this question and then I'll give it straight to you, Doc.
Sure.
So, and then in terms of the pipeline, yeah, that's not going to be possible because, and what I mean by that, it is possible to do, but the timeline it takes to create an alternative pipeline is something along the lines of 5 to 10 years. So more like 7 to 10 years to take a pipeline, build it from scratch, create the necessary infrastructure, get the various rights, and so on and so forth, agreements. Can take anything from 7 to 10 years. Well, you haven't got that when it comes to Strait of Hormuz. So right now, that would never solve the problem. In the future, if you attempt to do that, all it would do is minimize the amount of traffic that's going to the Strait of Hormuz, but you would always need the Strait of Hormuz.
Thanks for your intake, Sulaiman.
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
And Sully, if war erupts as well, it's an easy target, right? Like if there is destabilization in the region, that pipeline can also be pretty easily destroyed. So it's not really a big contingency plan, but it helps.
Yeah. Okay, Doc, jump in. Oh, he's gone. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go to Dr. Michael. Dr. Michael's here. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Good to be here. What's going on? Let me know the news here because I'm not up to speed today.
The latest news is Trump's got a unilateral ceasefire. Some reports are saying that he's told the Israelis that the ceasefire is going to last 3 to 5 days. Others are saying that it's indefinite. but the Israelis are saying that they've been told it's only 3 to 5 days. So that's the information in terms of ceasefire. In terms of Israel, they continue to bomb Lebanon. Today they just killed 2 journalists. One journalist was trapped and people were looking for her, 2 female journalists, and then they murdered her. American journalist Jeremy Lafredo asked about it, and he was told that they were going to kill those women because they're Hezbollah, which they're not, they're just journalists. And then they said to Jeremy, well, you will also be a target. So that's kind of the Israeli way. Israelis, what they've been doing in terms of Lebanon, they continue to bomb Lebanon as well.
Wow. So yeah, that's pretty much where I picked up before. I would think there's just no real ceasefire here. This is going to be a touch and go thing every day. They've just made a total mess, and I don't think they know what to do to get out of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's no end in sight. By the way, guys, in an hour and a half, we've got Larry Johnson coming on. By the way, is the mic all right? Y'all were crying about the mic, so I put the mic on. I don't like putting it on because I have to like put a headset on, which is kind of annoying. I don't wear it on, like to wear it for too many long hours. But is the volume better? Because people on the YouTube were crying and crying. You know how emotional they get.
Volume's good, mate.
Yeah, it's a lot louder now. Okay, they all like your volume so low and wah and all that kind of stuff. Okay, let's go to
Sully, just a quick one.
Yeah.
Did you see Galibaf's recent tweet about the ceasefire? Because it's a good answer to Michael's question. I don't know if you had a chance to read it. He talks about he says a complete ceasefire only makes sense if it's not violated by the Maritime blockade and the hostage taking of the world economy. And if the Zionist warmongering across all fronts is halted, reopening the Strait of Hormuz is impossible with such a flagrant breach of the ceasefire. They did not achieve their goals through military aggression, nor will they through bullying. The only way forward is to recognize the rights of the Iranian nation.
Yeah. I replied on that one. I said, don't trust the Zionists. Do not negotiate. They always lie. But anyway, what's what was Dr. Michael's question? Sorry, Dr. Michael, what was your question again?
Well, Michael's asking like, what's the latest in terms of like what's going on, right? And so, like, yeah, in terms of obviously Lebanon, there's obviously still hostilities going on, and in terms of the ceasefire, clearly America is still provoking. Like, that's the reality. And Iran is like, look, set the conditions so we can actually have a ceasefire. And America's not even setting the conditions because they keep impeding it with blockades and other nonsense.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, I don't know if I said it already, but we've got Larry Johnson coming on in an hour and a half. Remember, Larry Johnson is the guy who revealed that there was an attempted that Trump tried to use the nuclear bomb. Oh, sorry, he tried to get the nuclear codes. So we're going to ask him about that, and we'll ask him about what were the circumstances that led up to him attempting to use a nuclear or try to get the nuclear codes, and why was it those? Why were they refused? Can they be refused? All those things. So that's a very important interview in an hour and a half. And then immediately after that, we've got Matthew Hoh coming on as well. That's going to be great as well. He's a Marine. So 2 good interviews coming up. Okay, let's go to Sanga. Sanga, thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts?
Hi, Sully. Good to be here again. Just wanted to really quick talk about the Saudi guy that was just talking. I think someone already mentioned this. Shia clerics are being prosecuted in Saudi Arabia. If you know about Sheikh Namar, they chopped his head off in public, and that was when Iranian rushed the Saudi embassy in Tehran. Also, I don't think they're allowed to do any public demonstration in Muharram, or we would have seen it. And also about the Whirling girls, that is very weird. I can say that that's not a Muslim country tradition because, what Muslim country offering up their woman to a foreign nation? That is totally, it's not a Muslim country tradition. So, but anyways, the guy was completely off his records.
Cool. Dr. Michael, what's happening with the Dan Bilzerian? You said you had something you wanted to announce about it. What's happening with you guys and Dan?
Yeah, so we've been in talk, of course, with Dan. Can you hear me pretty well? Because I'm using a headset too.
Yeah.
We've been in talks with Dan, and we are talking about just how we will support him and exactly what our, you know, what we're going to do to facilitate his victory in against Randy Fine in Florida. So, yeah, we're going to have an announcement in a few days, and we'll have an X space in which Dan will appear, and we'll roll it all out right then. It's a interesting thing because we've already endorsed the candidate. We endorsed Aaron Baker there, and we're not going to withdraw any endorsements at all. But we do need to support Dan. This is going to be a major fight, and you know, we can have as a pack, we can have two dogs in a race. It's not unusual. It's not unheard of. It's a predicament, but it is one we have been trying to negotiate in the best possible way. And you know, Dan presents a tremendous opportunity. It's an incredible reach that he has, and his way of expression is extremely curt and very forceful and very very intelligent. So that's all great. But we want to save the best for that coming up. We're going to be making a big announcement about it.
So is one taking
Well,
away like? Oh, good. Sorry.
yeah, go on, inevitable.
Well, I was thinking like that. There's a chance that one could be taking away votes from the other. That seems like maybe perhaps your biggest concern, Dr. Michael.
Oh
Like,
yeah, that's definitely a concern. I mean, you know, also I like to be fair and we like to be straight up and straightforward with everybody. And so it's a difficult predicament. It put us in you know, to be honest, it's presented quite a conundrum for us. I don't want to endorse, you know, I don't want the two anti-Zionist candidates competing with each other and, you know, ending up splitting the vote and then letting Randy Fine slip through the giant crack. We don't want that to happen. So that's
Don't think
certainly
that's ever possible.
yeah, that would be
Didn't know that was humanly
disastrous.
possible. Didn't know that was humanly possible.
It may not be humanly possible. We're trying to prevent that from taking place. But yeah, you can imagine our predicament a little bit here. But we gotta win. I mean, that's the main thing. We have to win this seat. This is a huge seat. Everybody knows the significance of it. Certainly Dan does. And so that's where we are right now.
But don't you want to try and get maybe Aaron Baker to drop out so there's actually a chance of winning, or make him a part of Dan's campaign?
I mean, there's you know, I mean, Aaron's put in a year of work on that campaign. He's done a tremendous amount of shoe leather work and tremendous amount of on the ground campaigning. He just doesn't see dropping out as a viable option. So, you know, we'll have to talk with him. But, you know, I can't twist anybody's arm. It's really up to him what he does. And, we'll continue to support him, and we are not going to revoke any endorsement we've made in his case, especially. He's been a great candidate.
I think maybe it's time that he should maybe, you know, I personally think he should step aside and try and consolidate under Dan. I think there's a bigger chance of winning. I was never convinced. Obviously, you support him, so I never really said it, but I was never convinced that he could win. I felt like, you know, he tried it before. He didn't get many votes. He didn't have the. Personally, I didn't think he had the charisma or some geopolitical knowledge. For example, he was supporting the Iranian protests. He was claiming that the Iranian, you know, he went against Iran in terms of protests and put out a few tweets which were problematic. So. But I never said it because I wanted him to beat Randy Fine, and obviously you were supporting him as well. But now that we have like kind of a more substantive candidate in terms of who has a chance of winning, I think maybe Aaron Baker needs to possibly think about either going into his campaign or jumping onto another one, because the aim should be to win, right?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to talk about moving somebody into a different district, and we've talked to him about
Okay,
that.
we've got some breaking news. We've got some huge breaking news. Let me just quickly give you this breaking news. It's quite huge. Secretary of Navy John C. Phelan resigns. Reports claim he resigned in protest. The statement that was given was, on behalf of the Secretary of War and Deputy Secretary, we are grateful to the Secretary Phelan for his services to the department and the United States Navy. We wish him well in future endeavors. Hung Chow, oh my God, Inevitable's cousin, I think. That's already a problematic. That's like someone working both sides. Maybe we'll have to check who he is. I bet he's Chinese. They always get themselves in there. Anyway, he will be the acting Secretary of the Navy. You really want him in charge as you go against the Chinese Navy? Infiltration, bro. But major resignation. I want to go to Andrew on this. Andrew, major resignation. The Navy. Phelan has resigned. Sorry, Dr. Michael, we will come to you. This is just huge news. Major news, Andrew.
Yes, Suleiman. I was so thankful that you mentioned that. I would just a couple hours ago, I said this exact thing. I said we will see more senior military officers, especially I'm looking at the Navy, coming out and rejecting, resigning, or being fired. More are going to start speaking out. I think this is just the beginning of another wave. More and more officials now. For example, if I was still active duty, when I became, in the ranks of becoming a senior officer, you have to get to the point where you are literally making moral decisions almost on a daily basis, dealing even with somewhat seemingly, benign issues coming up, but you have to make a moral stance. And what happens is slowly but surely, when a person starts to negate their moral, their heart, their conscience, it becomes hardened after a while. And we do this thing, we call it an integrity check. So what happens when you see someone declining morally, doing some backdoor deals, and I'm talking about business arrangements, but when we see this happening, which we're seeing it happening right now with Trump, and I went back to the humiliation ritual that we saw at Quantico, Virginia. That was a humiliation ritual. I was so angry when I watched that. I spoke with other senior officers, retired, and they were very upset by it. But we start expecting more. More and more are going to come out and say, no, we're done with this. It's not only making a mockery of the United States of America, but as a professional military officer, look, I'm retired, right, for years now, but I've stayed connected. But even now, today, I can be recalled to active duty and be court-martialed. Yeah, for speaking out or whatever. Hexeth tried to do that, right, already. But here's the thing. I am making a moral conscious decision, the moral resistance against the axis of evil, the Epstein class. Now, if more officers and civilians also now, and this is a civilian, of course, Department of Navy, don't start speaking up, then they've got their conscience. They're going to have to stand before God Almighty in a moral issue, but also professionally speaking. When this comes down, the first thing that Trump will do is start hacking. He'll start blaming others. That's what weak leaders do. Hexeth will start blaming admirals and generals. And if these senior members and leadership don't understand that when it falls apart, and it will, they're going to be the ones held liable. They're going to be thrown under the bus first. So I would keep that in mind first and foremost if I was one of these people. So thanks, Suleiman.
Silly, when you mentioned Huang Chao.
One second, huge news. John Phelan resigns. I was about to say that, don't be inevitable. Just to confirm, he's as Chinese as Inevitable is Chinese. He is from Vietnam. I did quickly go and check.
I know about him.
Which is he's the superior. Apparently, he's like the superior Asian anyway. But go ahead, Andrew. What do you know about him?
Yes, this gentleman, and also there are senior officers who are Vietnamese, and I met not this gentleman, but the first commanding officer that was in Vietnam when our first combatant came into Vietnam. This is shortly after I left there. Vietnamese. Came over as a refugee. They have very, very strong. They're very patriotic. Trust me, these Vietnamese commissioned officers and civilian, they're very patriotic, extremely patriotic, and they're not going to play BS. They see the BS. That's incredible.
Inevitable. What should I add, Matt?
Yeah, well, no, when you said the name Huang Chao, that just reminded me. I was like, my ears perked up because that's like a big figure in Chinese history. Like there's a literal guy named Huang Chao, from the Tang Dynasty, back in like 880-ish. And there he was related to this Guangzhou rebellion that took place, and believe it or not, that was the Guangzhou massacre, where the Guangzhou massacre was a full blown purge of all the Jews in China from the times of antiquity. Like they didn't spare a single one in the time. So it's and they got a lot of Christians too, by the way, and then some Buddhists. But it was primarily a massive purge that took place in Guangzhou, and I was like, "Whoa, holy crap, Huang Chao, that's crazy! Like that's a crazy reference." So I was like, "Whoa, is this like a premonition?" So look, some people would literally call that a premonition. I'm not saying it is, but I don't know. That was kind of a weird connection.
In Vietnam, of course, we all know China. They invaded and they occupied Vietnam for 1,000 years. My wife's Vietnamese. Many
Whoa,
words. Yes.
that's a
Don't
lot.
get my wife started on China.
Smash him,
No,
Andrew.
look,
But
Smash him.
Vietnam had a wonderful look. There was a tributary system and everything. Now, granted,
yeah,
Andrew, you know this.
yeah.
Excuse me,
Talk to me.
the Genghis Khan.
Don't let
Sorry,
him manipulate you, Andrew.
what are the not Genghis Khan? Yeah,
Sully,
Genghis Khan.
you got my
Kublai
back now. If
Khan.
he starts beating up on me, Sully, I need
Oh,
your
no,
help.
I'm with you. I'm with
Well,
you. Listen, take down the Chinaman. Listen,
no,
okay,
I promise I'll be.
inevitable. Real
Yes,
talk, right? You do know, like, come on, let's like jokes aside. Isn't it true that the Vietnamese are the best Southeast Asians?
I like Vietnamese. I don't have a bad opinion of them at
No, but
all.
they're the superior Asians. That's what I'm hearing.
Whoa, I don't know. You said Southeast Asians.
I rephrase myself. I
Hey,
rephrase myself. South Asians.
South
Sorry,
Asians. Well,
sorry, Asians,
I love them
Asians.
way more than
Okay,
way.
Asians. Okay, let me rephrase again. Asians. East Asians.
Oh, that's a lot of conversation. I don't think that's fair to the
I
Vietnamese,
mean,
to be
I
honest.
had
But
the superior. Where's the Chinese? Where's the Chinese? Wait 1 second. Where's the Chinese? What's his name? Is it Vint? What's the guy's name? Oh, where's the Chinese Hung Chao?
oh, Vince Gao. Vince
Hung,
Gao is cool, but
no, Hung. Where's the Chinese Hung Chao?
oh, Hung Chao. Well, man. I mean, I don't know. Are you referring to the one from 880? Because yeah, that guy was nuts. That's kind of look. There's a lot of
So
people who
basically, you're telling me
legitimately.
is when a Chinese guy is called Hung Chao, he's off his rockers, but when a Vietnamese guy is, he's bleeding red, white, and blue.
Well, the thing about the Vietnamese is I like the Vietnamese, right? I haven't heard too many things bad about them, at least from people here. But as far as the 1,000 year, look, there was a tributary system, right, Andrew? Tributary system, and that was a pretty good relationship. That was actually how China kept a good relationship with all of its neighbors for the most part. Now that when the Mongols kind of had that brief period where they were in power, with Kublai Khan especially, yeah, they did try to do this like invasion and really go like I guess like hard body or whatever, and try to like vassalize them. But that was kind of a phase. Look, emperors come and go. I look, the Vietnamese really need to get over their grudge from the 70s. Okay, like there's. Look, we can move on from China. Look, China has had your back. You know that the Vietnamese, they turned on, or rather, they fomented a coup or an ousting of one of China's allies, right? And you might not like the guy, but he was an ally in Cambodia with Pol Pot, right? And so, as a measure of sort of saying, hey, look, we got to put belt to ass and kind of show you, hey, we got to teach you a lesson, we did a little bit of a clash in that northern border, but it's nowhere near some of the egregious stuff that we've seen since then. So, I'll
Yeah.
leave that there. I don't mean to
Point
take
made.
us off the
Inevitable.
rails.
It inevitable. Who is Chung Hung Dao? Dao, the famous Vietnamese admiral that wiped out the Chinese Navy, sir.
Well, that was the Mongols. Mongolians.
Well, how's the
Yeah.
Chinese Mongols? But anyway, no, you know what, Inevitable? We give you, we always give you a hard time. You know why we love you, Inevitable? Because you stand in the fight against Zionism, brother. That's the
Oh yeah,
bottom
dude.
line, my brother.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Well,
man. Look,
But
I
yeah,
am in lockstep with you, man, as far as that.
yeah, no,
Well,
I know,
in a
brother.
lot of ways. Like we have a lot in common. I just think that
Yeah, I love you, bro. But that's why you keep
it's
giving Suli, keep giving us the power to take these Zios down. But yeah, we could go on and on. I mean, China, like it or not, China has control of Vietnam. They can't even have their elections without the Chinese intervention. They're there. We know it. They're the big giant. Vietnam is the tail of the dragon, as they say. Yeah, studied it, been there, lived in there. But yeah, but I'll shut up.
No, that was a great reference, though.
Yeah,
I appreciate
I like
that.
Vietnam. I've been there. It's really nice. Huge.
Whoa, Sully, come, Sully, you're always invited. Seriously, we'll give you the red carpet treatment. I got family in high positions of power there. Seriously, I do.
Yeah,
I know some folks there.
I'm probably gonna go in the summer. So
You,
yeah, I'll hit you up.
well, I need to know. I got VIP treatment for you, bro. I'm serious.
Appreciate it. I'll definitely hit you up. So I wrote a tweet out. Huge resignations, mutiny within the U.S. regime. Are we gonna get a regime change? We've already got a regime change. The U.S. What's it called? The U.S. Secretary of the Navy, John C. Phelan, resigns in protest. What's the reason? This is going to be the $1 million question. Waiting for his interview. Are we going to see him on Tucker Carlson? Has he got an NDA? He can't speak about it. What we do know is he's resigned in protest, regime change in the United States of America. Dr. Michael, back to you. Sorry. Dr. Michael, you were speaking about something before the big news.
Oh yeah. Just we're gonna have a big Bilzerian announcement, and as a pack, we'll be explaining exactly what we're gonna be doing in Florida, and we already rolled out a billboard campaign. We have a television campaign ready to roll any minute, and we've been after Randy Fine for a long time, so we've been at this for a while, and we've got these ads out there against Randy Fine, and we're going to continue to attack him. That's really all we can do in terms of Florida, in terms of money, other than give the candidate to the limit that we're allowed to give them. We can't really go over that limit, so we can't advertise on behalf of a candidate. We can only advertise against their opponents. So that's what we're doing down there, and that's all that's been underway for a while.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I would advise, I hope Aaron Baker does step down, or maybe you can get him a new district, because this is really important.
Maybe we could pay him off, right? I'm kidding.
We're not the Israelis. He didn't mean that. Zayas might be listening to the doc. He's joking.
I know. I'm totally kidding.
If you were Israeli, maybe you could do that, but we're not Israelis. We follow the rules.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, I think Aaron Baker does need to think about maybe moving to a different district. I think that'd be a good idea. I think that's important because we need Randy Fine to lose. If he loses, that's going to be huge. Steve FC, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. Steve? Is there anything you want to add?
I just no, it was nothing deliberate. Sorry, I just appeared.
All right, no worries. Thanks for coming up. No problem.
Cheers.
Thank you. Okay, inevitable. Question to you. Real question now. How do you think China navigates this current situation? The strait is still shut. It is impacting China quite a bit. I know they have reserves, but you don't want to be going too deep into your reserves. Is that why you're pushing for a deal?
Well, I think the thing that China wanted most of anything in terms of just interests with Iran was to go to the table. I think it made sense for Iran to at the very least show to the world that, hey, look, we are rational actors. We're serious. We have our terms. This is what we want, and everyone should consider this to be reasonable. But the short term decisions, I think, from China. I think we all know about the SPR stockpile, and there were regulators that told independent teapot refiners, which are just basically the smaller facilities that handle a lot of the discounted crude within China, to maintain the same processing rates and use the same quotas. So for the rest of the year, the private refiners are going to have to stay locked in with the same fee for refining oil. And, look, some people will say, oh, that's price control, scary, communism. The thing is, these smaller refineries get into the business hedging for it, knowing for it. They know that energy is a matter of national security within China. And, frankly, they're given a percentage of oil to refine relative to the overall market. And that's something that's allotted to them by the government. So, they're going to be able to make do because of the hedging in advance that, they've had wonderful years in the past too. And they're probably going to have pretty good years in the future, if I had to guess, by when all is said and done. So, there's China's, drawing down, I think around like 40 million barrels of sanctioned crude that's already kind of idling in tankers offshore near like Malaysia, and offshore, like not Fujian province, but I'm trying to remember exactly what port. But anyway, like we had stockpiled quite a bit in and of itself, but in the long term, there is still that expansion with Russia and the expansion with the polar Silk Road acceleration, and there's that Northern Sea route that is being built as well with Russian LNG and crude, and there's been like all-time highs with voyages that occurred in 2025 in that Northern Arctic route. But there's also the expansion of the nuclear capabilities too. I think China's like 2x the number of refineries that can be built all in one time for not refineries, excuse me, nuclear plants that can be built at one time. So I think China's around like 50 to 60 nuclear reactors currently in service. And I think the time frame is going to be roughly maybe 80 to 100 by 2028. Oh no, excuse me, 2028, 2029. I'll double check if I have to, just to make sure I'm not inaccurate. But yeah, and this is why I truly, just from everything I've seen, everything that everybody that I've talked to, and just digging into it, the sentiment internally, like Iran, there is no sort of like heat on Iran for what they're doing. Pretty much any time that you ask the foreign minister or the press secretary within China, as far as like what is the disposition on Iran, it's always been a matter of, okay, look, Iran didn't start this. Iran was attacked. They're doing what they need to do in response to the imperial terror that's been waged on them by the U.S. Israeli forces. And yeah, I think going forward, like it'll be the idea, of course, to get everything back up, but that's going to be for the entire world. And I agree that in some sense, Suli, that China's not 100% like shielded. Of course, everybody's going to take a hit, but oh yeah, there was this other. I don't know if you heard about like the Philippines, and I'll be quick because you're hearing so much shit about Philippines and Indonesia, and how there's like, oh well, there's gonna be this like Malacca dilemma now. Oh, the Strait of Malacca, the U.S. is just gonna close down the Strait of Malacca, and it's just like this ass pull that people pulled out of literally nowhere. It's like, okay, you don't want to admit that you're fighting a war on behalf of Israel because you're too much of a coward to admit that you're not a sovereign nation. So instead, you're gonna say that it's about China, and this is all like 6D chess. Here's the reality. The entire concept of a Malacca dilemma and closing the port of Malacca hurts Japan, it hurts South Korea, it hurts all of your allies in East Asia way more than it does China. If Indonesia is by far, or rather, China is by far Indonesia's biggest trading partner, like without even like a close second place. If China needed to do a full scale like pause on trade with Indonesia, their economy's done. The so-called military deal that the U.S. and Indonesia ran is completely just like it's in its infancy. They don't have the capacity for like any sort of militaristic blockade unless it's just the U.S. doing it by themselves. And even then, I can get into it all day about like what China can do from a military perspective, and some of these like Guam killer missiles, for example, that can be sent from the mainland and like annihilate whatever fleet that you send and put at the Strait of Malacca. But then the Philippines I think China just came out yesterday and said, like, look, if you want to do work with us on oil and on expanding oil, if you will, transactions, or no, excuse me, rather oil drilling and expand on oil drilling projects, then you have to stop these military arrangements with the U.S. because like since 2022, this new president of the Philippines signed like a crap ton of like military deals. They let like all sorts of American troops and planes use the Philippine military bases, and they expanded by like 4 or 5 since 2022. And that was, again, a direct so-called check against China. Oh, we don't trust China. Nobody trusts China. Well, look, now what? The U.S. has put you in a position where you're literally having to ration energy, and you're having to like do 4-day work weeks, and now everyone's like working remote. And Philippines is in an extremely precarious position. They're in a horrible position. They're running low on fuel. And now they want to do a deal with this key shipping route, or rather, this key gas field. I think it's called Reed Bank. And that bank is, long story short, it's disputed territory between Russia, China, and the Philippines. And so TLDR here is like there's an estimate of potentially 50 to 100 million barrels of oil at minimum that might be there. There's also the Sampaguita gas field, which is a crap ton of natural gas underneath a seabed that's like 100 miles off of the coast of the Philippine island of Palawan. So, there's a ton of opportunity to be energy independent, and or rather just like expand on your energy self-sustenance, right? And I think China is really putting Philippines to a impasse, and other countries in East Asia are going to be put at a very similar impasse, where it's like, okay, dude, you're gonna have to pick between this whole U.S. hegemony bullshit or, actually like working within your theater and getting these United States terrorist bases out of your countries, or at least minimizing their influence in or our overall sphere. Because every time the U.S. expands within East Asia, better believe a lot of that is just trying to position themselves for, if things have to go kinetic in Taiwan or over Taiwan. So yeah, it's a interesting developments in East Asia, I think. And man, I could go on all day about the Philippines president. I don't know, I think he has potential, but I think he's just way too much of a, I don't know, like a Western slave mentality type of person. He just doesn't understand that there is a world beyond the United States military being enforced into all sorts of other regions. So yeah, it's interesting to say the least.
Yeah,
I don't know if you. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, inevitable. Yeah, just to push back a bit, the South China Sea, the Vietnamese won't even allow the word China used. It's the South Sea. That is a major next battleground. I won't get off the subject here, Suleiman, but we need to really talk about that down the road. But I got some disturbing information here I'm seeing about this Hung Kao. Apparently, I was afraid of that. Doggone it. He's a hardcore Trump supporter. And that's another reason it looks like he was kind of like battling in there. And looks like Hexeth wants him as his perfect little lapdog. The former Secretary of the Navy was really getting apparently fed up with it. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to put this together, Suleiman, if it's okay, and I'll send it to you, okay? I'll send it to you by DM.
What's that? Sorry, Andrew.
Yeah, this is the new acting undersecretary of state. He's acting until Trump appoints a permanent, but it looks like he is a hardcore, Hung Kao is a hardcore pro-Trump MAGA supporter.
Oh yeah, he is. I saw that. He's like a hot. Yeah, he is for sure. But yeah, send me whatever you want. Of course, I appreciate you as always, Andrew. I always appreciate your analysis on this, and have a lot of appreciation for you as a person. Even though I don't agree about your position that it's all theater, but that being said, that's all good, Andrew. Doc, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. How are you doing? Have you had your ice cream?
No, but that's a good thought. I'll be right back.
Wait, tell us your listen. Tell us your geopolitical analysis. Then you can have your cookie dough ice cream.
Yeah, no chocolate chip. Look, just a bit of breaking news. Maybe you guys have mentioned it. I've been in and out of the space today. But another scapegoat has been found by Trump, apparently. The Secretary of the Navy just stepped down, according to one report I've seen. Haven't seen it confirmed yet, but not surprising. If that in fact happened. And then just going back to the previous conversation, I tried to comment, just as one comment. Someone had come up and asked if a pipeline going through Oman could sidestep Iran's control of the Straits of Hormuz and basically the Gulf oil flow. And I just was sitting here wondering, with all of these pipelines, hypothetical and planned and under construction, how do you defend them from an attack? I mean, didn't the U.S. take out a key Russian pipeline right before the start of the war in Ukraine? And so how does that deal with the control that Iran hypothetically have through the Straits of oil flow because there's a pipeline somewhere. Yeah, I realize pipelines go underground. Maybe not always. A lot of times they're above ground or they're under the sea, but they all can be destroyed. They're physical structures, and so I don't understand the fascination with those as a potential alternative to the geopolitical situation. See, he thought I was going to go on for 15 minutes, so he's probably typing.
Yeah, I thought, Doc, that's too short, that's too concise for you. But yeah, we saw that. We saw the resignation of feeling. It does. You think it's Trump blaming someone? I'm hearing reports that this is a act of protest.
Well, it certainly could be either one. Hypothetically, both alternatives would make sense and fit the facts, depending on what kind of man the secretary was. But once I think the damage to our Navy is accurately reported and assessed, we'll see that, well, the Secretary of Navy, I guess that's where the buck stops for the Navy. And these ships, one, their toilet systems wouldn't work. They had virtual mutinies, according to some reports. Sailors jamming up the toilet systems. Apparently at least one aircraft carrier was struck. They're now standoff platforms now, which is what they were never intended to be. Because the Navy over the last 20, 30 years, I know that some, and Andrew could probably speak to this, some military planners and strategists have said, look, we're in the age of drones, mass drone attacks, and AI, and the new cadre of energy weapons rumored, and we've seen the railguns, and Trump has inferred that there's other quote-unquote secret weapons that could be used against Iran. That we're woefully unprepared for this next generation of asymmetric warfare. And Iran has just taken it to us. So I think there will be some fall guys. I don't think that for educated, informed observers like we have in this space, that won't cover Trump's backside. This is all on Trump. And I've now seen more than a couple of reports that I believe that if there was a situation where Trump tried to get access to the nuclear codes and was refused by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. So I still dread what could happen, but we have another taco moment here today with Trump saying that we're going to wait until Sunday now for Iran to capitulate and give us what we want, which cannot be done. You cannot give America and Israel what they want, because that's the destruction of the state of Iran, effectively, or to turn it into a state that's a failed state, like we see in Libya, and to some respects Iraq, Kuwait, and you turn it into an effective vassal of the United States. So the war is going to continue until Iran gets what it wants, because they've won. And I see more and more acknowledgement of that reality across the board. Certainly Democrats here in America have taken up that mantle. They've, as a party, they've taken up a anti-Israel sort of position, which is curious because they've voted for and with Israel probably much longer than the Republicans have, although it's a uniparty. The difference between the two are just differences of shade of gray, policy-wise. We've always been Israel's ally or vassal, depending on your point of view, and I don't see that changing unless and until Trump walks away from Bibi, and I don't think he can. Like I said before in the space, I think he's compromised by the Epstein files. So we're spinning our wheels here.
So Doc,
we do. Yeah.
Doc, I do have a question for you. It was a question actually we've asked, and we always like, when Doc comes, we'll ask him, and we always forget. Many people are talking about the 25th Amendment. What would be the kind of legalities on constituting something like that and the processes?
Well, I think I had it wrong. I mentioned the space before, so thanks for the question and clarification. It would be a majority of the sitting cabinet members. And the basis for it would be just the majority's conviction and vote that Trump was no longer able to effectively carry out his job. And the amendment, I think, was prompted historically by Roosevelt, who by the end of his fourth term, the government was effectively rumored to be being run by his wife, who had played, if nothing else, played a very, very large role in pretending that he was still hale and healthy. And we had some of those same rumors for some of the same reasons during the Biden administration. But it's a political act. I think that to think that it's, or to conclude that it's a reasonable possibility, you'd have to take account of each of the members of his cabinet and try and make a prediction on how they would vote in that circumstance and what circumstances would drive them to make that vote. I think if in fact Trump had tried to use nuclear weapons on Iran, that would be prima facie evidence that he's lost his mind and needs to be removed. So the standard is fairly simple. Is he able to execute the duties of his office? And whether through physical constraints, as was the case with Roosevelt, or mental deficiencies, as certainly was the case with Biden, and more and more apparent, I think, Trump suffered from something, whether it's just simple black or a combination of senile dementia, form their own opinion. So I'm pulling in the garage. So I'm pulling in my garage now, so I'm going to lose the signal. I'll try and come back in a little bit, but you guys are probably winding down the space, so.
No, we're going for a bit longer. We've got CIA agent Larry Johnson coming on in an hour to explain the full story of the nuclear bomb.
I want to go back and listen
being used.
I want to go back and listen to Tank Younger's interview. I know you were having him on yesterday. I just wasn't able to come up on space and listen. That's a big get, and congratulations to you. Your hard work in building the platform. Of course, Khaleesi, Beatrice, others, have been around for years now and see the growth and just the blossoming of your professionalism and your ability to manage a space like this, the knowledge and the information that you bring to the public. It's really quite something, and it's my congratulations to you. Happy to have been a very, very small part of it.
Appreciate that, Doc. You've been a very important part of it, as has everybody else on the space. Beatrix has helped run the spaces and been an important component of it, helping to host the spaces. So yeah, I appreciate every single one of you guys.
Is Beatrix here? I see her up there, but I don't know if she's here. I want to just thank you. Probably I shouldn't say anything. Thank you for the invitation to the bunker, and I'll be there. Just send the signal out.
What?
No. Well, I think she might be. Her feelings might be hurt if she knew that I was invited to the bunker and she wasn't. But
she's glitched out. Let me bring her back up. I've just seen the message now. So yeah, I mean, I'm told I'm getting the invitation to the bunker, and I'm not sure if she's if I get first choice, then she's definitely not coming into that bunker. Let me tell you that now. So anyway, back to the space, back to the conversation. Lots to speak about, lots to get through. She's back. Okay. Inevitable. She's agreeing with us. She's agreeing.
Wait, Sully, are you rubber? Is he rubber banding?
Am I rubber banding? I'm a rubber banding, guys.
No, it is for me.
No.
Oh, see that? That's a Chinese internet.
Oh gosh, that's me. If
you had more than 1G inevitable, you wouldn't have this problem. This is the problem with China. You don't have the 5G internet, and that's why you're rubber banding. See, Americans, they always try to tell you how things are great. Have you guys actually been to China? No. So listen, it could even be like a fifth world country for all you know, and he's just telling you how great everything is.
I don't know, Sully. I was amazed. I was in Beijing for a couple weeks. I was amazed.
Andrew, you didn't go to Beijing. They probably sent you to some like fake virtual place. You don't trust these Chinamen, bro. They probably sent you to a
Oh,
fake
thank you.
They probably sent you to a fake sweatshop.
You were actually in the Matrix there for a while. That's all it was.
Exactly.
That's it happened. Okay.
Don't
All right,
trust them.
thanks.
Don't trust them. Andrew, you saw what they did to the Vietnamese. You trust them.
Yes, brother, you're right. Thank you.
Exactly. So, anyway, let's get back into the conversation, guys. Retweet the space, reset it. Like I said, we have got CIA agent Larry Johnson coming on. He's going to explain well, it's in an hour. He's going to explain exactly what happened with the nuclear codes. He's going to tell us why Trump wanted to did he want to use the nuclear bomb? You're going to find out in an hour, so you better retweet the space. You better retweet the video in the nest. It's going to be a bombshell. Okay, back to the Sangha, go ahead, jump in, and then we'll go to somebody else.
You sound better, Sully. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay, you got upgrade from one. I see he's flopped again. 1G to 1.5G. See, this is the problem. But go ahead, Sangha.
I got a quick question. So obviously, up to this point, Iran, back to closing the strait again, and United States forming a blockade. So my question is, who's taking a bigger hit? So obviously, Iran is under a blockade and losing, its oil income, or at least a part of it. And on the other hand, like you got the Asian countries who are very reliant on the oil that's coming out of the strait. So yeah, I was just wondering who is taking more losses at this situation at hand.
Inevitable, do you want to answer that question? And then I'll jump in after that. Oh, look, his internet. Oh my God, his internet is so bad. See, he had the 1G internet. He tried to upgrade to the 1.5G and use maybe other power from the other Chinamen, and it didn't work, and it glitched out. You put too much surge of power, and you couldn't deal with it. Okay, so I'll answer your question for someone who isn't living in China, is living in the UK, where we've got more than 1.5G internet. I'm in the north as well, so we've got the premium level internet. So yeah, let me answer your question. In terms of the strait being
3G. I'm on 3G. Am I
no,
good?
you keep glitching out. Like, I heard that you tried to bring everybody's internet together and like your whole villages to get you on, and it kind of flopped. So now you're trying to expand it out a bit more.
More like a dial-up.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
Like a few
gosh.
dial-ups together.
I'm in the mountains of Xizang. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure you are. I heard you're actually right in the middle of a Beijing, and this is how bad the internet is. So anyway, coming back to the point, in terms of what Sangha you're asking, look, we covered this quite a bit, but let me just quickly add to it. I think personally, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz impacts America's partners quite a lot. I do think it impacts China. It impacts, but mainly American partners. It does impact in Iran as well, but much worse to the American partners. And so the longer the strait is closed, the more American partners are going to be impacted, and then they're going to have to look elsewhere for deals. In terms of the blockade, in total, obviously, you know my position. I don't think Iran should have agreed to the deal. I don't think I don't think they should have agreed to the ceasefire. I do think the ceasefire changed the momentum a bit towards the American side, and I believe that that's now being used in order to kill the Lebanese people, and we're seeing that happening in real time right now. So I always said I didn't agree with the ceasefire. I still hold that position. Let's see what happens though.
Was this question something along the lines of like, how does this affect Asia? I heard Asia and the closure of the strait.
Inevitable. I was asking like who's taking like more losses, and also like maybe if you want to answer this as well, like who can hold on longer? Is it Iran, or is it like United States allies?
Well, the United States is going to have to do some significant, like they're going to have to start
Let me
bailing
rephrase
out.
the question for you. So he's asking like who's been impacted the most, other than like we know China's struggling, but other than China, who else?
Oh well, honestly, look, I wouldn't even say. I would say, look, Japan, South Korea, Philippines, Vietnam. I guess if you just name them, the island of Taiwan is definitely dealing with a lot of issues in production. The island, not yeah. I think, and South Korea, I think, is probably in really bad straits too.
You're
Like their
talking about
petrochemical
you
plants.
talk about East
Yeah,
China.
East China, that's right. Yes, sir. Hey, I like this Suli. The Suli that acknowledges East China, that's the Suli I can bring to Hangzhou. Hey, maybe we can even go to Shanghai, although it's a little
No, I want
chilly
to go
up
to
there.
Xinjiang, but just don't put me in a
It's a
don't put me in a re-education camp, please.
Oh man, you'll have to find them for me. I haven't seen them, and I don't know. They just never seem to have pictures of these darn things. Who knows? Maybe
Well,
it's
I'm gonna
cozy
go
and it's like the
looking. I'm
best
gonna
kept
go
secret.
Xinjiang, bro. I'm gonna go looking. I'm telling you now. But just make sure I don't get into these re-education camps, right?
Hey, look, if you let me know where I can find them so I can steer clear because look, the Kashgar area, no, it's beautiful, man. It's Xinjiang is amazing. But no, like although the Uyghur food is kind of weird, I'll be honest. And this is for my standards. So anyway, moving on. No, just I think Taiwan, like if you look at, oh no, South Korea, their petrochemical plants are like literally running at 50% capacity. It's horrible, right? Like they don't have, and really in the broader Asian area, a lot of the really critical minerals and aluminum and like sulfur, naphtha, all of it's extremely critical, like plastics and resins. A lot of that stuff is the backbone of this so-called, look, you have project, or what is it, Operation Stargate? Isn't that what Trump just signed in 20 or last year? Right? And that's like 100 to $200 billion. And I think overall there's been like a 4 to $500 billion um, pact or pledge, if you will, or combined pledges to these data centers. How are you going to have data centers if you're not going to have the critical, semiconductors and processors? And look, Iran, or not Iran, excuse me, Taiwan is having really significant cut downs as well. And even with some of the commitments that the US and Australia had, Australia themselves are having a lot of problems with their LNG. And they're lucky. Look, Taiwan, the opposition party, or rather, excuse me, the separatist party is lucky for their sake that they got these like pre-planned conditions from Australia and the US, because basically they have like guaranteed LNG contracts that start in, I believe, June, and they expedited those, by the way. I don't think they were even supposed to come into effect until like around the autumn. But so yeah, it's been pretty bad, and like the drag overall, like for Q2 is already manifesting. So if you ask, like if you just look down the line, it takes time for oil to even be
Break.
sent out there in the
Thanks,
first
Dan.
place. Yeah.
Thanks, Dan. Well, breaking news. Breaking news. There's been a stabbing in UK now. Obviously, y'all might think that's normal, a little bit London, but that being said, there is a stabbing in the UK. It is a protester in London who has been stabbed. It doesn't seem like it's fatal, but he was apparently stabbed by an Iranian monarchist. So someone who's protesting against the Iran war was stabbed by an Iranian monarchist. That is the breaking news. Jared, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Jump in with wherever you want.
Guys, hey everyone. So I just wanted to share that there is some breaking news, some more information on the sudden departure of John Phelan. So Fox News, within the last few moments here, Sully, has just said he did not simply depart, but he was fired. This is a termination. He was fired today by Secretary Pete Hegseth. And Undersecretary Hung Kao is now in the top role in the acting capacity of the Secretary of Navy. Also, Axios is also reporting, quote, and this comes straight from their front page on Axios.com. Phelan didn't understand he wasn't the boss. His job is to follow orders given, not follow orders he thinks should be given. A person familiar with the situation told Axios he didn't get along with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. So it looks like there's the Pentagon spokesperson tried to say that this was somehow a resignation, but this is now being confirmed. It was a termination, and we don't know the reason why, but I think all of us could, speculate on why he was fired this afternoon. And this is the 34th top military advisor that Pete Hegseth has fired, but this one is really noticeable because this person was the Secretary of the Navy. So yeah, sometimes the first report that comes out from the Fed is that this was somehow a resignation. That is BS. It was a
Yeah, just to clarify to the audience, you're confirming, I have seen the same as well, that he was fired for refusing to follow orders, correct?
I can confirm that he was fired. But Axios, like I said, they're saying that Phelan didn't understand he wasn't the boss. His job is to follow orders given, not follow the orders he thinks should be given. That's a person familiar with the situation telling Axios tonight. So you could,
Yeah.
obviously speculate on what that
Yeah, I'll
means. But
translate that.
his
Jared, let me translate that for you,
yeah.
brother. I'll translate that for you in legalese military lingo. That's exactly what Suleiman said. He's saying, I can no longer follow these bullshit orders. This is out of control. I just translated it for us all.
And we don't want, right? I mean, it wasn't too long ago where, I've been focusing here in the Commonwealth of Virginia with redistricting, but it wasn't too long ago, right, where Democrats put that memo out and they said no military officer should be following illegal orders. And I think that was fantastic, right? We don't want people to follow whatever illegal orders you think, right? Obviously, the president is the commander in chief, but I can't even trust him anymore, right? Because Solomon, when you broke that news 30 minutes ago, right, the conversation was, oh, well, he resigned. He also, by the way, he was very close to Donald Trump Jr. I believe he was just invited to the wedding, right? Because Donald Trump Jr. is engaged, so he was invited to that, very close with Donald Trump's son. So now he's being terminated for whatever reason that Hegseth and Trump fired him for. So it's interesting.
Yeah, definitely. That Scott, that we know that was Senator Scott. I'm sorry, Mark Kelly, Senator Kelly, who Hegseth threatened to court-martial. And I could be even called. I'm a retired naval officer. I can be recalled to active duty for a literally a court-martial. And they tried to do that to Senator Kelly. And Kelly called BS, and we saw it coming. And it was just this morning on Suleiman Space. It's recorded. I said, look for more firings, more resignations. We'll see more senior officers and includes, of course, senior civilians revolting, rejecting, standing out, and walking away from this. Are you familiar, real quick, if I could ask Suleiman, Jared, are you familiar with Admiral, 4-star Admiral Halsey down at CENTCOM who resigned? Were you following any of that?
I'm not, but I just wanted to add. I just wanted to add
So
one
from
more
World War
note.
II, World War II?
Not only did
similar
they
name, different spelling. Go ahead, Jared. I'm sorry, Jared.
Yeah. Hey, Andrew, I just wanted to add a note. Not only did they try to put pressure on Mark Kelly, crazy Shitneen Pirro got a grand jury in D.C., and she went to the grand jury in D.C. to try to indict a sitting U.S. Senator from Arizona, Mark Kelly, on basically saying to not follow illegal orders. And the grand jury in the District of Columbia told her to go F herself. So not only did they try to put public pressure on him, they tried to imprison him as well, and it did not work. We have to remember that point, right? Because they try to use lawfare, and lawfare is not what we want to do, right? Just based on a decorated, former astronaut saying to not follow illegal orders. So they try to put him in jail. We have to remember that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, brother. Amen. That's absolutely right. See, we can't be afraid. We can't cower. Oh, I don't want to be. No, we have to stand up. We're in a moral battle here. And I appreciate the information, sir. Yeah, Admiral Halsey is very similar to Admiral Halsey, World War II great. No, a great, great, great man, 4-star admiral. He said, I'm done. I'm walking away from this shit show. And he walked away from one of the most covetous, most highly sought after combat commands. He walked away 2 years into a 4-year command. He could have made millions in endorsements and contracts from that, but he said, no, I'm done. And Vice Admiral Retcher resigned as director. More and more are going to come out. I'm telling you, they're saying, I'm walking out. They got to revolt, man. I would say revolt. Here's how we revolt. Walk away. Say, no, I'm not participating. I'm resigning.
What do you think it is, Andrew? Like to what extent are they saying this Trump administration, especially, completely under the control of Israel? Is that what they're objecting to? You think?
Ultimately, Doctor, and by the way, I owe you a response. I'm working on that very detailed PDF file. But ultimately, Doctor, they know the deal. They see that we're make Israel great again. They see what we're dying for and sending our men to die for. They know we're an occupied country, and more are getting the moral courage, like Colonel Anthony Aguilar and others, and more of us standing together with moral courage. Moral courage. John Fitzgerald Kennedy wrote that book, Profiles in Courage. We've got to stand up. Can't be afraid. Oh, I want to be called. I've been told I'm not an American. I'm told I'm not a patriot. I've been told I'm a Hamas sympathizer. Yeah, they can all let the door hit them on the ass on the way out. No, I will stand for what's right.
Amen. I mean, I can't agree more. I just would love to hear, like, if I could be a fly on the wall to hear exactly what's happening with these Navy, this Navy commander. After all, this is an amazing. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, Dr. Michael, I'm so glad you said that. Yeah, here's what I've set in at Pentagon level briefing 4 stars as they prepare their briefing to go to the Senate Armed Services Committee. And this is what happens when they sit down when the elephants are playing. I was a commander. Okay, I'm briefing 4 stars, 3 stars. Go. Here's what happens. They're literally talking. They communicate. Okay, we've been given this command by our civilian. We know that the civilians are our commander in chief, President of the United States. We follow his orders. Yes, sir. No, sir. We obey what our orders are given to us. However, we are taught and trained. We do not serve a man or woman. We do not serve a person, a king, a tyrant. We serve and we take an oath to the United States Constitution. And we're taught from day one, as a baby officer, you're taught, okay, there's a thing called a moral and an immoral order, a legal, lawful order, and an unlawful order. We're taught that. We're trained that. We teach our troops that. And then here's where it comes down to. Every single decision made, you have a choice, and it's in corporate, it's in life. Good, bad, good, evil. Yes, we have choices to make. And when we see something that we saw, and we see it every day, I saw it in the humiliation ritual in Quantico, Virginia. I was destroying furniture in my home. Thank God my wife wasn't home, because my Vietnamese wife, she would have pulled out a kitchen knife, man, because I was going berserk. I was listening to Hegseth say the most outrageous, egregious, unimaginable things. And then Trump was telling our 4 stars and our command NCOs, hey, you're no longer apolitical. You will be MAGA cultist. That's what he said when I translate it. That's what he was saying. Oh, DEI. Make sure we get rid of all the gays, all this, and then going after the equal rights and that and all that. Okay, they go after that. Okay, you want to play that game? Fine. They did this massive purge, but what they were really going after is anyone that will stand up and say, that ain't right. That ain't right. And that's the Department of War change really bothered me. But I won't keep rambling. But no, what happened in there, I would love, like you said, Dr. Michael, but I tell you what's happening. He's saying, no, this is bullshit. Nah, we're done. Well, you got to make a decision. You don't like it, you either go along or Hegseth said, don't let the door hit you in the ass. Goodbye, I'm out of here. They need to resign, and speak up.
You're the man, Andrew.
Mr. China, thank you, sir. We got to speak up. That's why we love you, China. We don't like China per se, because they, but you're fighting the Zios with us, brother.
Yeah, man, and it's easy to have a sense of disdain towards the U.S. military as an institution, and but everyone's an agent, an individual agent, right? And people can it's no need to conflate the crimes of a man's country with the man himself, and it's very easy to do that. But yeah, it's good to hear your perspective.
Likewise, China.
Can I jump in? Yeah, so I think just with all of this, it's completely ridiculous as this military purge continues. They're not purging the Army secretary and the Navy secretary to just sit idly by and make a deal. They're purging these people because they have some type of operation coming that these people had the moral courage to say, no, we are not going to do this operation. This is going to get the men and women of our armed forces killed, and there is no way this can work. So they had to keep purging enough people until they had people willing to send our men and women to die, unfortunately. And Trump's been, during this entire ceasefire, moving pieces into the region. There was multiple generals fired, an Army secretary and a Navy secretary. And this isn't to say anything ill of Hung Kao. I don't think he's necessarily some horrible person. I mean, he graduated high ranks in his class, but if he needs to stand up and say no, and unfortunately I think if they got promoted into these positions, that means they're not going to have the moral courage to say no, unfortunately, which is very disappointing. And the blood of our troops will be on their hands for carrying out these orders, and they will be just as culpable in this as Trump, Hegseth, Rubio, Vance, all of the top people in the administration who went along with this either more vocally in Trump and Rubio's case or less vocally in Vance's case. We're not buying these fake Washington Post stories of Vance pretending that he was against this for his 2028 run. Anyone in this administration is guilty in this and will be held fully accountable by us.
Andy, I'll
Especially
send
the
it to you.
politicians, right?
Yeah,
Especially the
definitely.
politicians who actually have, um, political ambitions, right? To be vice president or to be president or secretary of war in 2028. Especially them. Like I give Joe Kent, even though he did run for Congress. By the way, Hung Kao, he is. He did graduate at the top of his class. I actually met him because he actually ran for Senate, and Senator Mark Warner beat him in our Virginia Senate primary, and he got on the stage with Donald Trump. And I'm just giving an example of basically Trump said something crazy. He shook his hand for like 30 seconds. I was right there, and because it was in Chesapeake, Virginia, he was running for Senate, and basically Trump said he was like the crazy Democrats in Virginia, and he said, Mr. Hung Kao, my friend, aren't they crazy? Don't you think they're crazy? And then Hung Kao was like, whatever you say, Mr. President. Okay, so he is just another lapdog. And again, there are crazies in everything, right? But he has no restraint. He is another DC lapdog for Donald Trump, and he's not going to do anything. And the reason Trump appointed him is because he felt bad, so he gave him, he had to give him a position, Secretary of Navy. So, I'm sorry, Undersecretary of Navy. So, yeah, he's garbage too. But I want to know the reason. I hope he is not under any legal restraint. I hope he speaks out to why he and Secretary of Hegseth had this rocky relationship. Because isn't there like a Navy blockade right now with something with the war in Iran? I heard or I read.
Yes,
Yeah,
we are doing a
absolutely, Chuck.
blockade. We are doing a blockade, and it's kind of weird because they claim, oh, we're blocking all the ships, but a lot of the ships are getting through. So I've been commenting under posts where they talk about how some of the ships have gotten through. I'm like, it's the first semi-permeable blockade in world history because that's what it is. It's semi-permeable because most of the ships are still getting through.
Cool. Okay, let's go to Godfrey. Godfrey, jump in with your thoughts.
Can you hear me? It's a bit choppy on my end.
No, it's fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to agree with what you guys are saying. I mean, John Phelan was fired because he doesn't want to carry out treasonous orders for Israel. And that's what Trump and Hegseth are trying to do. Trump and Israel's top bulldog, Pete Hegseth, they're trying to fire any real patriots from the military. And I still hold out hope for General Kane, and I do firmly believe that he stayed in his position because he knew that if he left, somebody would carry out an order like nuking Iran. And I think the military is in a state of just complete disarray. And Donald Trump is so brazen that I guarantee you he is being asked by people like General Kane and others to politely step down. And he's telling them no. He's refusing because he is all in on this play. This is the whole play of Israel, to trick people, to rebrand neoconservatism under MAGA, to trick people with Trump, and then to pull the rug out from under them, cover up Epstein, and start World War III with Iran. That was always the plan, and it's failing so miserably. But Trump is going forward with it anyway, and that's what we're seeing right now. That's why this looks so sloppy and so miserable, because I'm not in... Like, I respect our military a lot, and they're great folks like Andrew, but I'm not under any illusions that they operate completely for the good. Our military has made some mistakes in the past that we all know of. But at the end of the day, I do still believe that there are good people at the top, and we're seeing that right now. And these people are refusing treasonous orders for this war that nobody wants. And that's why John Phelan was fired today. And you cannot convince me of that otherwise. There's no way. It's just not possible.
Andrew?
Yeah, agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, agree, Godfrey. Yes, Sir Suleiman. Yeah.
No, I thought you might want to add something because this is
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
important.
Godfrey. Oh, yeah, thanks, Suleiman. Godfrey, agree 150%. I just a little bit, I think we talked about that Kane should have been more forthright. I know what you're saying. It's a very valid point. You know, if he wasn't there, God forbid, who knows? Maybe Trump would have done the insane, crazy stuff. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Our military will be held accountable for every action down the road, either in this world or the world hereafter. Now, there is a God, and the genocide and the bloodlust of National Zionist Israel, and America has been complicit in it. And I know it's America, the government, but from now on, I'm believing that every one of these Christian national Zionists that are supporting this genocide and keep saying, "Oh no, God bless America, God bless it," no, they'll be held accountable for this. God will not be mocked, and I know that. Let's keep this in a geopolitical position. This is really this every day we see Israel, National Zionist Israel, and we see America brought deeper and deeper into derision, open shame, and it continues.
Yeah. Let's go to I don't know who was next, but Gary's here. Gary in the house. Gary, how you doing? Gary, how you doing? Everyone's saying Gary was wrong, and I'm saying he's not wrong. What's your thoughts? What's going on? I can't hear Gary. Is he speaking? Is it me?
I don't hear him
Oh,
either.
okay.
No, Mike. His mic's closed. He's gone. I don't know how you get so.
Yeah, he got up and then he's glitched out. Maybe trying to get back in again. Remember, guys, we got Larry Johnson coming on in about 30 minutes. It's gonna be fire. It's 10 past that he's coming on. So it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. We're gonna ask him about the nuclear codes. We're gonna ask Matthew Hoh about the resignation. What a great... It ended up being brilliant. We got a US Marine coming on talking about the Phelan resignation. That was such great luck. In the way, not luck, you know what I mean? Like I had him scheduled already. It wasn't for this, and then this news breaks almost perfectly on time. And then we also have Larry Johnson, CIA agent, who says Trump requested the nuclear codes and he was denied them. We're going to get that information directly from Larry Johnson in 30 minutes. Well, less than 30 minutes now, about 20 minutes I need to get ready. And we've got Matthew Hoh coming on as well. Oops, already. Oh, crap. Okay, Gary, you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah,
How you doing? Give us your thoughts, Gary.
I just got out of a 2-hour meeting, so I don't really have any thoughts other than is there some breaking news that I should know about?
Well, yeah, huge breaking news. Mutiny.
Every 2 hours. Have we had a peace for 2 hours?
Yeah, everyone's saying
Yet?
Gary's wrong. There's a ceasefire, but that's a separate point. The huge news, Gary, you missed it.
Give
Gigantic
me it.
news. Major,
Huge.
major resignation within the Trump regime.
Oh, Tulsi?
No, not Tulsi. What's his name again? John C. Phelan, this U.S. Navy secretary, was fired apparently for refusing to follow orders.
Yeah. I think we're going to hear more and more of that. Yeah. I mean, I think you're going to start seeing a lot of people either walk or get fired.
Gary, I was just saying that this morning, brother. Hey, can you believe it? We were just talking about that this morning when you were in your meeting. We were talking about that, and then you confirm it.
Well, don't know that I'm confirming it, but that's what you normally do when you have chaos management. You throw some people under the bus and get rid of them. Some squeaky wheels, people that tell you were wrong, and you went and did it anyway. Yeah. So, guys, I mean, I'd love to see something that maybe this latest comment was, hey, we'll have peace forever as long as we're talking. Maybe that's enough for most people. I just, I want to see the action. I want to see the follow up, the whole thing. So I'm pessimistic personally, but the stock market would prove me wrong. I mean, this is amazing, and maybe that's the truth is maybe the market knows more than we do. Maybe the market's going, hey, look, this is going to get resolved one way or the other.
Or Gary, could it be that they're basically doing a trap? I mean, I'm not an expert on this. That they inflate the
Well,
market, they get
you've
people
never,
excited, and then they liquidate
yeah,
them.
you've never had more internal selling of stock ever. If I'm correct, somebody please correct me, but I think you have an all-time high of insiders selling their shares, dumping large positions. So there's got to be exit. This is the problem with exiting a system this big. If you really believe BlackRock and State Street and the other one owns all the market, we'll try getting out of it. But massive positions are very difficult to liquidate. So I think more like a remarking or a resetting. That's what needs to happen. I suspect that's what's they're going to use this as the reset. I would suspect that we're going to have this is going to be a really dramatic 2 years, the next 2 years. I think people need to really buckle down, take a lot of magnesium and whatever else you take. And it's going to be, I think, very dramatical. Yeah, so that's where I'm at. Wish I could hear the interview at 7. I'm actually doing a show, unfortunately, but that sounds like it's going to be a good interview. By the way, your interview on YouTube was very good, buddy. Last night, you're doing a really, really good job in your live interviews. Well done.
Appreciate it, Gary. Appreciate your comments. Really appreciate you as well. Let's go to Jamie. Jamie, was there anything you want to add to the conversation? Okay, let's go to. Oh, the pressure gets to them. The pressure gets to them. Let's go to Oh no, she's here. Jamie. Oh, your audio's not working. It's not you. You'll have to reset. Let's go to Robel. 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 Okay. Let's go to Godfrey.
Yeah, thanks, Suleiman. It's so weird. I guess you guys can hear me okay, but it's a bit choppy. You guys are kind of maybe some type.
No, it was fine before.
My phone or something.
No.
No,
Godfrey,
it's fine. I'm saying I think
Godfrey,
my
no, it
voice
was
is
fine.
fine. It's just when. Gotcha. Yeah, it's just hard for me to hear. It's for you guys. It's a little choppy when
Your
I'm listening to you.
connection's terrible, man.
Oh,
You're
okay.
rubber
Yeah, it
banding.
is me.
You weren't rubber
Okay.
banding before, but you're rubber banding
Okay.
now.
Okay. I'll come back. I'll come back.
Hey, Suleiman, on our YouTube, the YouTube here, a lot of commentary about the former Secretary of the Navy. He was a money guy. He does not have any military. He has no Navy experience. The job of the Secretary of the Navy is not a quote. He's not a warrior, a battle commander. That job is a highly involved with a very technical job involving financial management, budget planning, and it's really a manager of a massive organization, like a CEO of a major corporation. You don't have to have someone in there with quote Navy experience. It'd be nice, but what you need is a very highly
Andrew,
technical
what's the
person.
guy's title? What's the guy's title you're talking about?
Secretary of the Navy. Secretary
Yeah,
of Navy. Yeah, Gary, I
right.
mean, you can jump in on this,
Yeah,
brother.
he's like an operator. He's a chief operations officer.
Gary, you'd be better person to talk about that. But people are saying, no, the guy had no Navy experience and not military experience. But Gary, you could please elaborate.
Well, but most of these guys are probably have done very little time on the ground. They're administrators, man. They're they're guys that know how to run 10, 15, 20,000 people. I mean, it's a like you don't really think a combat soldier's going to run 20,000 people, right? These are managers, mid management, senior management.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
whole chain.
Exactly. For listeners, it would be like you have Gary Cardone. Okay, he's a businessman. He manages he's a money guy, manager. He knows how to do this. Okay, imagine him saying, okay, he's going to run a massive organization involving multi-billion-dollar budgets to a war fighter who knows the technical stuff. Gary would go to him saying, hey, tell me what needs to be done. We'll look at it and look at it from a managerial point of view. You don't have to be a warfighter technician to be a big manager like that.
Go ahead, bye, jump in.
Hi, sorry it's taken me a while to get up there. Thanks, Suleiman. This is something I wanted to say a few weeks ago when we had the last mass firings, and Andrew did just comment on it a little bit, along with someone else mentioning treason. But the oath of office is to protect the U.S. Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic, and I think that's what they're doing. I'd like Andrew to speak to that. Like literally, we might have a president who's an enemy of the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah, we're an occupied nation. I mean, if Trump gave me an order to do this, yeah, if it's a lawful order, I'll do it. He's my commander in chief. But if I see things like I'm seeing, and I heard from that humiliation ritual, I'd be having serious reservations. In fact, if I was actually a theater operator like Admiral Halsey was, and our Secretary of Navy was seeing, I'd go, no, we're done. Say revolt. Yeah, revolt. It means I resign. I'm turning in my badge. I'm done with this shit show. That's what these officers and these senior civilian SES and these politically appointed people have started doing. And by the way, Gary also said, which I said earlier, when the shit really hits the fan, what we're going to see, Hexeth is going to start throwing these admirals and generals under the bus. They made this poor decision. Do you think they're going to take the fall eventually? And Trump will even throw Hexeth under the bus eventually.
Yeah. I wonder if in these talks, as these people are getting fired, if these generals are saying flat out, sir, this is in direct conflict with the U.S. Constitution, and it's as cut and dry as putting a line in the sand right there. This is the oath of office is obviously something that when you make that rank, you take very seriously, and there's only one reason why you would be forced to resign or kicked out, and that is you're literally up against an enemy, a domestic enemy of the Constitution.
Right. And it even has to be like, let's say, a rudder order. We call it in the Navy a rudder order, main turn here, do this, do that. Okay. If I see that that's going to cause irreparable harm to my command, ultimately get my men killed, men and women killed, or suffer a great loss, I'm going to say, you're full of shit, sir. I was thrown out of an admiral's office. He was screaming at me, calling me every F. He said, "You effing get the F out of my office, you F." And I stood my ground. I said, "Admiral, this is really, you're wrong on this one, sir. Here's why." He threw me out of the office, but guess what? That was a great man. And literally, later, he called me back and said, "All right, let's talk." A poor leader will say, "How dare you confront me? You're fired. Get away from me." A great leader will say, "All right, shithead, I disagree with you. We butt heads, but let's sort this out." And then eventually, if it's not unlawful, then we'll work it out.
Yeah, all really interesting. I'll drop down. I just, we as we talk about these people resigning or what have you, it could be way worse than that. Even, I mean, who knows? Yeah, it's amazing. Anyway,
Hey,
thanks
when
a lot. That's all
somebody
I wanted to add.
resigns like that from a high rank and they've been in the military for 17, 20, 27 years, what happens to their benefits and all that stuff?
Well, like Admiral Halsey, who was to me is a great, great man, 4 stars. He gets all of his
Yeah.
benefits. He gets full retirement, Gary. He gets everything. All of his he gets to retire at a 4 star level because he resigned. If he would have been fired, usually what they'll do at a 4 star level, they'll demote him down to a couple stars. But the great damage is the intangible benefits. What Admiral Halsey really forfeited was his lucrative, very lucrative contracts. He could have retired from that. I have a very close friend of mine who retired, and through my association with another friend I've had for 50 years, he retired as a 3 star, and he walked right into Raytheon and made multi millions. But see, with Halsey, when he resigned, all that gets taken off the table. Now you become a pariah. You're one of them, and you also are an outcast. And he paid a great price there. Now, no, he's got a great retirement. Is 20 whatever? I think he had 26 years active. He might have been at the 30 point, and he gets all those benefits and retirements. But he still lost millions with that decision. Same with Anthony Aguilar. Anthony Aguilar will never tell you this, but if he were here in the space right now, he'll tell you that he forfeited potentially millions of dollars in contracts. I walked out, I changed my uniform, I put on my civilian monkey suit, and I was making high 6 figure salaries doing spreadsheets. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got it. But those guys, what I was making 6 figure salaries, those cats walk out and make, 8, 9, they make a lot of zeros behind their name in those contracts.
Jump in, Godfrey.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you got my wheels spinning yesterday when we spoke, man. I think it was yesterday. Or no, maybe it was the day before, but you said that Trump's plan was to go into Iran, take it quickly like Venezuela, on his side because he made such a strategic move. I think that was the plan. I think that he thought he could go in there, take over Iran, come in as this crowning hero, and get the public somehow to trick them using the media into thinking that he saved America by stopping the uranium in Iran, the enriched uranium and their nuclear program. And that in his demented mind, he thought the public would move on from Epstein and that they would just openly support it. And I think he literally was trying to bomb his way through Epstein. But he soon found out that his whole world got turned upside down and that the Iranian military was no joke. This is a very serious military, and they have very serious military hardware from Russia and China that they're using as well. And as well as I believe a lot of help from China and their satellite systems. But the fact of the matter is, Sully, I think you're right, because that is the only thing that explains the state of chaos that the Trump administration is in now, and why Trump is still so hell-bent on doing this, because this was his mission for Israel. Like, this forget about anything else that Trump did and anything else in his term and all the pardons he's issued for top Israeli and Jewish criminals. Like, this is why he was chosen. This is why they had the Epstein blackmail on him, why he was stewarded through the system for 30 years by Mossad to get in the White House. It was for this very reason. And I think that was the plan. They thought they could get through this clean, and they found out otherwise. And you just really got me thinking about that when you said that, man. I think you're absolutely right.
So based on that, like, how far do you think this goes?
Well, that's the question. I don't know how it continues. I just don't think the military is on board with this plan. And you can fire a general here and fire a general here, but that story from Larry Johnson, I mean, that told me like everything I needed to know. Like that story got out for a reason. And here's where I think it goes. I think Trump is being told to resign by literally everybody in DC, by his entire cabinet, by the military, but he's not leaving. He's staying in, and he will not be removed unless it comes down to him maybe being forcibly removed as a matter of national security. That's where I think we're at as a country right now, straight up.
Let's see. Jamie, are you back? Can you speak? No. Okay, Andy, jump in.
Yeah, exactly. Andrew is spot on about how Trump will throw anyone under the bus to save himself. I had a friend actually tell me they think that is eventually going to throw Pete Hegseth under the bus. When all is said and done, Trump will, I think, fire Pete Hegseth as well. This friend of mine told me that he said, I think Trump's going to throw Pete Hegseth under the bus early on, like when this is over, Pete Hegseth will get thrown under the bus. That's what my friend told me, and so that was a really astute take from Andrew, and I expect nothing less of Andrew to give a good take. And I don't think Trump's going to get removed, nor do I want Trump to get removed, because JD Vance is actually more concerning, because JD Vance can pull off and do all of the same stuff, but without acting like an idiot, because he's not going to go on. He could do all the bombing, do all of the war crimes, but without saying horrific things like I'm gonna destroy a civilization. So JD Vance could pull it off in a way more like a George W. Bush, despite not having the support, but without basically straight up admitting to war crimes on Truth Social. So JD Vance is actually more terrifying than Trump in that way, because he's not gonna make an idiot of himself. And then you get Peter Thiel's Palantir boy. And so I'd rather just ride it out with Trump and let this whole MAGA movement end with Trump than putting someone in there that at least can sound competent. Because someone that can sound competent is more scary than the person that everyone knows is a buffoon.
Yeah, Hegseth is done. Just it's a matter of time. And by
But
the way, all that
okay,
effort that Trump had, and they still have Iran has their nuclear program, still has their high enriched uranium. They still have their missile program. They're revising numbers all the time, including for their naval force. They just came out and said Iran actually has 60% of its naval force. They just came out today and said that. I thought it was completely done. Oh no! Now it's 60. Now it's 60%. Okay,
but
when next time it's going to be 70, and
inevitable.
they control the Strait of Hormuz. By the way,
Issue a question, inevitable, because I agree with you. I think he's going to throw Hegseth under the bus. But my question is to you: where does he go from there? Like, only look like more of a shit show. The more people fires, the more Israeli lackeys into the administration, the military. Like at some point, the job and there's no musical chairs left to play. How do you see that playing out?
yeah, no, he's like I just in the grander scheme. Um, yeah, I don't think the U.S. wins this war. I think like the only way the U.S. quote unquote wins is if they destroy everything, and at that point, that's literal like suicide, right? That's literal. Okay, destroy Iran with like I don't know 20 nukes, and then get the GCC completely wiped out. I don't think that's even an option, right? Then what's the next step? Oh, bridges and roads and bombs day or whatever they said. Okay, well, you also still lose the GCC and probably Israel. Not an option. So what's the realistic option? The realistic option is they lose, and then Iran leaves this war with more leverage than it came into this war
So
with. Yeah, it's good.
let
Yeah,
me ask you a quick question. While I'm setting this up, I'm just reading now headline, huge headline, and it says Iran war deepens China's dependence on the US for niche gas, and it's talking about the fact that China is set to import record volumes of US ethane this month due to what's happening in the Strait. So what's happening? Is this America taking over? Are you guys relying on America now?
you said it's on ethane, right? ETH. I don't know how that's. But
ETHANE.
I've. Okay, yeah. So look, that's something that's they're projecting down the line. Last time I checked, I really didn't see any significant upticks in getting like any ethane imports. I know the U.S. has exported quite a bit, and they've diversified their supply. But my understanding is that like China gets a lot of that from like Turkmenistan and like that Central Asian corridor through like pipelines. But again, I could be wrong. You know, like I know that's a breaking article, I guess, but no, I think even in that case, like it's there are other sources in which China can diversify. So even if China is importing that now, like what is the U.S. importing, right? Like from China. So it's there's only so far that the strongman game can go. But no, I mean, look, the U.S. and China still have ongoing relations, and look, I think Trump can go to. I honestly, and I've heard it from good authority that Trump is pretty much able to go to Beijing at any time, like that he wants. There's no, it's not like they're at direct physical war. And even when Trump had that interview last week, he said, "Oh yeah, yeah, China spied on the Pentagon and got like all of our data, but we spy on each other all the time. We hack each other all the time." And it's true. It's kind of a weird relationship where it's like we do, uh, pretty, maybe we're a bit intrusive with one another, if you will. But at the end of the day, I think in an
I'm
overall
hearing a bit
leverage
of cope. I'm hearing a
standpoint,
bit
the
of
U.S.
cope.
is losing
I'm
it.
hearing a bit of cope. That's fine. That's
No.
fine. Wait, off you. Okay, let's go to quickly because remember we've got Larry Johnson coming on literally in 5 minutes. And why is my camera not working? This is annoying. Uh, okay, Hussein, Hov, do you want to jump in?
I just wanted to say, check your WhatsApp. I sent you more videos. The guy that got stabbed is actually a friend of mine, and it's unbelievable. They're like in London and outside 10 Downing Street, an Iranian who's demonstrating against the war, is basically set upon by supporters of Pahlavi. And literally, they've gone there to say, look, no more wars to Iran, stop the wars. And they've just stabbed him up and opened up his stomach for him. And he's the same guy that was also hounded on the streets when he had his two kids walking with him. And they were calling him and they said, they said to his 4-year-old or 5-year-old daughter, we're going to rape your daughter. This is the mindset of these Pahlavi people. And they're walking around the streets of London. And the police are able to manage to keep 200,000 people separated from each other when it's left and right. But when it's Pahlavi people who are Zionists, they're allowed to go straight into the crowd of Iranians and basically do what they want, swear at families, kids. And when someone stands up for the families, they stab him up. That's the only reason I came up, Silly. I haven't really heard what's happening, and I don't know what's going on. I'm working at the moment on things, so I just wanted to come up and ask you if you can to have a look at your WhatsApp, mate. I've sent you a few videos, especially specifically with me and him together after the event where his kids and him were abused on the streets of London by the same group of people, and they followed him to his house. They've videoed him outside his house. So they've literally outside his house. They've got a video of him going into his car, and basically they're targeting him because he's standing up for Iran in London. These guys are all assets of the government. They're all assets of Israel, and they're allowed to get away with it. There's incidents, so many incidents that are happening where they attack people, abuse people, and the police don't do a damn thing about it because MI5 or MI6, whichever one of the two ones is involved in internal politics, is allowing these people to get away with it. I'm looking forward to watching Larry Johnson, mate. I'll shut up now. I'm just gutted that a friend of mine is, a personal friend of mine is being stabbed up because he stands up for Iran. And there's so many other patriots that do that. And yet, this is the result of it. You have scumbags that take a knife to a person. Absolute scum of the earth. I'm going to come off, Sully. I'm so sorry for changing the topic, but it is on Iran as well. And to show this is the person they want to come and take over the country. This is his followers.
Yeah, I did post one of them out. I did see it when you sent one of them. I'm gonna post the rest of them after these interviews for sure. And to be honest, it kind of shows the psychology of these people. Like, I always see these people acting, and this is the irony of them because they play a victim, but they act the most aggressive and crazy out of any of them. They're the only people I see who go on social media or go on an event or even in a studio and they'll threaten. If you remember any kind of major show, whether it's the Piers Morgan show, whether it's any of the other shows, these guys are always threatening people. And I see that consistently. If you remember, Cenk, like we had Cenk on yesterday, and one of them threatened Cenk, if you remember, and said, like, we're going to come for you. And they just do this consistently all the time. So
They're not only they demented. I'm gonna just before I hope shut me off as soon as you're doing your thing with Larry. Yeah, but I'm going to tell you a quick story so you understand. Swearing at someone in English and swearing at someone in Iranian is a completely different ball game. If I turn around and call someone a pimp, yeah, in English, you're such a pimp. You're a pimp. If you call someone a pimp in Iran or to an Iranian person, to a man, what you're actually saying to him is that you're a man that goes out into the streets, finds men to come into your house to pay you money to sleep with your wife, your daughter, your aunt, and your mum. And these are the kind of swear words that Iranians have with each other. And they use these kind of swear words. The sharaf, the honor of Iranians is you can't allow people to talk to you like that. And these guys, every other word is as disgusting as that. And then, when people rise up against it, they stab them. They stab them.
right, my camera isn't working for. I know it's horrible, and we're definitely gonna tweet about it. And I agree with you completely. We'll cover this in a bit. Unfortunately, my main camera's not working, so I'm gonna have to use the MacBro camera, and I don't get it because it was working earlier. Okay, well. Okay. Hi, Larry. How you doing? How's things?
Yeah, been a busy time. I was just doing the Jimmy Dore show, and now with you.
I mean, I'm seeing your headlines, and we're so excited to have you. I've been promoting it quite a bit because we got obviously been hitting the headlines, Larry.
Yeah,
We're gonna get into it.
Okay.
Okay, let me start. I just want to welcome a close friend of the show, Larry Johnson. He gives the best geopolitical analysis out there. He's been hitting headlines recently over one of his comments. Larry, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
Hey, my pleasure. Listen, are you back in Tampa or are you still in the UK?
I'm still in the UK, but as long as if this ceasefire can be long enough, we're going to be flying back out. But
okay.
But Mr. Johnson, quick question. You released to the public that there was Donald Trump was attempting to ask for the nuclear codes. Explain what happened.
Yeah, so what I was told, and it came from a source that I have a lot of confidence in, but I haven't been able to independently corroborate it. But Trump was basically wanting to entertaining the use of nukes, and General Dan Kane pushed back real strong and basically said, "No, we're not going down that path." Now people say, "Well, that could be far-fetched," except in about that same time frame, you had Trump talking about ending Iran as a civilization. The only weapon I know that's out there that's a civilization ender is a nuclear weapon. So, his language certainly was consistent with the story. But and I'm glad it's gotten some attention because it's really bringing focus on Donald Trump's mental status. He's not right. He is not at all in full possession of his faculties. I've got a small YouTube channel called Countercurrents. I do one interview a week, and I did an interview with Robert Barnes, and Robert is very well connected into the Trump administration, and the stories he was telling about the concern about Donald's mental status started in earnest last fall. He starts engaging in this. It's called confabulation. That's where you make up a story or you tell something that is a provable lie, but you believe it's true, and so you don't realize that you're lying. You're telling it as if it's true. Like, oh, I've stopped 10 wars, or I've stopped 9 wars, and Pakistan and India look at each other and goes, yeah, he didn't do dick, he wasn't involved with this at all. So you got the confabulation. You've got these emotional outbursts, and we've seen it with his famous Easter Sunday posting on social media, where open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards. Yeah, that's normal. That's what the president who's celebrating the resurrection of Jesus would say, and he concluded with praise Allah. And go, what? Yeah, if you've converted to Islam, cool. Good. That's announcing it on Easter Sunday may not be politically astute. So he comes out. He comes out with things that under a normal person would not say. Number one. Then the personal attacks they started leveling on Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, Riley Gaines, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, the Pope. It's like he's going after everybody, and not going after it in either a clever way or a funny way. It's like Winston Churchill had a knack for delivering insults. One woman came up to him and said, "You're just a drunk." And he said, "Madam, that may be true, but in the morning I'll be sober and you'll still be ugly."
And yeah, that's hilarious. But Larry, more questions about it. I did tell my audience we were going to get more into this. So he asked for the nuclear codes. I believe you said it was on a Saturday. What were the circumstances behind? Like, what was so unique? What was unique about that day that he would ask for the nuclear codes?
They had an emergency meeting last Saturday, and the emergency meeting was to figure out what are we going to do with respect to Iran. Are we going to and you get a realistic? Hopefully, he got a realistic assessment of what could and could not be done. And so in that regard, they realized, putting ground forces in, that's a non-starter. We don't have enough to do anything meaningful. All we do is we have enough to get people killed that's going to create a real political problem for you. From a naval standpoint, our ships can't get close to shore because they got all these ballistic hypersonic missiles that can take out our ships. So we got to keep our ships 700 miles offshore. So that leads bombing, and we're running out. We are running out of Tomahawk missiles and JASSMs and JDAMs. So in that context, maybe we should look at using a nuke. It would be in that context that it would come up, and that's where King goes, oh, no, 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 no. We're not going down that road. And I understand that there's been increasing pushback from both General Kane and John Ratcliffe, the CIA director. I think they're loyal to Trump, but they realize, just like if you had an elderly parent and, they've been in car wrecks 6 days in a row, you'd say, you know what? I should probably take the car keys from you. You shouldn't be driving. And that's I think what they're coming to the conclusion with Trump. He shouldn't be driving the country.
And so what was the type of nuclear bomb they were going to use? Was it going to be a conventional nuclear bomb? Was it going to be a specified one? What type of nuclear bomb was he going to use?
Yeah, I have no information on that. I think it was the general concept of using a nuke. They didn't get down to the specifics of what particular. Again, you want to use something that would be on a missile, not dropped from the belly of, say, the B-52, because possibly the B-52 could get shot down.
So you're basically saying that he was given an assessment on Saturday, and it was basically, we've got no choice. We can't do a ground invasion. We tried the one in Isfahan, south of Isfahan. That didn't work. We can't take the islands. We can continue what we're doing, but we haven't got that much weaponry. We haven't got that much munitions. And so he was asking for the keys for the nuclear bomb. And so there's a chance he could have used a nuclear bomb on Saturday.
Well, no, I don't think it didn't get that far. But it was, the issue, the subject came up. And again, he had already discussed ending the civilization of Iran. So, they're trying to keep him focused upon what's feasible. And really what's feasible now is there is no, they will not, his advisors will not entertain a nuclear option. They will not. They will, with respect to conventional options, there are no good conventional options. That means the only way out of this is a diplomatic solution where the United States is going to have to, eat some crow. We're going to have to make some concessions we're not going to be happy about making. But that's the only way out of this without sacrificing a lot more U.S. military personnel and equipment.
So hypothetically, if he decided and he was adamant he wanted the nuclear codes and the nuclear bomb, he can do it unilaterally, or would he need permission?
No, he couldn't do it just by himself. There's still other people involved with the process. And at that point, again, I think even Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, would know that this was completely out of line. But it's important that this issue's out there now, because Trump is not demonstrating the kind of judgment and critical thinking skills that one in his position needs in order to make correct judgments. And we saw that just yesterday when they declared, okay, we're going to extend the ceasefire, but now we're going to keep the blockade in place. Well, that guarantees that there's no diplomatic solution. Iran's already made that clear. The blockade has got to be lifted, or they're not going to negotiate. There's nothing to talk about. They've been adamant about that all along.
And I want to talk about the blockade in a second, but just before you came on, we had some big breaking news. I don't know if you've heard, I'm sure you've heard of this, but the U.S. Navy Secretary, John Phelan, was allegedly fired. There's multiple reports about what happened. Obviously, initially said he resigned. Now we're getting reports he was fired. Axios is reporting that he refused to carry out orders. Other outlets are saying that he kind of tried to take a position that sidelined Hegseth and he had too much authority. Some are arguing it could be mutiny. What is going on?
Yeah, I'll start by saying I don't know, but Danny Davis, good friend, he has a contact in the Pentagon. I keep wanting to call it DOD, but in the Dow, the DOW, that said that this has been a personality thing between Hegseth and Phelan that's gone back a while, and it's just it's come to a head now. So, we'll find out. It's been interesting that the others, there's General Randy George, who was fired,
Yeah.
and the others, we haven't heard anything from them. They've kept silent. So we'll see what Phelan does. Joe Kent, when he resigned, he's been very vocal. He's gone everywhere, talked to everybody. So we'll see which camp, if Phelan's going to be the silent type or if he's going to come out and talk candidly about what's going on, what's being done. It would be nice if some people at Phelan's rank would stand up and say, hey, this is wrong. We got to stop this. We shouldn't be doing this anymore.
No doubt. If we get more information on that, and if it's mainly a personality issue, I don't think that's going to be impactful. But if it's more of a decision-making issue, then it will do. And the report claims that there were certain decisions that he kind of just ignored Hegseth and just did what he wanted to do, which seems to be like the question mark becomes, what did Hegseth ask him to do? And then he ignored. Was it substantive? I think these questions are really important, right?
Yeah. No, exactly right. I will point out this a little bit off topic. When I went on Jimmy Dore's show, he says, hey, you got this breaking news about the destruction of these 30 ships. And I went, what? There is an AI site on YouTube imitating, sort of got my look, but imitating my voice. I think it's called Larry War. And it's putting out the most outlandish crap that I have never said or never even intimated. So I'm just putting that out there in case anybody's wondering.
We can confirm we got the real Larry Johnson here. It isn't no AI. And I've heard that. I've seen the AI version of you, the AI version of Professor Morandi, the AI version of Scott Ritter. So they got all the big guns, but AI.
Yeah, you can always tell when it's AI because the eyes don't blink, and they talk in a flawless way that there's no pauses, nothing like that.
Well, you talk quite flawless, so this is the problem why people are getting confused.
I have my mistakes here and there.
But okay, let's get onto the blockade. So we've got the blockade, and actually this is a very important question. So Iran's got the blockade, and the US has got the blockade. The US put out 2 videos where they commandeered 2 ships. One was going from China to Iran, the Tuska, and one was leaving Iran, and they claimed that had chemicals in there for the missiles, the sodium perchloride. But then they also had one from Iran going to China, which they claim had oil on it. So that seemed to suggest that the US's blockade was effective. But we've done a bit of research, and there's almost like 30 or 40 vessels that have gone out of the blockade, many of them going to China, India, Malaysia, many of them having oil, many of them being sanctioned vessels as well. So, what is going on? Is this just theatrics, or what's actually happening?
Yeah, it's kabuki theater. This is so Iran is sending out 30 to 40 ships, and the problem for the blockade is the United States does not have enough ships to actually put in an effective blockade in an area that big, because they're not just sitting at the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz. If they did that, they'd be getting blown out of the water by Iran. So they got to be about 700 miles away from the coast. And it's just, think of it like a pizza, okay? If you got a pizza, when you cut a slice, when you get out to the edge, it's wide, right?
Yeah.
So think of that as the point where you start the blockade, but as the farther out you go, it gets wider and wider, more area to cover. And so either the way you deal with it, you got to have more ships, which we don't have, or you just sort of pick and choose. So, and I think this is why you've not seen Iran retaliate with any kind of force yet, because, okay, you send out 34 ships and 3 get intercepted. Okay, that's 10%, 90% are getting through. Go with the 90%. But it is, the U.S. is hyping the hell out of it. Oh, we got another one. Okay. But they're not grabbing so far any Chinese flag vessels. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see Iran maybe go and reflag some of the vessels as Chinese and then dare the United States to take them. Because at that point, then the United States has got a problem with China.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I don't know if China would do anything, but we'll see. Now, in terms of the other part of it, the blockade, Iran says, the ceasefire ended. Iran didn't renew it. They said that, look, the blockade was part of the ceasefire. You reneged on your deal. Trump has just basically created a one-way ceasefire. And he said initially he said a non-time limit. The Israelis claim he's been told 3 to 5 days, which ends on Sunday. And then Trump just came out and said, okay, there's no limit to the ceasefire. What's going on? It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, that's what's going. Let me read you something I got from a friend of mine. I thought he summarized it very well. He says he's in the military, and he says it's quite clear at this point, and he's involved directly with this whole campaign in Iran. He says it's quite clear at this point that no one is actually flying the plane, and Trump is just frantically pushing buttons on the dashboard, hoping it'll make something happen. So, if you've ever been on an airplane and then you look down the aisle to see what the pilot's doing and there's no pilot, you get a little alarmed. And that's sort of where we are right now. They don't have a strategy. They're trying to figure out how they can get out of this without looking like complete idiots, trying to salvage some measure of self-respect. But there will be a walk of shame. I mean, when Trump finally ends this diplomatically, it'll be a walk of shame. There's no way he can avoid it. So, but because there is no military solution, the longer the United States stays out there, the more it's going to deplete its supply of weapons, of Tomahawk missiles, JDAMs, JASSMs, even Patriots, THAADs, and they have no easy, fast replacement for those. And frankly, China will encourage this war to go on, because the longer it goes on, the more the United States expends its existing inventory of weapons that can't be easily replaced. That's just fewer weapons that China will ever have to face in the event the United States tries to go to war with China, which, frankly, what's happening now with Iran is going to drain the United States of any ability to go after China.
We're seeing though, and we spoke about this, and you felt like there was going to be kinetic war and possibly could last till August. We're seeing a huge buildup. The buildup is increasing. I believe the USS George Bush is just 3 to 5 days out now. The huge buildup of KC tankers, transport vehicles, cargo vehicles, fighter jets. You think this is all just a pressure tactic, or do we think something's happening this weekend or next weekend?
Well, it's not either or. It's all of the above. Yes, it is a pressure tactic. Yes, there are plans in place that if Trump gives the decision that those plans would be executed and those military forces would be employed against Iran. And it's true that in that event, Iran will retaliate with a full force, and will make it, it'll be a very bloody affair for the United States and for Israel. So the hope is that he will come to his senses, or that the people around him will force him to, sit down, shut up, and listen, and they'll come up with a negotiated agreement. Now, the Zionists will not be happy with that agreement at all. They'll be furious. But it's a case where Trump will, have to do the right thing for the country in order to put an end to this madness.
Well, that's going to be the question. That is basically the $1 million question. Can he do that? Is he able to do that? Does he want to do that? And so, in terms of right now, the blockade is on. Now, it makes no sense, the blockade, because what's happening is the US allies have been harmed more than anyone else. South Korea, Japan, the Gulf states. How long can he keep this blockade? Because now it's a game of cat and mouse, but Iran is quite self-sufficient. So how long can they continue this blockade and then they have to make a decision, escalate or capitulate?
I would say about another week or two maximum, because the story will keep getting out that all the ships that are getting through And so far, the United States has only dared to stop Iranian flagged vessels. And I can see the Iran, again, at some point saying, okay, let's reflag them as Chinese vessels. And something that will force the United States to hold up, hold its fire. Because the United States, at least the folks in the Pentagon, they know we are in no position to fight China. And my God, we've got our hands full with Iran, and Iran is tiny compared to China.
Now, one of the things that I've kind of been a bit critical of Iran in this ceasefire is I don't think they should have ever agreed to the ceasefire, because I always feel when you do a ceasefire with Israel and the US, but mainly Israel, they never ever abide by it. You see it with the US reneging on certain things, but with Israel, it always ends up being a one-way ceasefire. They continue to bomb in Gaza, and now they're doing it in Lebanon. They continue to bomb Lebanon. They just killed a journalist a few hours ago. And so, is that not a bad decision? Like, if you want to bring Lebanon into the situation, you can't trust these people when it comes to a ceasefire.
Well, yeah, this, I can see why Iran did it. You take a 2-week break, you're able to repair and restock and rebuild and reorient a variety of things. And again, it was not Iran that was seeking the ceasefire. It was the United States that said, hey, we need the ceasefire. So if it goes hot again, which I think it will, then at that point, you're going to see Iran strike with greater intensity than they have previously, and it's really going to create some problems for the United States, for the Gulf Arabs. I understand that the Western plan includes attacks on the power centers, the power grids in Iran. If those are hit, Iran's going to take those out in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and UAE. Well, those countries have a disadvantage relative to Iran. Iran doesn't get the same brutal weather because it's got mountains. Professor Morandi describes he can sit in his living room today. Here we are in late April, and he can look at the mountains that are covered with snow. But you don't have snow-covered mountains in Saudi Arabia or Qatar. You have flat desert. And by mid-May, you'd be more comfortable sitting in a pizza oven than you would sitting out there in the desert because it gets blistering hot. And if you're out of electricity, then all of a sudden you got a problem. No air conditioning.
Yeah. And you can't survive in those countries without air conditioning. It is blistering.
Yeah. So that's going to be another challenge on the horizon if they go hot again with this.
Yeah, and that's going to be an important note. Iran today said that they would also take out the Gulf states' infrastructure in terms of the internet. They said the cables are under the sea. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, they're going to go for total war. I understand why they would do it because cutting those communication links make it more difficult for Western intelligence to work with dissidents inside Iran to try to conduct sabotage and terrorist attacks behind the lines.
Well, also as well, for example, many of these countries, these Gulf states, have almost created themselves as financial hubs, especially UAE. If they have no access to internet and then all the other things you mentioned, it's going to be over for those countries.
And they have no cash, they have no cash flow right now.
Yeah.
They're not exporting anything and they're not importing anything. So they're in a difficult situation. I think the UAE will not survive this whole experience.
a loss for nobody. Except for let's not get down. You're too professional for me to make my normal joke on that one.
Yeah, except for the hookers who've earned a good living there.
Okay, you made it for me.
Yeah. I knew what you were thinking.
The Russian chicks, the Russian women are going to have to go elsewhere. But anyway,
Well, that and then you think of all the folks from Asia that have been flooded in there to
yeah,
work. They've lost income out of this, and I don't know if they'll be able to get out of the country easily.
they won't, because when a lot of people left previously, and a lot of them have been forced back recently, it was a mass exodus of people, expats, so from the UK, Europe, Australia, United States of America. But the people who remained were just, as you said, these low level workers, like from India, Pakistan, the Philippines, and these type of regions. So you're quite right; they're going to have no choice.
Yeah.
But coming back to what you said, something really important. You said they can only continue this blockade for a week or two, and actually, all the financial experts I speak to say the exact same thing. We're in a critical situation. And so Trump's going to have to make a decision. It's going to be he's going to have to agree to a deal, or he's going to have to escalate. Now, you believe he's going to escalate. The issue with the deal is, according to many people, you mentioned Professor Morandi and various others, they claim that the deal wasn't too far away on that day, and then a random call came or something random occurred and they just walked out.
Yeah.
So how realistic is that? Because that means there was a possibility of the deal. There wasn't an idea. But I mean, what I mean by this is, like, if me and you were going to speak and we knew we were never going to come to a deal, we'd never be in a conversation where we were going to get close to a deal. So why did they even get that close to that situation? And then what occurred that caused the deal to fall apart?
Well, there's still some folks around Trump that are pragmatic, that understand they've got to get out of this. They're caught. They can't continue this war. It has done enormous damage to their political base. They are shredding support. I mean, if you watched Tucker Carlson's conversation this last week with his brother Buckley, Buckley has been a speechwriter for Donald Trump, and a loyal Trump voter for the last 3 elections. Man, he's turned on Trump viciously. They want nothing to do with Trump now. So there's that incentive for them to come up with a deal, and the deal they could get would be, I say, okay, to Iran, we're going to lift the sanctions, we're going to lift the blockade, we're going to recognize your sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz and the right to charge ships that use it, then because you're going to use that money to rebuild Iran. In exchange for that, we're going to get your full commitment to not build a nuclear weapon, to allow IAEA inspections of all the various Fordo, Natanz, Isfahan, of Bushehr, of all nuclear facilities. And this will be a permanent agreement. And you're going to agree to not enrich uranium above 5% or 20% for medical uses. And you will allow the 60% uranium that you have enriched, that'll be taken to Russia. So you could have that kind of deal, and then Trump would be able to come away and say, I've got it. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Worship me. So he would be able, and he could take a victory lap on that, even though that's essentially what the JCPOA would have done. So that would be, I think there was that type of deal that was close. And then Trump started with, oh, no, you've got to cut off all support for Hamas and Hezbollah. Well, they're not going to do that. You've got to give up your ballistic missiles. We're not going to do that. That you can't enrich any uranium. No, we're not going to do that. So those would be the sticky issues. I think J.D. Vance is willing to make those deals. Trump isn't. And Trump is still too swayed by his former Jewish supporters.
What about the Strait of Hormuz? Is that not another sticking point, possibly? Because Iran wants control over it, with it being shared with Oman. But Trump keeps wanting some kind of part of that, or he wants it to be completely open. Do you think they could come to a deal on that?
No, well, Iran's got control of it. And the United States can't do a damn thing about it. They say possession is 9/10 of the law. They've got the ball and glove, and Trump doesn't. So he can complain all day long, but Iran's not going to accommodate him.
And so that could be a sticking point, right, in terms of the deal, because
Yeah,
I would say the two major issues really, because the ballistics, that's just not realistic. That's just for the Israelis, and that's never going to get you a deal.
right,
The
right.
lack of support of the resistance is never going to get you a deal unless you confirm this peace in the Middle East. If you confirm Israel's never going to attack anyone, there would be no need for resistance. But the problem is
Correct.
you're never going to get that kind of confirmation. You see that today
Right.
in terms of what's happening in
Right.
South Lebanon. So those two become the two critical things where if you really wanted a deal, you could have a deal. And for me, I mean, I just think about how the Strait of Hormuz could work, and both sides need a victory on that. And I don't think the Iranian people would also be happy with the scenario where the US also has interest in the Strait.
Yeah, I think I describe Iran like a dog chasing a car. Dogs used to, they'd routinely chase cars, but never catch them. But in this case, all of a sudden, the dog caught the car stopped, he's got full control of the car, and now you're going, hey, maybe I could learn to drive. So what's going to take place here is Iran, by virtue, they never, I don't think they planned or thought this through all the way. But now that they got control of it, they're going, hey, we've got leverage that the United States can threaten us all they want, but we've got something that they need, and they can't afford to destroy us, because they destroy us. They destroy the oil, they destroy the gas, they destroy the economic power that is Iran right now. So, they're going to play that to the hilt.
Right. Okay. So coming back to the very, very important question, which is kinetic war.
Uh-huh.
We're getting reports that, obviously, you mentioned in the last 2 weeks, Iran's been rebuilding. Apparently, they've been digging out a lot of the excavating a number of sites. The CNN report they've managed to do about 70%. And if they're reporting that, the likely number is higher. And I'm hearing from Iran the number's a lot higher.
Right.
And the US has had a huge build-up. In this second stage, which seems like it's just going to be a repeat of the first stage, because US can't do boots on the ground, they can't do all those other things that you mentioned. How do you think it plays out?
Well, it's going to play out with the United States exhausting its supply of missiles. I mean, it's going to it'll reach a critical stage where it can no longer confidently continue to fire. And Iran, meanwhile, will still have ample supplies and be having a significant effect in casualties on both the U.S. side and the Israeli side. So it's going to, it's really going to confront Trump with a difficult choice: how to get out of this, because there won't be any easy exit. It'll be that Game of Thrones. If you ever watched Game of Thrones, the one queen, when she had to walk naked through the streets from one end of this city to the other, with people throwing garbage and feces on her. That'll be Donald Trump. That's that walk of shame he's going to have to make.
But what you're actually, before I go to that question, how long? We're looking at the supply they've got. Last time you predicted it quite accurately how long they could go for. Looking at the new amount of supply they have, how long could they continue this bombing expedition if they started? For example, I spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, who you mentioned. He felt like maybe they would try it for like a week or 10 days. But in terms of the supply, how long do you think it could last?
Well, if they go at the rate of use that they did in the first 4 weeks, then they could probably last about another 8 weeks. And then we'll have really significantly exhausted the supplies, or got the supplies to such a level that it would be considered no longer feasible to keep firing it. So it's there are, if we had the kind of industrial capability that existed during World War II, then it probably wouldn't be a problem. They could just crank new material out. But it's far more complex process now. The rare earth minerals that China controls limits what can be built. And it's just the complexity of some of these systems make it impossible to just quickly mass produce.
No doubt, I completely agree, and I do think that the monopolization of the military-industrial complex probably helped towards that as well.
Right.
The other question then is from that, based on what you're saying, Trump should make a deal, right? Because you're basically saying in 8 weeks' time he's going to be in a much worse situation than he is
Yeah,
now.
yeah. No, he's not going to be. He's not going to be stronger. He's going to be weaker, and the Democrats are happy to let him suffer. Because it just, as they see it, this is only going to bring more people to their side. And in the past, presidents would start a war like this, but they'd at least have the American public lined up behind it, or they could even get the Congress to approve it, or even better, get the UN to say, "Hey, yeah, go with our blessing. Go take care of those bad people." He didn't do any of that this time. He just launched, and lo and behold, the majority of Americans were opposed at the outset. So you just had the first arrests on Sunday I believe, in the U.S. Capitol. So there were anti-war protesters, veterans.
Yeah.
And this is reminiscent of the Vietnam veterans against the war. So I was, let's see, good Lord. I was 13 when that started in earnest in 1968. And it grew in intensity in 69, 70. When by 72, the United States was looking, we got to get the hell out of here.
So we've got some major breaking news. Sorry, that's why I was looking down.
Yeah.
The breaking news is this, and I just want your reaction on this. Possibly the war may have restarted. It could be random as well. But we're hearing reports of 5 explosions in Tehran, minutes apart. Air defenses are activated. The alleged footage shows launches from Kuwait moments before Tehran air defenses activated. Obviously, we treat this as unconfirmed because normally I'm verifying and checking with you. But this is kind of just now. I've just heard it, and that's why I heard it about 2 minutes ago, and then I was getting my team to look into it. That's quite big.
If it's true, then the war's back on.
Yeah.
And because if it's true, Iran will launch missiles on the Gulf states within the hour. So we'll know within an hour if it's real.
No doubt. And if it's from Kuwait as well, they're going to be the first target, right? So that was the breaking news. But just coming back to it, obviously we'll wrap up the question. Just one last question. You mentioned that they should wrap up this war. You got negotiators like Steve Witkoff. You got negotiators like Jared Kushner. I know many people like Vance. I think he's a Palantir product. But they need if the negotiations, they need at least Vance. Sorry, they need at least Kushner and Witkoff not to be there, so they can have legitimate conversations in American interest. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I agree. They're not diplomats. They ought to go with a full contingent, like a deputy assistant secretary of state, or the assistant secretary for Near East, which is what would cover Saudi Arabia. But so far Trump he's avoided the professional diplomats who know the area, know the people, and would be able to carry on the negotiations in a much more professional manner. It's just this is the way you normally see, like if you're going to go to a concert, and if it's a classical music concert, you have the conductor, and you've got the different sections. You've got the horns, you've got the strings, you've got the bass, you've got the drums, the clarinets, and it's up to the director to bring all of those into a coherent whole, and so that they sound good. Instead, what you get with the Trump administration is there's not a conductor in charge, really, just somebody that comes up and waves at the audience and tries to be somewhat entertaining. And then you have each section sort of doing its own thing, often at odds with each other. The strings are trying to play Tchaikovsky, and then you find the horn section playing Led Zeppelin. Okay, so a little bit of a conflict there, and the drummers are dealing with jazz. So the United States right now is disorganized, chaotic, to the point that I think it's raising genuine alarm. The thing is going to force the issue. is going to be on the economic front, because
Yeah.
for the first, really for the first 4 or 5 weeks of this war, even though the price of oil had gone up, there were still tankers full of oil out there on the sea going to meet the demands. Now, there are no more tankers unless they're Iranian tankers headed to China.
No doubt. And this is what we need to see. I'm seeing more reports saying that these are ground-based from Kuwait. But obviously, we'll double check that. I don't want to put you on the spot and make you answer something when we're getting unverified information. But really appreciate you taking your time out, Mr. Johnson, as always. People can follow you on your excellent Substack, which is Larry Sona. That's right? Larry Sona.
Yeah.
Everyone should follow you on that. And I know you don't really use X, but it's Larry Sona as well.
Yeah, sonar21.com is the blog.
That's the blog, Sonar21. Everyone should follow Sonar21. We really appreciate you, Mr. Johnson. Obviously, I'll hit you up again to try and get you back in, maybe if we've got kinetic warfare, but really appreciate you.
All right, Suleiman, always a pleasure to talk with you, my friend, and I look forward to having a coffee with you in Tampa.
I'm looking forward to it. And I'm going to ask how many people we got on here. We've got nearly 30,000 people here. I'm going to get everyone to go to your website. Appreciate you as always. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks so much, and thanks to your watchers. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Appreciate you. That was Mr. Johnson. Always appreciate him. Huge news. Trump asked for the nuclear codes. Like this video. Share this video. Write in the comment section. Does Trump need to be impeached? He asked for the nuclear code. That is crazy. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Send it to your friends and family. We've got another interview, but I need to quickly check this news because it's huge. So we have got Matthew coming on in a few minutes. Let me just quickly give you this breaking news though, guys. It's really, really huge. It is that it seems like kinetic war may have restarted. If I don't know if Beatrix is here, if you can change the title on the X, put with Matthew as well, Matthew Hoh, and also kinetic war restarts, or war with Iran restarts, or something along those lines. I am double checking it. Everyone is double checking this, but it does seem like there was a launch from the ground in Kuwait. So let me just quickly check. Look, yeah, drone interceptions reported above East Tehran. We also have initial reports of ground-based ballistic missile launches from Kuwait towards Iran. This is crazy. It does seem like there is major escalation right now. I'm going to quickly tweet this out. We should have Matthew coming on in a few minutes. Apologies for, not apologies. Well, you know what I mean. During the interview with Matthew, obviously, I want to do the interview irrespective because I really appreciate him coming on. But I'll just, whenever news comes through, I'll give the news in a form of a question to Matthew. That way you are being apprised of what's happening. I'm just giving this info right now. So here is drone interceptions reported above East Tehran. Details currently unconfirmed. Sorry. We have, this is crazy. What was the chance that this would happen right in the middle of the interview? Okay. Initial reports of ground-based ballistic missile launches from Kuwait towards Iran. Towards Iran. Possible US attack ATACMS missiles or similar systems. I'm going to tweet this out as well, guys. This is huge. It looks like the ground war has restarted. Initial reports of ground-based ballistic missiles launch from Kuwait possible. Just there. We've got the interview starting in 2 minutes, guys, so just watch out for that. What else have we got? Let me just quickly get these information out before the interview to the public. Air defenses now active. Okay, air defenses now active over West Tehran after Eastern Tehran drone interceptions. It's possible the capital is under attack from multiple directions. Okay, this is the news. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking the news at the same time. It just happened at the worst time because I'm like in between interviews. Okay, let me see what else we've got. Okay, the rest of the news I'm gonna try and post it during the interview, but air defense not active. Okay, we've got that. Let's check if there's any more news. We are gonna have it. By the way, Matthew is great actually, so we can ask him some of these questions as well. And like ask him what's the reason why they would launch from the ground in Kuwait. These are like some of the questions we can ask him. Remember, he's an ex-Marine. Okay. Sorry, I'm just... Okay, this is crazy. I'm seeing activity of US aerial refueling as well. Okay, so we're going to do this interview. We'll get back onto the space. We'll continue to give you the news and information. It's big. It seems like kinetic war is back on. I'm just going to bring Matthew back up. We're going to bring Matthew up. Now, it's time for the interview. Guys, reshare the video, reshare the space. The video's in the nest. Reshare that as well. I'm going to share it now and say... Okay, I forgot to tweet out the actual interview as well. Give me 2 seconds and then we'll get it. I actually had the title as US Navy Chief resigned because I thought that's what we're going to talk about, but this is huge. Okay, 1 second. Matthew. Iran restarts with Matthew. Okay. Okay, guys, I appreciate as well. We got nearly 35,000 people listening between the various streams. So people are coming in for the news now. People are coming in for the news. I need to change the image on the X and the YouTube as well, and I'll do that in a second. If the team can do that for me, that'd be awesome. Okay, I'm also seeing multiple fighter jets airborne. Okay, I need to just have this ready as well so I can continue looking at the news. While the interview's happening, I don't want to just get this system sorted. Need my other screen sorted as well. I didn't get the team to put that out because we didn't think there was going to be restart today. I thought it'd be the weekend or next weekend. Okay, just give me 2 seconds. Okay, multiple fighter jets airborne across Iran. Jets reported over Iraqi Kurdistan. KC-135 strata tankers loitering over the Saudi-Iraqi border. Likely refueling. Unknown whether all of these are American or Israeli. A refueling tanker only gets deployed during sustained operations. Okay, this seems like a multiple strikes as well. Okay, I need to change. Okay, let me start the interview and then I can change it. Okay. Hi, Matthew. How you doing? How's things?
Good, Solomon. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for taking your time out to join us.
My pleasure. I'm going to throw away the notes for everything I was going to talk about because this is what breaking news does, right?
Exactly. I literally had the title to ask you about the resignations, and then we had that. But we'll come on to that during the interview. But this is quite breaking news, and actually, it's great that we've got you on because this is your expertise. And actually, both are. Funny enough, I was speaking to my audience, but you haven't started yet. And I was like, we're so lucky we got Matthew on because this resignation is going to be right up his alley. And then it ended up being that we literally got the...
I actually used to work directly for the Secretary of the Navy. I was a junior Marine Corps officer on the Secretary of the Navy's staff from 2002 to 2004. So I know a bit about the office too. And
you need to mention that, and we need to talk about it.
Yeah. But if we get to it, I mean, this is totally upends kind of what I was gonna say tonight. So that's
no
good.
doubt.
Keeps me humble. Keeps me humble.
For sure. Right? But we'll talk about both. Okay, let's start. Okay, I just want to welcome Matthew onto the stage. He is an ex-Marine, significant amount of experience in the US Marines, in the US Navy. We initially brought him on to speak about what had happened with the major resignations today. We're going to still speak about that, but we've just got some possible breaking news. It's unverified, but there's a possibility that the war has restarted in a kinetic manner. Matthew, if this has started, what's your initial reactions?
If it has started, you go back to the childhood rhyme or idiom we were taught, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And that would be, what you would expect here. The Iranians were betrayed twice in 1 year during negotiations. So why shouldn't they be betrayed a third time? Right. And so that's my initial gut. I know other people have been saying that something like this, Trump indefinitely prolonging the ceasefire could mean a bunch of different things. One of them meaning he's setting the Iranians up for betraying them during the ceasefire. But we'll see. We'll see. I think like everyone does, that these reports are inaccurate.
Yeah.
But, as you're seeing, more and more sources are chiming in, saying that these attacks are happening not just in Tehran, but what I saw here on my phone across the country. And this would, as I just said, fit the MO of the Trump administration.
I want to ask you specifically about, I'm getting that as well. It says explosions reported across Iran tonight. Tehran, Qom, Shahriya, Karaj, Isfahan, Chitga. It seems like a simultaneous coordinated strike campaign hitting multiple cities. So this is a lot more bigger than we thought. It seems like the ground, obviously the war has restarted. So from a military perspective, obviously everyone I speak to, you all said this doesn't make sense. But hypothetically, from not taking it from the non-logical sense, but why would he restart at this specific point?
Exactly. I mean, we're putting our mind, we're trying to get into the mind of a crazy person here, and I wish we weren't, I wish we were just being glib, right? But we're not. He thinks Donald Trump thinks this is the best way forward. If these attacks are what's occurring, if there was this song and dance about negotiations, I think this gets back to what a lot of us were assuming. The purpose of the ceasefire was to give the American military a couple weeks to rest, to refit, to rotate in new forces, to resupply, and to prepare for this next phase. And there were some reports over the last couple of weeks that the Americans were preparing for a large, intensive campaign against Iran if the negotiations failed. So we'll see how long this is going to last. Is it just going to be, we can't imagine it's only being one night of attacks. It's certainly coming off of failed negotiations, put those in quotes, because I don't know how many of us believe the Americans were sincere at all in those negotiations. Certainly the way that J.D. Vance showed up and just embarrassed himself in Islamabad by being unable to answer any questions, having to constantly to phone back home to get the answers, shows just how insincere the Americans were about all this. So we'll have to see what occurs in the sense of, is this going to be a campaign that's meant to last for months? Is this going to be another short campaign meant to try and put more pressure on the Iranians to agree to some form of settlement? Or is this setting up a larger, broader war that would involve seizing Iranian territory, seizing Iranian islands, bits of the coastline, key strategic infrastructure? Is that what this is about? But we have to wait to see to find that out.
And so one of the pieces of information I've just seen is that the launch occurred from Kuwait. So one of the launches, which didn't happen previously in the war, was a direct launch of a missile from Kuwait to Iran. What would be the reason for that? What is the reason for the change of tactics? Because if you can explain that, please.
Well, they have done that. They have fired missiles from the ground from both Kuwait and from the Emiratis. Those locations have been confirmed. I'm not sure if anything was ever fired from Bahrain or Qatar. But certainly you have what are called the precision strike missiles, PRSM, you'll see the acronym. This is the replacement for the ATACMS, the Army Tactical something combat munition. But the ATACMS and prisons are both shot out of, people have seen those containers on the back of trucks with 6 or 8 different launch tubes on those. That's what the PRISM is. That's what the ATACMS is. These are what are called standoff precision missiles, ground launched. So they're able to be fired from a range at which the Iranians can't conduct what was called effective counter battery. Counter battery is when you're able to fire back at the enemy that's firing at you with their artillery. Now, certainly the Iranians' capabilities with their missiles and drones, they could find these things. But the ATACMS, it's just another. The ATACMS and the precision strike missiles, the PRISMs, they're just another tool in the toolkit. There's nothing special about it. It's just another way for the Americans to strike the Iranians. Just as if they use missiles from planes. This is the same type of system, but launched from the ground. There's really not a lot to look into it in that way as to why this would be any different than previous strikes. And we'll have to see what the targets they're going after. Donald Trump for weeks now has been promising brutal collective punishment against the Iranian people. And so we'll have to see whether or not these missiles were launched against civilian targets or if they were launched against military targets.
There's also, all of this is your expertise, but one of the things that we've been waiting for, or I've been waiting for, is the USS George Bush. Apparently that USS George Bush was 3 days away. And so I assumed that they were going to wait for the George Bush, and hence why possibly the strike would be on the weekend. Why would the strike have started before the George Bush got to its location?
It's possible we don't have the correct location of the Bush. You may be there already. I doubt that. You have a lot of what are called ship watchers out there and people who see these things. Kind of hard to miss giant aircraft carriers sailing past your coastline. But they were ready for this. And a lot of times you see this deliberate misinformation, right? I mean, this idea of we're going to put forward. We're going to put forward this notion that we're waiting until the Bush shows up, and then you attack a few days ahead of time. Hopefully you've caught the Iranians off guard. The other thing about this too is maybe they were waiting for the Bush to show up, Suleiman, but something showed up that caused them to do it now. Could be just Trump's temperament. Could be just that Trump said, do it now. He got upset about something, do it now, right? But the other side of it could be that just like the way we understand that this war was begun early because the Americans and Israelis became convinced they were going to be able to strike Ayatollah Khamenei and kill him. They launched supposedly the war at the end of February, a few days early at least, in order to take advantage of Ayatollah's vulnerability. Yeah. So maybe something like that happened here. Maybe the Supreme Leader, the current Supreme Leader was identified. Maybe it's a way that some of the other leadership was seen, or maybe it's just a target of opportunity that they felt this is the right thing to get.
Well, you said something really important there, actually, because the next breaking news links to what you're saying. The claim, obviously, we can never trust the Israelis, but that being said, Israeli channels are denying the IDF involvement in the strikes on Iran tonight. They claim this is solely a U.S. Air Force strike. What's your thoughts on that?
That's interesting that the Americans would do this. We have been under the impression that the Americans are the ones who are trying to impose restraint on the Israelis. And we've been under the impression that the Israelis are the ones who really don't want this ceasefire. Although at this point, the Israelis, I think, are comfortable with the ceasefire because I feel that they have gotten what they were looking for in terms of Lebanon. Right. So they're okay with the ceasefire at this point. But that is interesting if the Israelis did not take part for the United States to carry out something like this unilaterally, because you have seen throughout this campaign very close coordination between the Americans and the Israelis. And when the Israelis would do something that the Americans didn't know of, the Americans expressed how upset they were publicly about it. So that's interesting to me, and we'll see if that's the case. But the IDF, what does that say to you, Suleiman? If the IDF right now is saying out loud, we're not part of this, guys, what does that mean to you? I mean, this is really something to take in, that the IDF is saying this violence is not something we're involved with. That's really quite a statement coming from the IDF.
True. Although, I mean, I doubt it, but it could be in a way for Trump to kind of realign, because he knows, if you look at some of his tweets that he's been relaying recently, he's been saying, Israel doesn't control me. Israel's a great partner. He's been trying to convince everyone.
Right.
So maybe this could be a way, but who knows? Who knows what's going on here? So coming back to it, obviously there's not any more breaking news, but if there is, we'll shift and ask you the question. But earlier on today, about an hour ago, we had a major resignation of the US Navy Secretary Phelan. And there were multiple reports. The initial report was he resigned. Then there were reports that he got fired. There were some reports saying he refused to carry out orders. Others were saying that Hegseth was just getting jealous of him because he was taking more of a more power. Other reports were saying that actually he was just directly giving orders and ignoring whatever Hegseth told him. You explained that you have an immense amount of experience. You have you worked with him, right? If you want to explain to the audience what your background is, and then we can answer that question.
Yeah, I didn't work with John Phelan, but I did work for the Secretary of Navy, going back to 2002, 2004. I was a junior Marine Corps officer on the Secretary of Navy's personal staff. So I have some insight into how things work in the Pentagon, the relationships between the Secretary of Defense and the service secretaries, so the Secretary of Navy, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of the Air Force. But, we have seen, Salim, in the last several weeks, the White House cleaning house. I mean, assuming this is the White House Chief of Staff trying to get some order, some degree of decorum, if you want to call it that, among the cabinet. And so you've seen a number of people getting thrown out of this administration. The Homeland Security Secretary, the Attorney General, the Labor Secretary was just forced to resign yesterday. Of course, there are all types of reasons for those, but we've also seen a lot of turmoil within the Pentagon with Pete Hegseth's leadership and his firing of, I think it's 13 senior admirals and generals in the last year, essentially, most especially the Chief of Staff of the Army, Randy George, the most senior officer in the U.S. Army. Randy George was forced to resign. You had the director of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Vice Admiral Kacher. He resigned, or he was moved out of his position just 2 days before this war began. So a large number of these types of firings, resignations, some of them for no reasons that we can understand other than the person's color of their skin or their gender, as well as these speculation on you're firing the Chief of Staff of the Army as you're going to war. The director of the Joint Staff is being reassigned 2 days before the war. And now you've got the Secretary of the Navy resigning in the midst of the largest naval operations the United States has carried out since the Second World War. The Secretary of the Navy is departing now. Does that make sense to anyone? We know through media reports that there has been conflict between the Secretary of Navy, John Phelan, or the departed Secretary of Navy, John Phelan, and Pete Hegseth. A lot of personality clashes there. I think simply Phelan doesn't respect Hegseth, and I think we can all understand why. So this may not have been an issue of the Secretary of Navy saying to the Secretary of Defense, this operation, this campaign, this war, I'm not going along with it. At the same time, too, it's real coincidence that this happens an hour before what we may be witnessing, a resumption of the American war on Iran, breaking a ceasefire, basically betraying and double-crossing again the Iranians. But is this the Secretary of the Navy saying, this is too much? I can't serve in a capacity like this with such dishonor. And now I think a lot of people out there would say he should have resigned the first day he was there. But, is this gotten to the point where someone even like him says this is too much for me? So, yeah, there's a lot of different ways we can look into this. But I think what you see, no matter how we want to speculate about it or try and figure out what may have happened, the truth is that, this is a rotting ship. This is a corrupt right? This is a corrupt institution. This is an institution that is failing on multiple levels, whether that be whether that be morally, ethically, operationally. The Pentagon is disaster.
This is just shocking, but obviously we'll continue to give you the information. Again, all of this is unverified. I just want to be clear on this in terms of the attacks. But obviously we'll give you more information as we receive it. One of the main reasons I brought you in, it was because of the blockade as well. Obviously, again, this is part of expertise. One of the things, how has America been able to administer the blockade? Because it's like, we're hearing reports that they basically jumped on two vessels. One came from Iran to the United States of America, the other, sorry, to China, and the other one was coming from China to Iran. The first vessel apparently had like sodium petrochloride in there. The second one apparently was taking oil from, what you call again, Iran to China. That being said, we looked into it. There's about 20 or 30 vessels that have been allowed to get through the strait despite the blockade. Many of those vessels are going to China, India, Malaysia, various other places. Some of the vessels are actually sanctioned the sanctioned Iranian vessels. So what is going on? Like, we thought there was a blockade, but is there really a blockade?
It's a stunt by the American government. It's meant to give Donald Trump some type of narrative to push. It's a blockade. It's a very porous one, as you're saying. Dozens of ships have gotten through it. The Financial Times totaled up 34 ships at least that have gotten through it, and those are the ones that actually show up on the ship trackers. How many others have gotten through because they've turned off their transponders and aren't being tracked? We don't know. The other side of it, the Americans, as you're saying, some have seized two ships. One of those ships that they seized was 400 miles southeast of Sri Lanka. So not even in the area we're talking about, not in the Arabian Sea, didn't just pass recently through the Straits of Hormuz. So, and we saw the American Navy do this with Venezuelan ships. They seized ships that were either coming to or going to Venezuela in the Indian Ocean as well. What you have in the Indian Ocean, and people may see this in the photos, you've got this weird looking American ship. And it's a ship that the Americans took. They've got two of these, I believe. And they took a tanker ship. And on top of the tanker ship, they built a landing pad, a very large landing deck. And what they do is they position commandos on that ship. And it's basically a special operations ship, and it's able to do this type of stuff. And this ship is just essentially sitting in the middle of the Indian Ocean, waiting for an Iranian ship to show up, a Venezuelan ship to show up, whoever shows up that the Pentagon is trying to capture. These commandos are based on this, funny looking repurposed oil tanker in the middle of the Indian Ocean. And that's the one that caught the second ship, again, 400 miles southeast of Sri Lanka. But, you look at that then, and you look at the numbers of ships that are getting through, the fact that we've only seen one ship really get stopped in that area, in the Persian Gulf, Arabian Sea area, and you realize that this blockade is all just for show. It's all a stunt. It's all meant essentially for propaganda and public relations, public information warfare type purposes. One of the things I was going to talk about tonight, and this completely upended, was that what you had going into this, until 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, you had a status quo that I think all three powers could have lived by. I think the Israelis have gotten out of this war what they're happy with the their conquest of southern Lebanon. The Iranians have control of the Straits of Hormuz and certainly the tolls that they can administer there. And Donald Trump has enough grist for his rhetoric, for his narrative, for his truth social posts to make the claim that he defeated Iran, that he's the only one who was ever willing to stand up to the mullahs in Tehran, and he did so. And so coming into this tonight, my belief was that there, and still is, because this is just the actions of Donald Trump, what we're seeing here, particularly too, if the Israelis didn't take part, this I think also leads to this idea that the Israelis were happy enough with where they were in this war, that essentially a modus vivendi could have been established. And just essentially each side had gotten enough of what it wanted. Each side could make the case to their publics, to their constituencies, that they had done enough, or they had won, or that they were victorious. But of course, with Donald Trump, nothing is ever straightforward. Nothing's ever simple. And the most important thing for Donald Trump is his own ego.
No doubt.
So, yeah.
No doubt. And I've got some more questions for you. There is some more breaking news. It is, and there's just contradictory information. So one report is saying that there aren't no explosions in Iran, and it was merely Iran testing their air defense systems. On the other hand, contradictory reports are still claiming that there is explosions. Just so we're aware. So it could be just Iran testing
Right.
the air defense, but then it doesn't make sense about the report about Kuwait, but then that could just be someone exaggerating. But just so the audience know and they're aware about what's happening. Sorry. So there is a possible, but just on that air defense, would it be throughout the country? Would the air defense give the impression of missile attacks at the same level from your experience?
If they fired off the air defense missiles all around the country at the same time, it certainly would.
Okay.
Would they do that? I don't know. Why would they do it that way? If they are testing air defense systems, why would they do it across the whole country at the same time at night? You know, that doesn't sound right to me. Maybe they did. I don't know. But we're gonna, I mean, one of the great dictums of war is that first reports are often wrong.
Yeah, true.
So we have to see, I mean, certainly, as I was saying, I believe that all sides could take something from the status from where we're at today and claim victory with it. And then if they get negotiations in the future, that's possible. But until the next crisis arises, I could see the political leadership among the Iranians, the Americans, and the Israelis settling for where they're at now, without coming to any finality or any type of agreement or any type of resolution, just continuing to kick that can down the road. But also, I wish that we had some, a president that we would say, no, they wouldn't do this. They would stick to what the plan is, but we don't have that.
And that's the complexity of the situation, right? Because we've got such a president, and just everything's up in the air. So it is a possibility that could have happened something today. And that goes against what he himself would normally do as well. And so we're not able to ascertain what's going on.
Right.
Now coming back to the blockade, so you've explained how it's difficult to basically create a blockade based on the way you've explained it. But what can the US do? And what I mean by that is with the next warship coming, the USS George Bush, what would be the reason for it? Would it be for the blockade, or do you think it would be actually for kinetic warfare?
Well, I think she would have carried out strikes against Iran. That's one of the purposes of it, but also too, the blockade will be a mission that she would take part in. The aircraft carrier itself would not be involved in enforcing the blockade, other than providing fighter support as an air patrol over the region. I mean, one of the issues you have here, Slim, and why it's so difficult for the American Navy, and the American Navy has about 50 or 60 surface combatants as well as submarines in the region. And dozens of destroyers, the aircraft carriers, support ships, et cetera, as well as submarines. But one of the problems is that the American Navy can only get so close to the Iranian coastline because of the Iran's drones, their missiles, their anti-ship missiles especially. And so that means that you're looking at the American warships being hundreds of miles away from the mouth of the Straits of Hormuz. Right. So once the Iranian ships get past that mouth, the American warships are so spread out for the Americans to then go and interdict those ships. It takes a lot of time. There's a lot of distance that has to be covered. They can't get too close to the Iranian coastline. Yeah. And so by the time that the Iranian ships are in a position where the Americans can safely interdict them, they're thousands of miles at sea already. And so you get one, and maybe your information is not correct. Maybe this is not a ship that came. Maybe this is the wrong ship. This type of information is wrong all the time. Intelligence is incredibly inaccurate. And so, you have that difficulty as well. And so you also have the reality that the American fleet has been operating at a very high tempo for a prolonged period here, for weeks upon weeks. The ships need maintenance. The ships need to go all the way to Diego Garcia to get their missiles restocked. They can get their fuel, they can get their food and stuff while they're underway. But to get those missiles replaced, these people see the vertical launch system is what it's called, the missiles that shoot straight up out of the deck of the ship. They have to go all the way to Diego Garcia to get those put back in. They can't go back to the Mediterranean because they can't pass the Houthis in Yemen in the Red Sea. And they certainly can't go to Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain because they can't get through the Straits of Hormuz. So they have to travel 2,000 miles to Diego Garcia to get reloaded with missiles. So you've also got an American fleet that's spread thin because of getting, because of maintenance, because of getting refueled, because of getting resupplied, et cetera.
So another question I've got for you is this. I've been quite critical of this, of Iran agreeing to the ceasefire. I felt like it wasn't a great decision. Now, one component of the blockade is this, that you basically have a scenario where, as you mentioned, the vessels that are basically, the destroyers that are taking part in this are able to get closer to Tehran. For example, the Abraham Lincoln initially was only 300 kilometers away, had to retreat to 1,100 kilometers. And so if there wasn't a ceasefire, would it be more of a risk to be that close because they could hit them with the missiles and the drones? And what would add to the complexities of a blockade where Iran could hit your vessels via missiles, via drones, via anti-ship ballistic missiles, and various other things?
Well, so let's step back even further and look at what were the three objectives that Iran said they wanted to achieve with this war. How are they going to establish deterrence, right? How are they going to get sanctions lifted? How are they going to reassert their sovereignty here? One was they're going to use economic warfare, and they did that quite well. Two, they were going to put political stress on America and its allies, not just regional allies, but European allies and Pacific allies as well. They did that. The Iranians did that very well as well. The third thing the Iranians said they wanted to do was to inflict casualties on the Americans. And when they mean casualties, they mean deaths. And the Iranians said, we would like to get 500 dead Americans. And so far, they've only gotten 13. But they believe that that 500 number is what's needed in order to cause domestic political problems for the U.S., make it so that the deaths were so high that doing a war like this in the future, the Americans wouldn't be able to do for domestic political reasons. And so, okay, now you look and keep that in mind because, again, the Iranians have two of the three objectives. If you put those ships up close, right, and you're in range of the Iranian drones and missiles, you're walking right into what the Iranians want you to do. So what the Iranians would do, this is what I would advise them to do. I'm sure they don't need my advice. They obviously don't need my advice, that's for sure. But they would set ambushes. And that's something the Americans have to consider, is that maybe these ships will be a trap. Maybe a ship will be an ambush, and it's set up in such a way to allow when the American destroyer gets close to it, that there's a ambush set where the ship is able to communicate back to the drone and missile forces. They're aware of what's going on, and they're more able accurately to hit the American destroyer that's now close to the Iranian ship. The same thing, too, for American aircraft. We saw the effectiveness of Iranian air defenses after they shot down, after the Iranians shot down that F-15, and then whatever happened with the rescue mission of the pilot, and whether or not that was also a uranium heist going on too. But we saw that the Americans took a number of aircraft losses. We've seen that the Americans and the Israelis have lost close to 50 drones, whether they be Reapers or Hermes or what have you. So the Iranians can shoot down American aircraft. So that'd be another thing to be concerned about. If you're bringing in Marines now on helicopters onto a ship, what's to stop the Iranians? What's to stop the Iranians from stepping out on the deck of that ship with shoulder-launched anti-air missiles and shooting down those helicopters? So you have these scenarios that certainly the Iranians are thinking about in order to try and get those casualties against the Americans, and how spectacular that would be, for the Iranians to do such a thing, to sink an American destroyer or to shoot down 3 American helicopters that were trying to board an Iranian cargo ship. So the Americans have to be careful that they don't fall into that type of ambush. They don't fall into that trap. So that's one more thing that makes this blockade very difficult.
No doubt. Now, another, so that's why the blockade is different. Now, another question I got for you is, how long can they maintain this blockade? And I know this is less from a military perspective. I asked Laurie Johnson the same question, but basically, you've got a blockade in. The impact it's going to have on the financial sector is going to be innumerable. And so I guess the question mark becomes, how long can they keep this blockade in? Or could they create and it sounds like they can't, so I guess, but just if you can explain it, if they could create some kind of semi-system where they kind of have a blockade where they only go after certain vessels, which seems like what it's got now. I don't know, it's really confusing. What's your thoughts on what's going on?
Yeah, so I mean, the key thing for the blockade is one, it does nothing to open up shipping from the other states. This is only going after Iranian shipping. It doesn't do anything to stop Iran stopping other shipping from going through the Gulf. So as long as Iran has the straits closed, this blockade is meaningless in terms of world economics. But I shouldn't say meaningless. But again, this idea that the Americans have to keep so far away from the Iranian coastline, their ships are already spread thin because of a host of issues, right? Oh, they're overextended. They need to be resupplied. They need to go to maintenance, et cetera. So it makes it very difficult for the American ships to get Iranian ships. So what damage are you actually doing to the Iranians? What impact are you actually having? If we take the Financial Times number that 34 Iranian ships got through the American blockade and the Americans have seized 2, well, it's quite possible that the Iranians are just putting pen on paper here and saying, look, we're still doing significantly better. We can do this for months. We can do this for years. If the ratio is going to be essentially 17 to 1, for every ship we get through, one gets caught by the Americans. And that's only that 34 number of ships is only the ships that went through with their transponders on. So we don't know the real number of Iranian ships that have gotten through, but let's just say it's 34. Well, if the Iranians are looking at it on paper, they're saying, that 17 to 1 ratio, that's sustainable for us, as well as the fact that we're getting these tolls from these other ships coming through. So we've got, JP Morgan calculated a week or two ago that this is going to bring in $70 to $90 billion annually for the Iranians. That's about 25%, I think, of their GDP.
Yeah.
So, the Iranians, if they want to lose 1, 2, 3, 4 ships a week, that works out for them in the end. So, the math doesn't work here in terms of the impact that this is going to have on the Iranians. What's going to happen is that at some point, Donald Trump is going to have a real conversation with Scott Bessent and Susie Wiles. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff, both on the impacts of this economically for the U.S. And everyone must remember that before this war started at the end of February, the United States was not in good shape economically. All the indicators were all trending downwards. The jobs were down. Manufacturing was not growing. Inflation was coming up. So before the war, the United States was in poor or shaky economic health. So at some point, he's going to have this conversation with his economic people as well as his political people about the impact of this. Mr. President, if we go back up to 7 or 8% inflation, which is what everyone is saying is going to happen if this thing goes on, we're going to get crushed in the midterms, and whoever your successor is going to lose in 28. That's the conversation that's going to happen, as well as Donald Trump is going to get calls from his friends who are losing billions or even trillions of dollars. The impact on this, just take for example the impact on the Gulf states, how this is impacting, affecting them. So much, and Donald Trump brags about this, so much of America's growth right now comes from foreign investment. This is what Donald Trump himself is saying. I think his numbers are grossly exaggerated, but there's truth to that. If the bulk of the growth of the United States is coming from artificial intelligence, data centers, technology companies, and then you go and you look and you see where a substantial portion of that investment comes from the Gulf states. So if that's pulled out, you now have this issue of not just inflation in the U.S., but also you have a downturn, right? You have an American economy where the floor is falling out of it. So that's what's going to really predicate things here for the Americans. That will be, I think, the ultimate decision that Donald Trump will have to be. That'll be the ultimate factor Donald Trump will have to make a decision on.
One last question before we let you go, and we really appreciate it. We're definitely going to get you back on again for a longer segment. Is you mentioned Scott Bessent. This guy is very smart financially, economically. He helped George Soros essentially destroy the pound, and so this guy should know what's going on. And what I mean by that is the economic damage this is causing to America's allies, possibly to the US in the long term, on various other things. So why is this decision being made? It makes Like from a financial economic perspective, it just makes no sense. And the fault can't just solely be blamed on Trump when he has these type of experts there who are possibly guiding him, or in some cases misguiding him.
Yeah, you wonder this. I mean, there's this when Bassett and Lutnick came into office. There's a lot of the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. There's a lot of speculation that these guys ultimately want to devalue the dollar. That the debt is their major concern, and the way they want to go about tackling America's debt is to devalue the dollar. The other thing as well, too, with that, making America a manufacturing country again, a country that actually makes things again. Is this, it's some crazy way to go about devaluing the dollar? Because that's where it all heads to. You head to right. You head to flight from the dollar by other countries. You head to a de-dollarization process. You lose the petrodollar. I mean, is that the way that this happens? Is that the way that they right? I mean, that's absolutely insane. But I think the more logical thing is that Bassett is a loyalist. None of these people in the cabinet were chosen for anything other than their loyalty. Certainly, Bassett's a billionaire. He, as you said, he knows what he's doing in many ways. But we have a president that is going to do what he wants, and we're seeing enough coverage coming out of the American media that even if you don't trust the Times, you don't trust the Journal, you think that they're trying to establish narratives for other interests, whatever. There's enough of an overlap in what they're saying to really understand that this president is someone who doesn't want to hear bad news, who you can't contradict, who if you do that, you will be shut out of the room. Go ask Tulsi Gabbard about that. Right. I mean, that's the reality of this president and the way he makes decisions and the information coming into him. And so I think maybe that's the case here, is you have Bassett just going along with it because he knows that's what's best for him personally.
Matthew, thank you so much for coming. I want to apologize because I was looking left, looking right, looking here.
No.
You're
looking
everywhere. I feel so bad because it was a bit disrespectful.
You're good. I hope I was helpful.
You were so helpful, and thanks for being so fluid. And my hectic nature of figuring out what's going on. I really appreciate you. I really value you. Thank you so much for being so accommodating.
Well, thank you for having me on. And yeah, and this is why they call it the news, right?
Exactly. We are the #1 place for news as well on X, so appreciate you. Thank you so much for taking your time out to join us.
Okay, you have a good night. Thank you.
You too as well. Thank you so much. That was Matthew. Make sure you give him a follow. I'm going to put his Twitter on the nest. I forgot to ask him to plug it. I do like to get people to plug their things because, appreciate it. But make sure you like this video. Make sure you comment on it. Make sure you share it and let everyone know about it. I really, really appreciate him. Like, comment, and share. The only place you get real news and real information. We were giving you it live as it was happening and then as it was confirmed to not be true. Like, comment, and share. Subscribe. Okay, I'm going to get the space back on. We've got Ryan Dawson in the house as well on the space. It's just a gift that keeps on giving. Especially Ryan Dawson. It's almost like Korea Day. Ryan, thanks for joining us. I'm just going to get the X space back on so people can hear you. Just give me 2 seconds while I get that back up. So I don't want these guys to miss out on very important. Two seconds while I get that back up. So I don't want these guys to miss out on very important things that you have got to say. That was 2 great interviews and a bit hectic with the second one because of all the news that was kicking off. It was crazy. And then it ended up not even being true. Okay, want to welcome Ryan onto the space. Ryan, appreciate you as always. How are you?
I'm in a very good mood watching Johnny Somali get extra prison time.
What? He's getting extra prison time?
Oh, he messed up bad. I can give you that update if you want. I do want to say again about the petrodollar crap that the dollar has strengthened since the war because it's seen as a safe haven and people go into it because they don't buy into it. And I wish all these people who are really great at geopolitics wouldn't try to pretend they're economists. Like, it doesn't matter what international trades, what currency they use. It's gone all the way down to zero for 50 something days. So it's not only not priced in dollars, it's just not even being sold. And the dollar didn't collapse. It didn't go down. It actually went up. Anyway, Johnny Somali, we were all kind of like miffed because he only got 6 months in labor camps and 20 days detention, plus he's registered as a sex offender. But this moron, and none of us explained this to him, we just watched him crash and burn. He did an appeal from the detention center, and he did it on Hitler's birthday because it's Johnny Somali. What he doesn't understand is you have to sit in the detention center until they look at that appeal, and they decided, yeah, we'll get to that in 5 months. So he just added another 5 months to his time, and his 6 months labor doesn't count. There's no time served or any of that. His labor camp starts after the detention center ends, so he's in there for a year, which is just glorious. And then yesterday, the prosecution did an appeal, and so that'll drag out time. And let me explain this. The detention center is worse than the labor camp. It's a tiny little room. You don't even have beds. You get these little like plastic mats to lay on, little rectangles. There's no foam in them or anything at this point. You're sharing a room with 6 other guys. He's the smallest, so let's say 5.5. You know, there's no talking. There's no phones. There's no anything. It's just a room, and you got a little folding mat to lay on, and a toilet that everyone has to share, and the bottom rung prisoner has to scrub it. And here's the kicker. They do get 30 minutes daylight every other Saturday. That means you're just sitting in a room for 2 weeks, and then you get to go out for half an hour, and then it's back to your room. That's his life for the next 5 months, and then he's got 6 months detention in a labor camp, and then another 20 days back at the DA. They serve you rice and soup in a bucket. It's disgusting. And then he's going to have whatever extra time the prosecution gets from its appeal, which could be 2 to 3 years. So he might be behind bars for the next 4 or 5 years, which is glorious.
That's crazy. Ryan, there was just some breaking news, and it was that okay, so someone said, as a Somali, I would like to say that he's not Somali, he's Ethiopian, named Ramsey, that changed his name to that. Good riddance for him to go to jail. Yeah, apparently he's like Jewish as well.
He's American. He's I mean, maybe his ancestors are from Ethiopia or Sudan or whatever. I've heard all kinds of things. I know he's not Somali. Even if he was, so what? You don't put that on all of Somalia. Like, he's him, and he's from Arizona or something. Like, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, no doubt. Completely agree with you there. And he is. And remember, he became Jewish as well, and he was like there kissing the wall and like supporting Israel. He came on Space once, and he was talking a lot of nonsense, so I had to smash him.
Yeah, I think he just did the Jew thing because he just gravitates to whatever the most hated thing is. And Israel was in the middle of bombing kids, so he's like, I want to be part of that. He wants negative attention. That was his goal.
That's his whole modus operandi. Ryan, I don't know if you've seen the latest news, but there were initially reports that the war had resumed and there was bombing throughout Iran. It was later confirmed that this wasn't true, and Iran was apparently testing the air defense throughout the country. What's your thoughts on that? Is it normal to...
Well, but there was a bombing in Iraq by somebody. An oil refinery went up in smoke. So that happened. Well, I don't know if that's the PMU or the Israelis or whoever, but it's really on thin ice. America doesn't want none of that. They're talking tough. Trump, he doesn't want to start another air campaign because then Iran will too. Right now, the Gulf states are just begging and begging and begging, please don't. So he's got this stupid blockade of a blockade, which isn't really, like, so many boats get through anyway. He can't sustain it. Like, okay, you do that. Iran can definitely hold it longer than you can. Like, as long as the Strait of Hormuz isn't open, Trump's alienated all his allies. It hurts his own economy, and it cripples the Gulf states. And Israel's losing the ground war against Hezbollah. I mean, they can sit there and have Apple phone rename stuff on the map, but they're not up to the yellow line. They don't actually control any of that territory. They're getting waxed. All they know how to do is kill civilians. And then you've got people in the EU saying they're going to get rid of their privileged trade. I'm like, just sanction them, but like the baby steps, right? And, you know, Spain and Ireland, Slovenia, I think Belgium jumped on board with that. Like, oh yeah, it's the longer it goes on, the more people are going to turn on Israel because they all know it's Israel's war. I wouldn't think of this of midterms and whatever. Trump doesn't care. Like, he works for Netanyahu. His chief of staff was Netanyahu's campaign manager. It's JD Vance is on the phone with Netanyahu at a negotiation in Pakistan with the Iranians. And as I said on your show, I don't think they're going to go. They didn't. If they had, I would have been super surprised, but because I would have been weak. They didn't show up, and they're not going to. If they're going to be a blockade, it's a non-starter. If you're not, here's the demands. This is what we're going to negotiate. You can give us this, and you can play around with how much the toll is going to be, whatever. But you are going to leave the Gulf. You're going to lift sanctions. You're not going to have a blockade, and you cannot annex territory in Lebanon. If you don't meet all those points, there's no reason to talk. But I would argue there's never a reason to talk because you're talking to psychotic terrorists that are just going to lie to you anyway. The only way to resolve this is on the battlefield.
And that's the $1 million question, right, Ryan? We know the George Bush is what now, 3 to 5 days out. I mean, I was speaking to many experts on this, and they're all saying like this blockade of the blockade is obviously really not effective at all. But that being said, just the premise of it being there is harming America and its allies. And so the question mark becomes like, how long can the US maintain this? And it doesn't seem like they can maintain this for long. And so if they can't, then they're going to have to either capitulate.
Well, it has one effect. Blockading the blockade is something that it's a stunt to feed the domestic derp MAGA crowd that he's doing something. That's what it does. It doesn't work. I mean, the two... It's not like they won't stop any ships, so I guess it has a tiny effect. But it's just really stupid. Like, what do you wanted this straight open, didn't you? And now you're going to block it yourself? You're all over the map, man.
Yeah, no doubt. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, or what I'm trying to ascertain is, when do you think this kinetic part of the war restarts based on the stringent timelines the US has on all of these various factors? Oh, and I've got a question about your career as well. When do you think it starts?
Well, I don't think, not until the Bush arrives at least. And that doesn't mean right when it arrives, things will kick off, but they won't do it until they get their carriers in place. Same thing I said last time, because that's the whole reason it's being sent. It's not just to sail around and look pretty. Like, they're sending carriers in to prepare for airstrikes. And maybe he thinks if we triple down and we bomb their infrastructure, they're arguing about it right now because they're like, sir, don't do that. You will get resalinated if you do that. But he'll do whatever Israel tells him. But I say, if you're talking about like the kinetic part of the war, as far as like America bombing targets in Iran and then Iran bombing East Israel, your favorite, then I would say they are waiting for the Bush.
Yeah, but the Bush is only 3 to 5 days, so that could be like this weekend or next weekend or something like that, right?
Yep. It could be. It could be that early.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. And okay, I got a question for you. Today, Ryan, we saw North Korea having a meeting with Iran. What's happening? Your country's staying with America and weakening, while North Korea is making moves.
Well, North Korea can do what it wants. I mean, why not? Like, they are frenemies, right? I don't think Iran wants to implement anything remotely like the North Korean government, but look, they got arms. Iran likes those. North Korea's got some really fancy ballistic missiles. Why not trade? And they did this to themselves. Like, these brutal sanctions on North Korea, I don't agree with them. And I don't like North Korea. I legally have to say that. And I mean it. But what do you expect them to do? They have trade with Russia. That's about it. If they want to sell guns, which I don't know why else Iran would talk to them. Maybe engineers, because North Koreans are very good at digging through mountains. But I think Iran's pretty much mastered that. They talked to them before. That's how when they started this mess. Let them have trade. Why not? It'd be funny. South Korea is working on building nuclear power for itself, not the bomb, like electricity, to offset their dependency on the Middle East. They're discussing buying more oil from Russia. They are buying oil from Iran, but America's like getting in the way. You can't just like sever your relationship with the U.S. in a day, though. Like so much trade, and Trump will tariff the hell out of all the. It's a hard thing. Korea and Japan rely on exports of finished products because they're not just sitting on oil like the Gulf. They can't just make easy money. They actually have to use their brains and make goods. And the problem with that is other countries can tariff your goods. Usually they won't. I mean, it's a detriment. It just lowers the living standard on both sides. But Fat Orange Monster thinks he's Lincoln, and Lincoln destroyed the country doing that too. Remember, there's some magatards that think, oh, don't worry, they're going to get rid of the income tax. We're just going to have tariffs. Like, no, you're going to have both. And that's what they got, both.
And coming back to the actually Japan and Korea, what's the situation going to be like with Japan? Because if there's no oil coming out of the strait, in the sense of if Japan can't have access to actual, real, tangible oil, why would they sell their bonds?
To shore up the yen. And they're gonna have money. I mean, they will get oil. It'll just be expensive and coming from Russia, or it'll come from Saudi Arabia from the Red Sea. It's just gonna take longer to arrive. Well, they will. It's not gonna be them getting cut off. It's gonna be like Indochina and those areas getting cut off first, because Japan can outpay them. So what oil is going out through the East-West pipeline through the Saudis? That's going to end up in Japan, China, Korea.
And one of the things that we've been talking about quite a lot on here is this what was it again? In terms of the resignations, there's like a major resignation today. People don't know if it's because of protest, because he disagreed with what Trump had to say, or whether it was just a personal disagreement between him and Pete Hegseth. What's your thoughts on these major resignations? It was the Secretary of the Navy, the head of the Secretary of the Navy.
Yeah, predictable. I said you're going to see more Joe Kent-like resignations. The policies they're doing are extremely stupid. Like he's following stuff from Alan Dershowitz, Mr. Dirty Underwear, old yellow teeth, a fucking rapist with Epstein. That's who he's listening to. And a lot of the brass, like admirals, generals, people with a brain in the Pentagon, like this is a half-cocked war. You don't have a plan. You don't have a clear objective. You like, what would winning look like? What do you want to do? Just destroy Iran completely, like Gaza? Like, what's the scenario? Like, what's your goal? Like, get rid of the uranium was a goal. You didn't do it, but you could pretend to. What is your goal here? Just perpetual war indefinitely until you break Iran and have regime change? Well, that's not happening. I mean, you can switch Ayatollahs, but it's not going to, it won't matter. You're just going to get another one of the same. So they're going to resign. And I think you're going to see a lot more of that. I think a lot of people in his cabinet, not the liquor cabinet, they want to hold on to their jobs, Hegseth and Kash Patel. They might get fired from incompetence, but the competent people are leaving because they're not being listened to. I mean, Trump's having full-on tantrum attack. Just he believes what the Israelis tell him because they stroke his ego, and he's a narcissistic maniac. I think he has dementia. That's just an opinion. No, I'm not his doctor or anything, but you can just look at all the symptoms and signs. It's almost as obvious as Biden. Not quite. Biden was definitely not all there. He shouldn't be making decisions, but I wouldn't get excited about J.D. Vance or whatever. I wouldn't get excited about the midterms if the Democrats get in. So what? They're just as bad. Like, it doesn't matter. Their leadership is just as bad. I would say Democrats, like on the root level, are more at least against imperialism, but then they have all this like anti-white bullshit. So it's like trading one form of racism for another. And it's unfixable. That's why we need Dan Bilzerian. Like, he needs to be getting in Congress and then onward and upward to the presidency. I want Thomas Massey for president. I don't see any other solution. You got to change the leadership at the top.
Yeah, no doubt. And what's your
Did you hear Trump say I would have won Vietnam very quickly?
Yeah. What's your thoughts on that?
Do you think he believes that? I think he
Yeah,
does.
he does.
That's delusional. And it's like, okay, how much of that stupidity and how much of that is, is he was seriously like his mental faculties are shot. He really thinks that. Of course, he thought he could end Ukraine in a day. Still got a war in Ukraine, 24 hours, he said. But lying about Ukraine, I understand, because it's like, oh, it looks like you're going to work on that. Like, Vietnam already happened. So why lie about it? Right? What do you gain?
I mean, I'm with you, bro. I think that he actually believes it, bro. I don't even think he's demented. I actually think he just believes it. Like, he's got delusions of grandeur. Like, he actually does believe that he's won this war already. He thinks that he's like, why is everybody like saying, well, I haven't won this war? I've destroyed everything. I don't think he's actually lying in his mind. I actually think he believes it. He's like, yeah.
Yeah. That's the best. He doesn't even know. It's not like a conscious lie. Let's just tell him we're winning and messing with the markets. No. He thinks this is true because it's what people told him. He's watching videos of big fireballs. Like, yeah. He's like, I don't understand. Their Air Force is gone. Their Navy's gone. All their air defense is gone. Their communications gone. Their leadership's gone. Like, it's easy. And Europe wouldn't help us and whatever. And then like, okay, then if the Navy's gone, why is the Strait closed? If the air defense is gone, why are you losing planes? If they're running out of missiles, why are they still tagging the Gulf and Israel at will? And you had to beg for a ceasefire. How come? Because you're not winning this war, and everything they told you is nonsense. Someone's lying to him. And he's like almost 80-year-old man, doesn't know anything about war, and he just believes them. But the thing is, he won't listen to the people who tell him otherwise because he doesn't like that. He doesn't like bad news. So it's like truth is for him is whatever's psychologically gratifying. And that's a very easy person to deceive. He's basically a woman.
Great point. Although it might be the one instance where maybe women might supersede someone, but actually, I can't go that far. In terms of
look, the two most base leaders right now, one in Italy, one in Japan, are both female. Just say it how that happened.
She needs to come out and join. There's 4 countries, haven't they, who've signed and said they want the separation of the EU. Italy hasn't apparently officially said it yet or confirmed it yet. Do you think she's gonna?
I mean, if Trump keeps smacking around the Catholics and stuff, I think she will. It's odd, like, why not? Right? She should have been leading that, but Spain and Ireland, like, they recognize Palestine. So did Norway. Norway's not in the EU, but those 3 powerhouses did it, and then later you had Slovenia join. But I was surprised that I was like, really? You got Belgium before Italy? But Italy has more trade, like, with Israel, so that's like it's not as big of a deal when Slovenia probably doesn't have that much trade with them in the first place. But yeah, I'd like to see Italy get on board with that. If you could get that, if you had both Spain and Italy. I'm not throwing shade on Ireland, but it's 5 million people. Spain is 51. I think Italy's like 57 million. That could push it over. I think start getting the big players to do this. I just wish they could do it on their own. I don't like the EU. I'm like, just go back to how it was. Why are you handing your sovereignty over to these larger states? I mean, Germany's suicidal. Why do you want to involve them in anything? But yeah, I'd like to see it. And you're going to see more resignations. And if he brings the Bush up there and start threatening, like, we're going to hit your power plants and stuff, yeah, the lights will go out, man. The dream would be if Iran's like, all right, Israel's breaking the ceasefire, we're going to bomb them. We'll leave the Gulf alone, but if you jump in, America, we're going to flatten your boy. And it just becomes a solo between Iran and Israel. That's the dream. Not a high chance, but higher than it ever has been.
Yeah, I still don't believe that happened, but that would be a dream scenario. It's like now today. The reason we got the reports that there possibly was an attack, and what kind of minimized the possibility was when the Israelis came out and said, "Oh, how's there an attack going on? We don't know anything about it." So it's like, you know what I mean? That kind of confirmed that it wasn't happening, because rarely will there be an attack without the Israeli approval.
Yeah, they're like, wait, it wasn't us. Yeah, for once. It's always them. Every time.
Every single
But
time.
I think you can kind of relax until the Bush arrives. They're not going to pull it before then. But this is so stupid. Like, the results aren't going to be any different than the first 40 something days. Like, nothing's changed. You're still out of interceptors. You're still out of standoff munitions. Iran has plenty of ballistic missiles, plenty of targets left in the Gulf. You notice it's when they started smacking Saudi Arabia that the U.S. Finally came in with the ceasefire. They're like, okay, they hit that giant petrochemical plant, and then they went to the negotiation table. And Iran went there with flowers on the seats of the 168 children that were murdered. I mean, they are pissed. They're like, look, we're not here to discuss. We're here to give orders. You have no leverage and we're not listening to you. Here's our demands, meet them or the strait stays closed. If you don't bomb us, we won't bomb your bases. But if you touch us, we are. I feel sorry for the civilians in Lebanon. Like, they're the big losers here. Because Hezbollah doesn't have anything in the way of air defense and they can't protect them. They can only kill the IDF on the ground and harass Haifa and northern Israel, which they're doing, and they're doing a great job. But
Oh, Ryan, you mentioned.
it's at such a cost. Like, some homes.
Yeah,
Go
just a
ahead.
quick question. You mentioned about the yellow line. You're saying the Israelis haven't took some of the yellow line, because, I mean, many people are claiming they have. You saw today where they'd attacked journalists and murdered some journalists. Just other people tried. The ambulances went to try and help them, and then they hit the ambulances. Um, so you're saying they've not taken control over certain parts of Lebanon.
No, they can they're destroying houses and stuff, but they can't hold the territory. If they move in there, they get killed too. And it's just like the very southern part of Lebanon, like they're not all the way up to that yellow line, and their air force has struck targets there and beyond. I mean, the air force bombs Beirut, but they don't hold that territory. You know, Apple can rename crap on the map. It doesn't matter. The IDF is not in charge of anything. Even the towns they destroyed, they don't occupy them. They give their staging area, and Hezbollah hits them and kills them and then run away. They're unable to hold territory because their ground forces are using outdated military doctrine, and frankly, it's composed of a bunch of pussies.
And did you hear about the journalist that they killed?
You know, that happens so often. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Like, that's Israeli policy is to shoot the press. That's sad.
Yeah, it was two female journalists. Apparently, I mean, they were reporting, and they basically targeted them. And then Jeremy Lafredo messaged, and they were like, "Yeah, we killed them intentionally, and actually, we might come after you as well." Paraphrasing, but basically, that's what they said.
That's terrible. I saw a man, a RT reporter. They bombed him while he was doing a report. It happened live. And this is what Israel does. They don't want journalists. They are the terrorists. They don't want everyone to see it. I just don't see the point now. If you're not aware that the Israelis are terrorists and that they shoot kids and they just don't obey any rules of law at all by now, then you're never gonna. I feel like the people that support Israel, it doesn't matter what they do. they could skin babies alive and wear them as costumes, and it wouldn't matter. Like they can do anything, and the Zionists are okay with it. Like that, God gave them the land. It's just in their mind, like religious dogmatism, and so they can do any brutality they want because it's just a bunch of dumb goyim Arabs, and that's how they think of them. They've dehumanized them. They're like a little kid's just a terrorist, a future terrorist. It's that they think. So I know we need people need to know the news, but if you're a journalist, like don't risk your life going in there and getting shot by the Israelis. Like we all know they're committing every manner of horror without you being right next to it. Like I don't know, it's we can't even get the death counts in Gaza because they'll shoot the reporters. They don't even have the equipment to move the rubble and see how many bodies are underneath it, and a lot of them have been incinerated. But what you could do is a census to see how many people are alive, and then just minus, the population that it was before versus after, because they won't let them out of there. They're wrapped in a wall, right? And I think you're going to find out it's hundreds of thousands, not 71,000. It's sad. And they've been shooting journalists for decades. That happened to all their conflicts. They did that in Cast Lead. They do it in like what they call peacetime, but it's not. They did it in Pillar of Defense. They did it in the March for Peace. They did it in 2021. They did it all through the October 7th to now conflict. They did it in Protective Edge. They did it in 06. That one doesn't have a name, but they did that. They always kill the journalist. I had a friend, I can't say his name, but he was over there with Robert in Lakesh, who now works for RT. And this guy said, he went in completely neutral. We're like, yeah, just come see it for yourself. He had he's this Australian guy, very short sentence. He just said what he noticed because he stayed time in the occupied area, he stayed time in Israel, and he said this. Only one side fears the camera. When they went there, they look American, they're Australian, well, whatever, they're foreigners and they have cameras. All the Palestinians are happy and smiling and running up to them like, are you going to show this? Like they want you to see everything. They want you to film everything. They want the world to see what it's like. You pull a camera out in front of the Israelis, no camera, shut it down, shut it down. They'll physically try and break your camera or shoot you. They don't want the world to see what they're doing. Because both sides know who the bad guy is, including the Israelis. They know what they're doing is disgusting and wrong. They're not excited about the camera. Like, yes, show us. We're so glorious and moral, the most moral army in the world. No, they want to kill you if you have a camera. It's the Palestinians that are delighted if someone's filming. They want to show them what the conditions at Hebron, the cages they wrapped around people's houses, and they just dump trash on them, and show them the color-coded license plates, the racial segregation, and all. Show it all. They want you to see because they know they're in the right. Only one side fears the camera. I'm like, man, that's a strong sentence. That just sums it up. And this guy could barely talk because he saw so much horror. They were throwing tear gas through their window at 2:30 in the morning. They had guns pointed at them. They went through some shit. And they're not even Palestinian, like every house. They're like, you want a coffee? They're so nice. They have they're poor as fuck and they share everything. The Israelis, hit or miss, but I'm look down on you. Are you Jewish? I mean, that's like that. They need to know. Like, what does it matter if I am or not? Well, they need to know because it's part of their hierarchy in their mind. Psychopaths.
Yeah, it was really problematic behavior. Let's. I got a question for Robert as well. Robert, are you there?
Yeah.
Robert.
So what's going on, guys?
Yeah, there was a report that the war had restarted. Multiple explosions throughout Iran, but it's confirmed that these were just apparently Iranians had decided to do some kind of defense interceptor testing, and so it wasn't the what.
So it's definitely a false alarm.
It's highly yes, most likely a false alarm, and that's why I believe the market went crazy and then kind of realigned, right?
Yeah, when I was watching it when it happened, S&P 500 futures went like zero, almost a full percentage point in like 10 minutes, and oil just went vertical. It was and then like 2 minutes later, it just all reversed. It's pretty crazy.
So the market can literally explode like that with with that level of panic.
Yeah, I mean the algorithms are quick. The algorithms are quick, and I only started to see it reported, like the accounts I follow. The move had already started, so these algos must be programmed on some pretty obscure, because I follow all the big OSINT accounts. So these algos must, or the traders must be constantly watching, because it had already moved quite a bit by the time any kind of large OSINT account had posted about it. So yeah, they must be trained on like Telegram chats or something, because it had already moved like half a point by the time anyone kind of big reported on it.
I would just get it now. It's inevitable they're going to start the air war again and oil's going to go up. So just get it at the dip. Like, why
Yeah,
try and get it right before the conflict? They're going to have another conflict. They are.
if you look, I find it interesting. This could mean nothing, but we're a third of a percent lower on S&P 500 futures than we were before any of the reports came through, and same thing with oil. So before any of those reports came through, we're 1.2% higher. So you would think that if the market, fully believed it was not correct, or a false alarm, you would think that we would be right back to where we were, but we're a little bit lower on the stock market futures and a little bit higher on oil. So it means the market is pricing in a likelihood, that a higher likelihood, that maybe it is a sign of something to come. It's kind of my
I
interpretation.
mean, they're testing their air defense because they plan on having to use them.
Yeah, why else? Why? I can't. Why else would you? Um, I'm not a military expert, but yeah, it just seems
Robert,
weird.
we've not had you on for a few days now, or if we haven't missed you, what's kind of like from your perspective, like update from the financial perspective on what's been going?
Um,
Because remember, the strait's still closed. Like nothing's actually really gone through the strait in the last 54 days.
yeah, oil's
Sully, I
been.
got to bounce. We're going to be doing the bond meeting tomorrow. So enjoy.
Appreciate you, Ryan, as always. I'll hit you up as well. We'll do another interview. Everyone, make sure you follow in Ryan as well. I'll let everybody know what to follow when you go on Ryan. But yeah, everyone follow Ryan's ryandawson.org. Make sure you follow his Substack, which is ANC Report as well. Follow that, and also make sure you follow his Twitter handle, which is Ryan Liberty. Great guy, great person, great news. Really appreciate him as always. And we'll definitely get him in for a video interview. Great to have him on. We weren't expecting him, but it's always great to have Ryan in. Robert, sorry, you were saying if the overview of the financial market?
Yeah, over the past, I think it's been 2 days, we've had oil move higher, and then we had the S&P 500 yesterday. We had quite a sharp move, and that reversed kind of into today. It's we basically gone, pretty much sideways over the past 2-3 days, if you kind of zoom out. Oil though has moved higher. And so, I think that is interesting to me. Today, you didn't have the S&P 500 really care. We had oil moving sharply higher today. And, the S&P 500, NASDAQ, the stock market didn't really seem to care. Normally you would get, with a really, really sharp, upward rise in oil, normally you would get, at least a modest decline in the stock market, but we didn't really get anything. So the stock market, continues to be very optimistic with kind of pricing in, the best case scenario. But today we had ServiceNow. We're in earnings season, and ServiceNow reported earnings, and they noted the Middle East conflict, the war, and the effect that it had on their earnings. And the stock is down, I think, 10, 11, 12% last I checked. So, I think the stock market is not necessarily, you would think that, in here, we've been talking about the economic impact of the war, and Simon and I have been talking about, the effect on the GCC, the effect on their currency, right, which are all pegged to the dollar, the effect of declining revenues, how, they're a very large creditor to the US. They buy a lot of our financial assets. They provide a lot of investment. We've been talking about this stuff going back to like the first couple days of the war. And you look at ServiceNow, and it's like, oh, apparently no one thought that the Middle East conflict would affect their earnings in a negative way at all. Because if that was priced in, if the market was somewhat expecting, some economic impact from the war, the stock wouldn't have moved. It would have been priced in, right? When the earnings came through and the earnings call came through, the nothing would have really moved, because the market had already priced it in over the past month or month and a half. But that's not what happened. We had a really, really sharp decline. And so my read on that is the stock market is just kind of in la la land about the economic impact that this is going to have. Not, ServiceNow is just probably going to be the first of many that are going to note, not only kind of uncertainty and volatility, which makes it difficult to run a multinational corporation. Not only that, but real economic effect on things like earnings and investment, which is probably going to dry up, given the fact that the GCC normally they are a very large creditor, and they invest a lot in things like U.S. data centers and the AI, all that whole trade. So yeah, I think it's kind of like a sign of more to come. I'm really interested about what is really going on. Like, why are they testing air defense? Like is that are they gonna surprise? Because the way that I mean, from the war perspective, it seems to me like we're just like inches away from it heating up again, and the market kind of feels that way. If you look at like volatility, the VIX, that looks like it wants to break out to the upside. Oil has been looking like it wanted to break out to the upside. You have S&P 500 and kind of the broader stock market kind of stalling out, and looking like it might roll over. So it's almost like markets are kind of expecting something negative with war to occur. So I'm curious if tonight was, a harbinger of anything to come. But yeah, it's basically just been range bound. I mean, yesterday we had pretty sharp move, but that reversed, and we're down about 1/3% right now from where we were before the reports of explosions. So again, I find that interesting that if the market really believed that the coast was clear, we'd be right back to where we were, which was about flat on S&P 500 futures, and oil wouldn't be up as much as it is. So yeah, I'm really curious if anything happens overnight. That's not my area of expertise, but yeah, the market's definitely I can't really explain it other than you just watch this stuff all day, every day for years. You start to kind of get signals where you'll see, it looks like something is going to happen. You can't tell. You can tell what it's going to be, right? It'll be negative for stocks, or it might be positive.
Did Robert glitch off?
Be a negative geopolitical thing with oil, right? Where oil looks like it wants to rip, and gold looks like it wants to rip. And, you kind of can see those kind of things building. You don't necessarily know what the trigger ends up being. And I've kind of been getting that feeling over the past couple of days, like markets are starting to get to a point where it looks like something is going to happen. And maybe that's just kind of apprehension, right? When we look at charts, when we look at price action on our screen, all the charts is an accumulation of millions of people making decisions to buy or sell given securities at different prices. And so if people are apprehensive, you can almost sense that right in the chart, in the price action. If like I said, if you stare at the stuff all day for years and years. And that's kind of the vibe I've been getting. Nothing really major has been popping off, but it kind of just feels like we're kind of in a holding pattern, and markets are kind of expecting something major to pop off.
And just from the actual, the UAE, they asked for a credit line from America. Some see that as like, asking for a loan. Many Americans aren't happy with it. Like, what's the kind of impact or implications of that from a financial perspective?
Yeah, it's not a loan. So a swap line. So this is what Simon and I were kind of referring to in the early days. Their currency is pegged to the dollar, meaning that it does not freely float. And for example, Bahrain, right? Their currency is always going to be 3.4, to $1. And it'll move a tiny bit, right? Like a couple cents, but generally it's 3.4, their currency for $1. I'm just making that number up, but it's pegged. And that's due to the fact that they sell a lot of oil, and oil, the petrodollar, right? Oil is denominated in dollars. So therefore, oil being a huge part of their economy, they are getting, half of their revenue is coming in dollars. So it makes, really kind of logical sense to peg your currency to the dollar. Well, the problem is that steady stream of dollars coming into the country has been shut off with the Strait of Hormuz being closed. They aren't able to sell their oil and so there is no constant stream of inbound dollars. And so, they generally run a very large trade surplus, current account surplus, which means in general, kind of more money is flowing in, right? They are selling more stuff to the rest of the world than they are buying. And so what happens, they accumulate savings, national savings. Those are known as FX reserves, foreign exchange reserves. And that can be gold, that can be dollars, that can be US treasuries, it could be any number of assets. Usually it's gold and then US treasuries. But due to the fact that the steady kind of inflow of dollars is stopped, and their currency has to maintain a peg, right? Has to maintain a constant linear value to the dollar. That puts them in a severe stress point. And one thing they can do is draw down on that national savings, the FX reserves. But that would involve selling gold. That would involve selling US treasuries, right, to raise dollars to defend their peg, to defend their currency peg. They could do that, but what Scott Bessent kind of noted, the Treasury Secretary, is we don't want them selling U.S. Treasuries, to raise dollars to buy their own currency to defend the peg. We don't want that because if they start dumping U.S. Treasuries, that could have a very negative kind of impact on our banking system, on our financial system, on the repo market, on the kind of broader economic activity because it tightens financial conditions. So I think that swap line basically is just we provide 100 million US dollars and to them, right? We give it to them, and they give us $100 million worth of their currency. And then at the end of a week, 2 weeks, a month, usually it's a short time period. At the end of that time period, you exchange back, right? So we get our dollars back and they get their currency back. So it's just kind of a temporary loan, but you're swapping, right? So we're not just printing the money and loaning it to them. We are actually getting, collateral in the form of their currency. So we have a standing agreement with the Bank of Japan, Bank of England, Swiss National Bank, and the European National Bank. We have kind of a standing arrangement for that swap line with those countries, but when it comes to the UAE, we don't have a standing agreement. So that's why they were requesting it. But I think that I think it's just I've been warning that there'd be issues when it comes to dollar liquidity, and given the impact on revenue, and given the fact that they're pegged to the dollar, it wasn't really surprising to me. I am kind of surprised that they didn't provide the swap line. That to me is kind of a bit odd. You would think that they would, because it doesn't really cost us anything to do it. And last I checked, actually, we charge interest, right? So at the end of that 2 weeks or month or whatever it is for the agreement, we actually get. I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, we actually charge a little bit of interest on the loan. So it's not, we're not loaning the money out of our tax base. We're not issuing debt to raise dollars to give to them. We're literally just printing it digitally, giving it to them for a short period of time. And if they default, well, we have $100 million worth of their currency, right? It's collateralized. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't end up going through with it, because they are going to be they're going to have liquidity issues. Not only the revenue piece, right, where that current account surplus is turning very quickly into a deficit, and the stream of inbound dollars is drying up. Not only that, but you also have capital flight too, right, where people are wealthy individuals in the UAE and Qatar, and they're fleeing. They're selling their local currency denominated stocks or bonds, or the currency itself, to buy gold or to buy Bitcoin or to buy the dollar, right? In the foreign exchange market, when we talk about the dollar, the euro, and a currency, the yen, what we're talking about is two currencies, right? So dollar euro, or euro dollar is the way it's usually talked about. That, if you're buying euro dollar, there's two ways of describing that. Either you're buying euros and selling dollars, right? And the price goes up, or you're selling euros and buying dollars, and the price would be going down. So you are, by definition, if you're in Qatar or UAE or something like that, and you're fleeing, and you want to get your money into dollars, by definition, you are selling the native currency to buy the dollar. It's kind of a two-step operation, right? You sell the euro to buy the dollar. That puts downward pressure on the exchange rate, euro dollar. So you have capital flight, and you have the current account surplus, the inflow of dollars drying up. They are going to continue to have liquidity issues if we don't provide a swap line. I don't really understand why they're doing that, especially when, on a geopolitical kind of strategic level. They had mentioned in that article in the Wall Street Journal reporting, they had mentioned, well, if we're not able to get dollar liquidity, we might have to go to the Chinese. And you would think that the last thing that we would want is for them to flee, the dollar system, and go over to the Chinese and ask for, yuan liquidity. You would think, the whole foundation of the petrodollar is to get them to use the dollar, and if by pegging to the dollar and recycling their dollar inflows into our debt, if that's not working for them, and we're not there to kind of help them out, like, why wouldn't they go to the Chinese? To me, it doesn't make sense on kind of multiple different levels, because on the one hand, like, it's going to be a strain, and the only other way to deal with it is to start selling some of their foreign exchange reserves, their U.S. treasuries. Well, that's going to put upward pressure on U.S. treasury yields. Could be sharp if they just dump the bonds, quickly. it could put a fair bit of upside pressure onto U.S. Treasury yields. Number one, and number two, we're not really losing anything. It's not a loan; it's a swap. It's here. I'll give you my iPhone. You give me your Android. We'll try it out for a couple days. We'll give each other our phone back at the end of the couple days. You have the other person's phone. If they walk away with your iPhone, you still have their Android. So like we're not really losing anything. The whole thing is kind of strange, and maybe there's more going on that kind of that I'm not aware of or that is above my pay grade. But you would think that this is only going to continue so long as the Strait of Hormuz is being blocked and the conflict is there. They are going to continue to have liquidity issues because the steady stream of dollars that they rely on for their entire financial system and their entire economy is being shut off. And not only that, but Dubai is, some of those, areas, the wealthy kind of developed parts of the GCC are becoming financial hubs. So they are becoming, akin to London or New York when it comes to foreign exchange and, various different kind of international finance, right? They are getting to that level. So you really want to make sure that financial hubs have the liquidity that they need. Otherwise, you can get, not good things. We don't want them dumping. I think last I checked, UAE has like 1.2 trillion of foreign exchange reserves, most of which are U.S. Treasuries. We don't want them dumping, $50 billion of U.S. Treasuries because they got to raise dollars to defend their currency. We don't want that. I mean, that could cause rates to go up, 30 bips in basis points in a single day. Now granted, they probably want to dump 50 billion in a day, but like, if they're in a liquidity crunch, you sell what you can, not what how you want to, right? So yeah, the whole thing is kind of puzzling to me. I think it's only going to get worse, and I think that we will eventually either one of two things: either they kind of we abandon them, and therefore they abandon us, which I don't really think is what this administration wants, or we end up providing it to them. That is really the only two options. Either that or the war is over like today and the Strait of Hormuz is open completely today and everything goes back to normal tomorrow, which I don't think is very likely.
Interesting. And Robert, in terms of just from the supply perspective, like the strait has been closed for 54 days. So I know Darkside kind of mentions this quite a bit. He says like the price doesn't matter, it's kind of all fake, but what matters is the supply chains and what's getting in and out, and nothing's getting in and out. So just from that perspective, like what 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 do you think the impact's going to be on a holistic level and then a specific level to like various regions, including the US?
Yeah, I mean, Dark is right. The paper market is a lot of BS. So, like right now, you have, WTI trading at about 95, 96. But if you look at what real actual oil is trading at today, it's 118. And that is up from yesterday where it was 115. And it just a couple days ago it was 130, 140. So dated Brent, now you can't watch the update, on Yahoo Finance or Trading. Like it only comes through once per day, but that is the price of real actual oil. And that I think is the really important oil price. Everyone on Twitter, on X talks about, what futures are trading at, but really I think the only price that matters is dated Brent. And it's funny because Golubov actually put out a post talking about this exact thing, how the futures market, the paper, oil market is a bunch of I forget the exact term he used, but a bunch of illusion, and that the real market that matters is dated Brent. He even gave the Bloomberg ticker or the symbol within the Bloomberg terminal that you type in to get the dated Brent price. So which I think is highly intriguing, that someone either Golubov himself or someone very close to him is that tuned into markets that they have a Bloomberg terminal and they know not just they have a Bloomberg terminal, but they have a Bloomberg and they know dated Brent. They know the symbol for dated Brent. So that might be a different conversation, but that is really the only oil price that matters. And I think that the longer the Strait of Hormuz is closed and traffic is reduced. Remember, we're losing about 20 million barrels per day due to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there are positive offsets, right? So if normal oil demand is 100 million barrels per day, now we're down to 80. And that's really bad because what the world would have to look like in order to destroy that much oil demand or consumption of oil is April of 2020, when the entire global economy shut down. That is what it looks like when 20 million barrels per day of oil stops being consumed. That is what the world would have to look like because, again, you can't print oil. So there is no magic fix to fill a gap. You can't print oil. So the world would have to look like Q2 of 2020, April, May of 2020, where, Sunset Boulevard and every downtown metro was a ghost town. That is what the world would have to look like. So, obviously the major economies don't want that. They have been trying to provide kind of an offset, positive offset. And they can do that for a period of time. They have the SPR for the US, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, where countries, Japan, UK, the developed countries, we have reserves that we can kind of sell into the market or provide into the market. But the problem is we only have so much stored up. Biden ran down our SPR a lot, really, really a lot. It was historic ahead of the 2022 midterms, and Trump barely refilled it at all. Like he got into office, and yeah, they tried to, they filled a couple million barrels, or I think it was like 5 million barrels. That was it. So we have a time limit or a clock on that offset. And right now it's about 2 to 3 million barrels per day. So if normal demand is 100 and the Strait of Hormuz took us down to 80, well, we're getting back up to 83, which is good, right, with that buffer. But there's a time limit on it, which is, Europe and America and Japan, we don't have infinite strategic reserves. They're going to run out in the next month and a half, 2 months. And then we're really, really screwed because there is no more offset for us to try to buffer the shock. Not only that, but then you have the Yanbu pipeline. That's about 7 million barrel per day throughput. The problem is it was already flowing at about 3 million barrels per day. So really, the net change from the Yanbu pipeline is only about 4 million barrels per day. So to be conservative, you got 3 million barrels per day from the strategic reserves, and then you have 4 million barrels per day from Yanbu. That's about 7 million barrels per day of kind of offset. But you're still talking about a shock, that gets you up to 87, but you're still talking about a 13 million barrel per day gap or hole. Now, there are inventories, storage, basically oil storage, all over the world. Every refinery and export terminal and that kind of thing, they have these huge tanks. Well, if you look at what's going on in Russia, those are getting bombed. Like every day, there's a new export terminal or storage facility getting bombed. By Ukraine in Russia. Russia has lost about 500,000 barrels per day of output. So you have to add that back in, right? Because Russia is a very large player in the oil world. If they just lost 500,000 barrels per day from all these Ukrainian strikes, that's a further shock onto an already stressed system. And so we have kind of the inventories and the strategic reserves, but those have a time limit. Once the tanks are drawn down to zero, there is no more buffer. Once the strategic reserves are drawn down to zero or very close, they won't let it actually get to zero. But once they're drawn down, if this does not end in the next month, the EIA is going to, the IEA is going to look around at each other, go like, what do we do? We got 20 million barrels left in our strategic stockpile. We got to save something, in case it gets even worse. Like, we can't take this down to zero. What do we do? And I think that is really when the shock could hit.
Robert,
Yeah,
is the U.S. not a net exporter of oil?
yeah.
Okay, so why do they have to? Why are they draining their strategic reserves? Is that because they're selling oil overseas because they're making more money off it?
So oil is priced internationally, and they're trying to keep the price of oil subdued. Because the problem,
Oh, okay.
here's
So
the problem. So
why doesn't the government put a cap on oil prices? Who benefits from the oil prices being up?
Russia, Norway,
Well, I'm talking domestically.
well, obviously the oil companies do.
Right. So see, this is the same premise I continue to use. These are manufactured crises. Okay. Like, so I was going to bring up the fact about the Russian refinery that was just struck, a couple days ago was.
You just interrupted him. He was explaining something. This is why I have to think about bringing you up. Like, can you let Robert finish his point?
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
no worries. No worries. Yeah, but to the point about the U.S. So this is really important because I hear a lot of people talking. Well, the U.S. is going to be okay because we're a net exporter. That is true. That we are probably not going to have rationing or shortages like Sri Lanka, right, where they're paying $280 to get a barrel of oil. We are probably not going to see that kind of thing, right? Or shortages or rationing or that kind of thing. That is true. But we will feel an effect in a different way, which is that Europe and Asia are, if you look at the world and you look at kind of regions or areas of the world that produce more value than they consume, and therefore they're creditors to the rest of the world, versus those that are debtors, right? They overconsume and they must get credit from those other regions. It becomes very straightforward, kind of the effect that this would have on the US, which is we overconsume to a historic degree. We run a $1.7 trillion fiscal deficit, and we run about $1 trillion per year current account deficit. That has to get financed by someone. By definition, the US is spending more money than we make, than we earn. We overconsume. Well, the only way that, if you're an individual, the only way you can overconsume is if you go into debt, right? The only way you can spend more money than your salary, than you make at your job, is by going into more and more debt. And sure enough, that is what we do. Who is buying the debt? Well, if you look at so we're a very large debtor, right, in the US. Who is a creditor? Well, Europe, Asia, or at least developed Asia, China, South Korea, Japan. Europe and Asia are very large creditors. Well, they're getting hammered from a higher oil price. Going back to kind of the point you were bringing up earlier, they get hammered from a higher oil price. And if they are generally running a surplus, a current account trade surplus, and producing more value than they consume, therefore the creditors, they're buying our debt. They're buying our U.S. equities. There are inflows into our financial markets, foreign direct investment, that kind of thing. But if their surplus starts to get pressure due to the fact that their energy bill just doubled or tripled or quadrupled, right? They have to pay for that energy. There is no more fundamental foundational thing for an economy than to import energy. And that energy just doubled in price or tripled. And not only that, but it's priced in dollars, right? And if you're in Europe, you can't control the dollar, right? You can print euros, but you can't print dollars. So the foreign exchange rate also can be a burden. But your surplus, you get pressured, and that surplus that allowed you to be a creditor to the U.S. and buy our debt, buy our stocks, buy our invest in our various different data centers and that kind of thing. That turns into a deficit. So you go, if you're in France, UK, and Europe, you go from a creditor to the rest of the world to a debtor. Now, these countries, if you look at the rest of the world, they own $69 trillion worth of US treasuries, US debt, US equities, corporate bonds, mortgage-backed securities, and various financial instruments. They own a lot, $69 trillion. So if they go from a creditor to a debtor, right, where they need to now raise money, one of the things they can do to raise money to fund their energy bill, right, to import energy, is to sell US treasuries. Well, what happens then? US treasury yields skyrocket. And we know in 2022, energy shock that was, call it 1/7, 1/8 as bad on a fundamental barrel kind of basis. We know that Europe and Asia foreign treasury holdings declined by about $600 billion. And that energy shock in 2022 was 1/7, 1/8 as bad. And not only that, but if you look at their stock holdings, Europe and Asia, that declined by $1.3 trillion. Now, some of that was a decline in the stock market and the market value, right? But there were hundreds of billions of dollars worth of selling of US stocks during 2022. And again, this shock is 7, 8, 9 times worse. So we don't want Europe and Asia to have a higher energy bill because they end up selling US treasuries, causing our interest rates to skyrocket, causing all sorts of second and third order effects that I won't go into. But they are very, very far reaching when it comes to our bond market. That is what controls everything. So we really don't want them dumping bonds to raise dollars to pay for higher oil or nat gas or whatever it is.
So listen, you obviously are very knowledgeable about the flow of money and what needs to be done to maintain higher oil prices. But what I'm trying to say is that if we're facing an economic crisis globally because of increased oil prices, it doesn't matter if those prices are increased in the US, in Asia, wherever. There are only a few profiteers to those higher oil prices. And yes, some of them, like Russia, some of it's nationalized, etc. But what I'm saying is, if you just take a step back, okay, and say, okay, so we're going to see an economic global crisis that's going to cause all kinds of issues with national debt. Again, we are fortunate in North America that we're net exporters, etc. So we would have minimal effects. But even if you look over Asia, where prices are going up exponentially, there's no reason why, if the governments are allowing these to go up, the governments can, first of all, they could put, why can't governments cap these corporations' costs? I mean, it's a very simple fix. And people want to overcomplicate this to make it sound like, oh, no, look, because the strait's closed. No, governments globally can do something to cap the profits that these corporations are getting. And that's why I continue to say that this is a manufactured
But then you get
crisis.
shortages.
Okay,
Yeah,
there will
then
be,
you
yes,
then you get shortages. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and not to say there won't be shortages of parts of the world. I get that. But again, of course, there's going to be, because even though this is a manufactured crisis, I still believe that there's, there are supply issues. You were talking about earnings, about a company that was claiming in their earnings that they're factoring in the war. Well, I mean, if you think back, this was no different than COVID. This was no different than tariffs. There was always all these companies, when they report earnings, and again, not that there's not some truth to it, but it becomes the narrative. Oh, we didn't do as well because of tariffs. Again, I don't know how some people are missing this playbook here, where there's a blueprint here. It's manufacture a crisis, let the people bleed out more money, and then eventually there's some solution. It was no different than COVID. It was no different than tariffs. Like, I don't know if people forget during COVID. I remember every 2 weeks them coming out and saying, oh, they were going to give us the numbers. How many cases were there? Let's see if the economy opens up again, or do we have to say shut down? Trump's tariffs, same playbook. Okay, I'm putting 50% tariffs globally on all these countries, and then let's wait for 2 weeks. That's when it's going to come due. We wait, and he flip flops on the narrative. Now we're seeing the same thing with this war. are parts of it real? Of course. People are dying because the people don't care about us. They're extracting money from us, and they will. And again, we're all. I won't get too much into this, but we are all indoctrinated to believe, well, the oil is a non-renewable resource, and you just go to the pump and you pay whatever. I ran it in ChatGPT. Take this for what you will, but $90 to $120 billion a month is being generated in extra profits. Well, where's that going? The same place that when we all during COVID got all those shots and big pharma kept on saying, you need another shot and another shot. Where did all that money go? This is bleeding countries, especially ones that have central banks. This is bleeding countries and just running up the debt until there's no more debt that can be siphoned out of each country. And where's the money going? It's going somewhere at the top.
Cool. Thanks.
Well, yeah, but if governments were to cap oil, because oil is finite, right? So the way that you would effectively do that is you would print dollars to fill the gap, or there would be shortages, right? And either that's inflationary by print. The more money we print, the more we dilute the currency, or we're issuing debt.
But you're taking the money out of the economy anyway. So again, a better fix to the system would be the government's printing money, then them siphoning it out of citizens and taking that money out of the economy. But see,
how does printing money create oil?
Yeah, so you can't print oil.
There's a short. Okay,
dark side,
but there's
Robert,
not a short.
Dark side, Robert. This is the guy. He's an accountant, and I said, come back in here when you have economists and financial experts. He does not understand this is a supply problem, and then he got really nasty. He got really rude with Suleiman. He won't listen. So good luck. I pray that he'll. I don't think he'll listen to you either.
Let me take a swing at him. All right, so we have a limited number of barrels of oil. Now you're right that we are a net exporter. That's where you started. Are we a net exporter of oil? Sure, we're a net exporter. Okay, so we have a couple choices. We can export our oil, right? Or we could, as the government could declare, look, you can't. We're gonna put in an export ban, and we're gonna take care of the United States, right? So now let's suppose we do that. Let's say we put an export ban, and we use the oil for ourselves, and we start to refill our SPR with any additional oil. Okay, what does that do to the countries in the Western financial system that don't have the oil? What happens to them?
Well, I mean, the prices are going to go up more. They're going to have, and they're not going to have.
Price. Forget about price. There's no amount of money that can get you a barrel of oil if it doesn't exist. The price doesn't matter.
Hang on a second.
Zero. It doesn't matter. There's no oil.
Okay, hang on a second. Regardless of the price, if the strait's closed, it still stifles the amount of oil being put out to production. So the only thing that causes an economic crisis is the fact that the prices are going up.
No,
so
forget about price. Let's say the price goes down. Let's say they declare, okay, look, world governments get together and they say we're just going to cap the price of oil at $50. Okay, that still doesn't solve the problem. You have limited number of atoms.
Exactly. Oil is energy, right? And energy is economic activity. So 20 million barrels per day of oil, you're removing 20 million barrels per day of economic activity, right? The shipping, the freight, the vacation that you go on, right? And if the energy isn't there, the economic activity that is predicated on the energy consumption isn't there either, and therefore the economic. You see what I'm saying? Like you can't fill that gap.
Yeah, price. You're focused on price can solve all problems. And
actually, what I'm saying is,
yes, he is.
There's no price.
Art, shut up. That's all you keep talking about is price, Art. Now you got some big guns that are telling you the same thing. Trying to say, listen, stop being a moron. You're fixated on price, you moron. You're unbelievable.
The adults are talking. Go back to sleep. We're not talking about the Navy. Go back to sleep. So what I was
Hey,
Hey,
saying
you
Romeo.
is,
Hey,
idiot!
hey,
You idiot! I
Romeo.
was a major econ major, and guess what? I was going to get my PhD in economics, and I interviewed. I don't, you know, it. Come on, you're talking like an idiot. Shut. I mean, you're unbelievable.
yeah, and
Yeah, and
we
you,
didn't need
this
oil back
guy's
then
been
because
on. How many
there
years
was
have you been
horse and
on
buggies.
Twitter? And you got like I think 120 followers. I mean, you're making a fool of yourself. But I want to listen
Oh,
to
so
these to Robert and Darkside. It's a supply issue, you moron.
Okay, okay. Let me go to Darkside. Darkside, question to you. One of the things that you kept saying throughout was that one of the things you kept saying throughout was that, and I mentioned this to Robert, which was completely on point, which was that we basically have a limited amount of, like, irrespective of the price, the main problem we've got is that nothing's coming out of the Strait, and we're seeing that right now. There's nothing coming out of the Strait. I mean, at what point do you both think that things are gonna get? I know what you're already saying. We're gonna go into recession, but like when things become, in a real life sense, critical, in the sense of we can't, there's no access to fuel. There's less food
Yeah,
in the.
it's the problem is not, again, Robert's right. Eh, energy is economic activity. So if you shut down economic activity, a la COVID, right? You just get to a point where you say, look, we don't have jet fuel. If we don't have jet fuel, the planes don't fly. Let's use Europe as an example, right? I saw Lufthansa canceled 20,000 flights. Let's say that they just shut down. We don't have jet fuel. No more flights. Okay. No more driving your car. Well, what happens? The economies begin to break. How does it break? It's all, remember, the entire economy is a debt-based economy, right? When we talk, let's start with Lufthansa. Do they own airplanes? No, they lease airplanes, right? So they are going to default on their lease payments on their airplanes because they're not flying. Okay, what about the hotels? Who owns the hotels? I don't know.
And
Some
those are
bank
probably
owns
dark. Those are probably securitized
by the
and used as
airplanes.
collateral.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. Right. So, like, again, you stop making payments on debts. The hotels, they stop making payments on their debt. Okay. The restaurants, they stop making payments on their debt. And that's how this cascades through the system, right? It's not that oil itself becomes the problem. It's that the economy shuts down. And when the economy shuts down, people don't pay their debts. That leads to a banking crisis. The banking crisis is what spreads to the United States, regardless if we have plenty of oil. We could have all the oil in the world because we're a net exporter. But that doesn't solve our banks because our banks are connected to their banks, right? So it's not as simple as Art was trying to suggest. Oh, we're a net exporter. We just take care of ourselves. It doesn't work that way. It would work that way if our banks weren't connected to their banks, if the Fed wasn't part of the BIS, which is part of the ECB, which is part of the Bank of Japan, which is part of the Swiss National Bank, which is part of the ECB. It's all one big fucking hot mess of debt. And when one part of that hot mess stops performing on their loans, it will quickly ripple through the system. Now all of a sudden, Bank of America says, "I'm not trusting Deutsche Bank. They're broke." Right? So they won't trade with Deutsche Bank. Now Deutsche Bank says, "Screw that. We're not paying you on our derivatives trade." So okay, now Goldman Sachs is in trouble, and they start defaulting on JP Morgan. So it quickly goes from Japan to Europe to the United States. And we are not insulated just because we have oil. We need the whole system to have oil. That's why we're exporting as much as we can.
Because we need them to buy, we need them to finance our $1 trillion per year current account deficit and our $1.7 trillion per year fiscal deficit. We need them to be buying all of the debt. If they don't buy the debt, the cost of the debt goes up. The interest rate on the debt goes up. And if we overconsume, imagine you're someone making 100K a year, you're spending 150K a year, and the cost of that debt is 1%. Well, now imagine the cost of that debt goes to 5%, then 10%, then 20%. You can see how that would be like an oh shit kind of moment. We need Europe and Asia to have the ability to buy our debt. We need the GCC, which is also another large player. We need them to be able to run large trade surplus, large current account surplus, because they recycle those back into our debt, into our U.S. treasuries. If they're not buying the debt, who is?
We
It's
are.
not the average American.
No,
You
it's
know?
we are. It's you and me through the Fed. Then we start monetizing the debt, and we buy our own debt,
Yeah, that would
which
be the
is
only way. Printing
that's the
money to,
only way
yep.
to. It's the only way that because you can't let interest rates go to 10%. If interest rates go to 10%, then our country's bankrupt, right? So that's not an option for a country that's $40 trillion in debt, running a $2 trillion deficit. You can't have interest rates go to 10%. You're broke. So the only option now then becomes to buy your own debt, monetize the debt, print money like crazy, and cause inflation in your own country, right? So there is no thinking that this is contained to to those countries that are screwed is a ridiculous argument, right? We are right in the middle of it, whether we want to be or not, and there's no possible way
And,
to extract ourselves.
and another feed through that I've been talking about since the beginning of the war, and starting to hit the mainstream, you guys might realize, but you heard it here first with Suleiman, is the GCC, right? They normally run these huge trade current account surplus, right? They produce more value than they consume, so they accumulate savings, right? Whether that be they're buying our U.S. Treasury debt, whether that be they're investing in some of our infrastructure projects, like, I don't know, AI data centers, the one sector of the economy that's been propping GDP up and keeping us out of a recession for the past couple of years, has been this huge amount of AI data center capex. Well, the problem is that the companies were funding it out of their free cash flow, right? Microsoft, Meta, Google, they were making tons of cash in 2022, 2023. The problem is they're not anymore. That free cash flow is rolling over, if anything. And so what are they having to do? They're having to issue debt. Well, again, who's going to buy the debt if Europe and Asia are decimated from a doubling or tripling of the oil price, and the GCC, is no longer a creditor? They're no longer buying our stuff and investing here in America, but they're selling our stuff. They're selling our U.S. treasuries. They're selling our U.S. equities. They're selling our corporate bonds, right? This is just kind of basic balance of payments math. If we're going to overconsume and run huge twin deficits, by definition, we need someone else in the rest of the world to be doing well and to run large surpluses so that they can provide credit to fund our overconsumption. And again, AI and that whole data center thing is the one sector of the U.S. economy that has been keeping us out of recession, right? And it's not being able to be funded by free cash flow. Microsoft, Meta, Google, the Mag 7, their free cash flow is rolling over and going negative on a trailing 4-quarter basis. So they have to issue debt in order to build the data centers, which are necessary to boost GDP so that we're not falling into recession. Who's going to buy the debt, right?
Yeah. So
not only that,
Yeah.
but if we do go into recession, right, by definition, our revenues as a government go down by about 20 to 25%. By definition, in a recession, the government spending goes up by about 15%. So our $1.7 trillion deficit, which is about 6.5%, 7% in GDP, that goes to 15% of GDP. And we're running a $4.5 to $5 trillion per year deficit. Now, for those that have heard that word, but they don't know what it means, that's just the difference between what the government spends and what it collects in tax revenue. That gap or that difference is called the deficit or surplus, like we ran in the 90s with Clinton. But we run a huge $1.7 trillion deficit, meaning we have to issue $1.7 trillion of new debt each and every year just to keep the wheels on the bus. Well, in a recession, that would go to 4.5, 5 trillion. And if we started to get kind of a cycle where interest rates were actually going up in the face of a recession, which is somewhat likely, given kind of the things Dark and I have laid out, then that $4.5, $5 trillion deficit goes to 6, 7, meaning that there is no way to issue $7 trillion of new debt each and every year and have people buy it at a reasonable price where the interest rate is not 10% or 15% or 20%, right? There's a limited capacity to absorb that much new debt each and every year. Therefore, the price of the bond must fall to meet the demand. And with bonds, that means the interest rate is going up. Those are inverse. The price of the bond and the yield are inverse. So we can't afford it. So to Dark's point, if we go into recession, you're talking about a $4.5 trillion deficit. There is no way that the Fed does not come in, print the money to monetize part of that deficit at the very least. And then not only that, but the mortgage market, which is 12 trillion, that'll be in trouble. The Fed will have to print there. Private credit, private equity, there's another 5 trillion that's going to need a bailout, right? You start playing kind of the tape through, and a recession would be catastrophically bad and result in it would make 2020 look like a kid's tea party. I mean, we thought 2020 was crazy. If we go into this kind of global recession that we have been talking about, that looks like it is the path we are on, we're talking about an amount of money printing that would be even more than 2020.
And I guess the other question people have is, this is like the current situation just because the blockade shut. What happens if this goes kinetic again? And the other question, actually, that's the first element, but the second element is, um, what if this is a really long war? Like, I just interviewed Larry Johnson. One of the things he said is that he believes this war's going to continue till the end of August. Other people think it could go until next year. What would be the
That's a next year would be a global depression. And I don't use that word lightly, but that is the only reasonable word to describe. If this goes on another 6 to 12 months, you're talking a global depression, global economic depression. And I don't use that word lightly, but that's the only reasonable word to describe how bad the economic carnage would be. It would be catastrophically bad. It would be the worst thing we've seen since the Great Depression.
So to that point, I spoke to what I would consider the smartest guy on Wall Street, smartest guy I know from my career on Wall Street today. And his response to me about this was the war is over. It's over. And for the very reason that Roberts just laid out, that continuing it's not an option for the United States. It's just not. They have to figure out how to extract themselves or they're doomed. We're doomed. So I don't know whether I agree with him, but it is the level-headed, common sense kind of approach from the smartest guys on Wall Street is that they have to end the war. Like
But
proceeding.
doesn't that take two? Like, doesn't Iran have?
Well,
You know what I mean?
it actually takes three, right? In this case, and that's why I think it's not over. I just have my gut instinct says that as much as we know we need to get out of here, um, it's a lot easier said than done. And you also have Israel that can go ahead and spoil the party. But I can understand why the very smartest people I know are saying it's over. That's why Trump's saying it's over, because it's over. Now, how he ends it, we don't know. I mean, the interesting part is this blockade of Iran, right? How much damage is it doing? And it's hard to tell at this point. I'm kind of intrigued. It's hard because the speakers that we have on here, like Dr. Morandi, and they're speaking to us from a perspective that I'm not sure the average Iranian shares. But what I can't calculate, Sully, is how much pain the blockade, like the actual starving of hard currency, is causing Iran. Will their currency hyperinflate? Will they have economic, catastrophe in the next few weeks? I just don't know. That certainly seems to be the calculus from the bankers at Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and Wall Street, Right? Wall Street is betting that this thing's over. Right now, is that true? I don't know. I don't know. I hope it is. I hope I want to see peace and I want to see people prosper. I just can't tell whether the blockade works or not. Right? If you listen to the speakers up here, you say no. But if I'm listening to the smartest guys on Wall Street, they're saying yes. So that's kind of where we stand.
What do you mean? What do you mean? They say yeah, as in the blockade from Trump is working.
Well, I mean, it's definitely working, right? They're not selling oil. They're being starved of hard currency. That definitely hurts. Iran.
Well,
No, but
34
34 ships
ships
got
got
through.
through.
Only 2 has been stopped.
Yeah. Again, I'm just going. Again, I'm not, I don't have a dog in this fight. Matter of fact, my personal opinion is that this is going to go on.
Oh no, I'm against this ceasefire. You know that. I think Iran made a bad
No, I
decision
know.
to. But that being said, I've looked into it in real detail, and 34 vessels have gone through. And the crazy thing about those vessels is they were like at least about 8 of them were sanctioned vessels. So 8 sanctioned vessels from Iran. The other were coming from Iran. Many of them were going to China. Some were going to India. Some were going to Malaysia. So I mean,
So
it just looks like theatrics. I remember the very first day when the first vessel got stopped, I was like, flipping hell, Iran, this is why you made a mistake. But it seems like nothing's been stopped except maybe 10%. This is what who did I interview Larry Johnson? He was like, yeah, so Iran will take that, like 5-10% of vessels get and take stopped.
So why do you suppose? So this begs the question, right? What's going on? I mean, clearly they could sink every one of those vessels if they wanted to, right? Andrew's kind of laid that out pretty clearly. So clearly, if they're getting through, it's because the U.S. wants them to get through.
That, but also the other problem is you can't just cover the entire ground. If you take the route like close to the shore, US can't do anything. And the more further, and the problem with the US is I'm just repeating what Larry Johnson said. It's like a pizza slice. So the closer you are to the edge, obviously it's easier to encompass the whole area. The more further you are, the less you're able to do so. And I think, and well, that's the problem that the US has at the moment, that they're not just able to cover the entire ground.
But Suleiman, can I just make a quick comment on that real quick?
Yeah.
I agree with Larry, but he's oversimplifying it, and he does not. There's an element he does not truly understand. If the United States really, really said we are blockading, there will be zero traffic. It's not going to move anything dealing with any of those flagships that have anything to do with Iran. With our intelligence and all we have to do is start make not the oil tankers because we're not going to have an economic an ecological disaster, but we could literally start putting holes in ships from submarines, and the fear, just like they closed the straits, the word would get out from insurance companies. Oh my God, the United States is really taking this seriously. We just have to start bam picking them up. Our submarines are there in a lot more places than they think. And intel says, here's the ship, the whole number it left at this time. It's going to go in this
Yeah, but
port.
then that
We
works the
easily
other.
could.
But then that works the other way. If US was to get in closer to do that, Iran could just take them
Yes.
out with missiles and
No,
zip.
submarines can be outside of that 200 nautical miles, no problem.
No, but you'd have to be
So
at.
the Iranians can't get them.
They could use
No,
an
of course they
airplane.
can. What missiles
They
and
could
drones
use,
can't hit 200 miles. Of course they can. That's
they could
easy.
No,
use
no, it's submarines,
fighter
sir.
jets.
Submarines submerged.
Oh, you mean submarine underground?
Submarine underwater,
Yeah,
sir.
but
Now
again, Iran's got
we can't.
those. Iran's got those
No.
torpedoes.
Yeah, but Suleiman, never. We will not put a submarine close in there. But I'm talking out into the Gulf of, down in the Gulf, the Aden Gulf down there. I'm talking out.
Yeah,
I'm talking
but
what,
then you're
200
saying
miles.
that, but then we're seeing the real life consequences. They're not able to stop anything.
Yeah, but if they were told when you were getting multiple targets.
No, you'd have to
In other
bring
words,
you'd have to bring a bigger armada there first of all. Also, you would have to.
yeah,
Also, the other
yeah,
issue is again. I feel like I'm talking to that the Chinese guy, but from the American side now. The issue is that wherever everyone can say their country is the best, just like he was saying about China, just like you say about
yeah,
US. All we
yeah,
can, and we all in the when we read the books seems like that, and I know you've experienced it, but to be honest, when the shit hits the fan, that's when you really find out. And at the
right.
moment, the US either is worried about the consequences of going after it, which is possible,
True.
or don't have
Definitely.
the ability to do it. It's one of those two, because obviously something's not
Right.
happening. Joe, why
Right.
have you coming? I'm about to wrap up the space. I'm literally about to wrap up. I've literally set my thing on. I had a gripe with you, Joe. You've been attacking me, blood.
Final, dude. I have a ton of work. We're launching something in 2 weeks.
No, but you attack me. Why do you attack me, blood?
Why did I attack you?
I thought you said you put out. Someone sent me a tweet where you were like, "Oh, some expert said 50,000."
Oh, I wasn't.
I was like, blood. What are you talking about? I am an expert,
Yeah, but
and
you
it
don't-
is gonna go below 50. I'm not really an expert.
You're not a Bitcoin expert, dude. It wasn't about
Okay,
you.
cool. Well, anyway, yeah, I knew it wasn't about
It's
me,
talking
but
about-
I still say it's gonna go below 50, Joe. But quickly, you gonna say something before we wrap up?
Yeah, look, either this thing is over, or Melania is Mossad, and someone has a tape of her getting instructions from Jeffrey Epstein to go convince Trump on his entire career. Because I don't see what other compromise would be that strong to make Donald Trump basically blow up the U.S. economy and lose all its allies if this thing isn't over. Either this is over and Israel doesn't control America and America still makes decisions for itself, or if it's not over, Israel does make our decisions, and they must have some really, really, really strong compromise on Trump. Nothing else makes sense to me.
But isn't there a way that he can destroy the country, but just make sure he stays as an oligarch, as in financially benefits and his lineage benefits?
No, because most of his wealth is tied to America, right?
But can you not, like, I get that, but isn't a lot of his wealth now in like crypto and Bitcoin, and like if you basically put the whole world in flames and you're kind of out of it, you still okay or not?
No, because even his stablecoin is nothing outside of America.
Okay.
His nuclear fusion deal is nothing outside of America. His real estate portfolio is one half in America, or actually more than one half in America. Yeah, the Gaza real estate project is big, but that's not bigger than his net worth today. So I don't see how that would benefit him in any way whatsoever.
So who was it? Okay, cool. Who was this expert you were attacking though? Name names, bro.
No, there was a lot of people. I mean, Dark Side is in crypto. He's up here. So many.
Oh my
people.
God! Don't attack a Dark Side. We like
No,
him.
I'm not. I like Dark Side.
Oh, okay.
Dark. What are the names now? I forget. Krasenstein. Dark Krasenstein is. I like that guy.
What? What?
Shots fired.
That's what you were calling me the other day. No. Listen. No, there was a lot of experts telling people, hey, this is going to go down to 50, who are positioned as Bitcoin experts. And I was saying, if this thing goes below 50 and it closes below there, then the whole thesis of Bitcoin is done.
Actually, someone I know was saying that it's gonna go up. It is gonna go up to like 79 to 85, and then it will drop below 50. They're just causing a trap, like to get everyone excited.
Goy vey.
There is going to be a lot of resistance at 86. That's where the support line was before, and we broke it, and we went all the way down to 60. But I don't know when that happens. I'm not great at what happens in between. I'm just really good at figuring out what the bottom, like very within 15% of the bottom and 50% of the top.
Okay.
6 times.
Well, we'll see, Joe. We still got our gentleman's bet without any money. You said 280, I said 50. Let's see what hits first.
Hey,
being said,
6 times in Bitcoin's history, it's had a 30% recovery from its low. In all 6 times, it's gone to a new all-time high. This would be number 7.
Yeah, okay. You're not going to go anywhere into the 50s, and that's all I'm saying. A lot of people got people not to buy.
Go. Joe, be ready. Joe, be ready. It's gonna go.
But Suleiman, here's the important part people understand.
Oh yeah.
Even if it went to 50, that night on the show at 60, I'm like, I am full porting every single thing I
remember
have.
saying that.
Okay, at 60. Even if it went to 50, everyone saw 50 as the bottom. Why be greedy? This is why people don't make money.
True.
You are within 15% of that number.
True.
Bye.
What if it goes down to 40? What if it goes to 44? What if it goes to 44? Yeah.
What if eggs go to 500? Why don't you go buy eggs?
Goy
You know what I
vey,
mean?
goy
What if
vey.
but what about if I make 10%? I'm joking. Okay, cool. Guys, we are wrapping up the space. I would have kept it going because like Joe and everyone's coming out with bands, but the problem is I already set the video to go out and I can't change it because within a couple of minutes. So listen, guys, we are wrapping up. Joe is wrong again. Although why someone said Joe is because you blame Israel. Okay, someone said Joe is finally understanding. Okay, guys, we are wrapping up. Appreciate you guys. There is a tweet in the nest. It is the interview with Larry Johnson. I know some of you may have watched it. Even if you did, watch it again. It was a bombshell interview. He explained that Donald Trump asked for the nuclear codes on Saturday and he was denied it. But Larry Johnson, in our interview, explains the circumstances behind it, what caused Trump to ask for the nuclear codes, what made him lose his mind, and whether he was going to use a nuclear bomb. So the tweet's in the nest, and I forgot to put it in the YouTube comments, which is kind of annoying. I'm going to do that now, and then we are going to wrap up. So go and watch it. Show your boy some love. It's on the second channel, so make sure you are following the second channel. And then immediately after that is going to be the Matthew Hoh interview. I think that was really good, but unfortunately we were so distracted by that false news that went out that we were like giving you news on that during the interview, and it wasn't great. But it is what it is. So anyway, I'm going to put it in the... Oh, that's not the right one. I'm going to put it in the thing. It's in the nest, so everyone come across there. I'm about to wrap up. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. Oh, they can say something there, Joe. That's why I kind of just stopped it. Oh, sweet. Said I did it. I was taking too long. I should have just let's pin this. Okay, guys, much love to you. We'll be back tomorrow. We've got 2 great interviews tomorrow. We got Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar and Captain Josephine